Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry awakened a gamer system at age 10 and grinded levels before Hogwarts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Awakening. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and forgotten things. Harry Potter lay on his thin mattress, knees drawn to his chest because the space wouldn't allow him to stretch out fully anymore. He'd grown 3 inches in the past year, not that the Dursleys had noticed enough to give him a larger space. The only acknowledgement had been Aunt Petunia's irritated comment that he was eating them out of house and home, despite the fact that his portions had actually shrunk. A spider crawled across the ceiling above him, and Harry watched it with something like envy. At least it could go wherever it wanted. Tomorrow was his birthday. July 31st, 10 years old. Not that it mattered. Birthdays in the Dursley household meant watching Dudley open mountains of presents at Christmas, and in June, meant baking Dudley's massive cakes and not getting a slice, meant another year of nothing. Harry had stopped wishing for presents years ago. He'd stopped wishing for a lot of things. The house creaked and settled above him. Through the thin door, he could hear the television blaring some late-night program, Uncle Vernon's rumbling laugh mixing with the canned sitcom audience. Normal sounds. Safe sounds, in their way. When Vernon was laughing at the telly, he wasn't thinking about Harry. Harry closed his eyes. I wish something would change. It wasn't even a proper wish. Just a tired thought, the kind that came at the end of long days full of chores and silence and trying to be invisible. The kind of thought that meant nothing because wishes didn't come true, magic wasn't real, and Harry Potter was going to spend the rest of his childhood in a cupboard until he was old enough to leave. He was already drifting towards sleep when the clock somewhere in the house chimed midnight. July 31st, happy birthday, Harry. And then the world shifted. System initializing. Harry's eyes snapped open. Blue text floated in the darkness in front of him, glowing softly, letters hanging in the air like something from a science fiction film. Welcome, user. Optimization engine v.0.1 activated, calibrating TO host parameters. He scrambled backward, his head hitting the wall of the cupboard with a painful thunk. The text didn't move. It stayed exactly where it was, hovering at eye level, pulsing gently with inner light. What? His voice came out as a croak. What is this? Voice interface disabled. Please use mental commands. Harry's heart was hammering so hard he could feel it in his throat. He blinked rapidly, rubbed his eyes, looked again. The text was still there. I'm dreaming, he thought desperately. I fell asleep and I'm dreaming about video games because Dudley got that new Nintendo and this is not a dream. Host vital signs indicate elevated stress. Please remain calm. Calibration complete. Displaying status window. The blue text dissolved, replaced by something larger, more complex, a translucent screen that filled most of his vision, packed with information he couldn't immediately process. Harry James Potter Level 1 Class, None Title, None HP, 50/50th MP, 75/75th Stamina, 40/40th STR, 4 AGI, 6 VIT, 5 INT, 11 WS, 8 LUK, 3 MAG, 15 available points, 0 experience, 0 out of 100 skills, none perks, locked status effects, malnutrition, STR. VIT reduced by 20%, sleep deprivation, all stats reduced by 5%. Harry stared at the floating screen. His mouth was dry. His hands were shaking. This is real, something in him whispered. This is actually real. He reached out tentatively, and his fingers passed right through the glowing text. Not solid. Not physical. But definitely there. What are you? He thought, directing the question at the presence he could feel lurking behind the interface. I am the optimization engine. I exist to help you grow. Why? A pause. The text flickered. That information is not available at your current level. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. So it wasn't going to answer everything. That was actually somewhat reassuring. A genie that granted unlimited wishes would have been too good to be true. This felt more like a tool. Something with rules and limits. He could work with rules and limits. How do I make this go away? He thought, gesturing at the status screen. Mental command, close status or dismiss. Dismiss. The screen vanished. Harry was alone in the darkness again, but now he could feel something new, a presence at the edge of his awareness, patient and waiting. The system hadn't gone away. It had just minimized. He lay back down on his mattress, mind racing. Okay, he thought. Okay. Think about this logically. He was either going insane, or something extraordinary had just happened to him. Given that he'd spent his entire life being told he was worthless, ordinary, and unwanted, insanity seemed more likely. But the text had been so clear. The numbers so specific. His stats, low across the board, hampered by status effects that made horrible sense given his living conditions. Malnutrition. Sleep deprivation. The system knew things about him. True things. Status, he thought experimentally. The screen reappeared instantly, hovering in the darkness. Harry studied it more carefully this time, parsing through the information. Level 1. That made sense, he'd never done anything worth leveling up for. His stats were pitiful, especially strength and luck. But his intelligence was decent, and his magic. Mag, 15. That was his highest stat by far. Magic. As in actual magic. Harry thought about the strange things that had happened to him over the years. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia's terrible haircut. Finding himself on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. The snake at the zoo that he'd somehow talked to. Magic was real. And apparently, he had a lot of it. How do I level up? He asked the system. Experience is gained through combat, skill use, and quest completion. Combat? Harry's stomach clenched. I'm 10 years old. I can't fight anyone. Combat includes encounters with hostile creatures, training exercises, and dungeon instances. What's a dungeon instance? A dungeon instance is a pocket dimension created by the system for training purposes. Instances can be generated in isolated spaces with sufficient ambient magical energy. Harry looked around his cupboard. Isolated? Definitely. Sufficient magical energy. Scanning current location, ambient magical energy, sufficient, dungeon instance available, yes, warning, user is level 1. Recommended minimum level for basic dungeon, 1, survival not guaranteed. Harry's heart was pounding again, but this time it wasn't entirely fear. There was something else mixed in, something that felt dangerously like hope. Show me, he thought. The cupboard door didn't open. Instead, the wall beside his mattress simply wasn't there anymore. Where solid wood and plaster had been, there was now an opening, a doorway into darkness that seemed to stretch forever. Cold air drifted through, carrying a smell like old stone and something else, something metallic that Harry didn't want to identify. Dungeon instance, the Shadow Nest, recommended level, 1 to 5, enemies, Shadow Rats, LV, 1 to 2, rewards, experience, basic loot, skill chances, enter. Y/N, Harry stared into the darkness. Every survival instinct he'd developed in 10 years of living with the Dursleys was screaming at him to stay put, to close this thing, to pretend it had never happened. But another part of him, the part that had wished for something to change, was already moving. Yes. He stepped through the doorway. The cupboard vanished behind him. Harry found himself standing in a stone corridor, dimly lit by phosphorescent moss growing in patches along the walls. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was absolute. Dungeon instance entered, objective, Clear the dungeon or escape, current enemy count, 10, 10. Harry thought, panic rising. I have to fight 10 things. Escape portal will remain active. User may exit at any time. He turned. Behind him, the doorway back to his cupboard still shimmered, a rectangle of familiar darkness in the alien stone wall. Okay. He could leave. That was good. That was, something skittered in the corridor ahead. Harry froze. His eyes, adjusting to the dim light, caught movement, a shape low to the ground, darker than the shadows around it. Red eyes gleamed in the moss light. Shadow rat, LV, 1, HP, 20/20. The rat was the size of a small dog. Its fur seemed to absorb light, and when it opened its mouth, Harry saw teeth that were definitely too long, too sharp, too wrong. It lunged. Harry threw himself sideways on pure instinct, hitting the stone floor hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs. The rat sailed past him, claws scraping against rock, and immediately wheeled for another attack. I don't have a weapon, Harry thought desperately. I don't have anything, I don't. His hand closed around a loose stone on the floor. The rat came again, faster this time, and Harry swung. The stone connected with a meaty thunk, and the creature tumbled away with a screech of pain. Shadow rat, HP, 12/20. Skill discovered, improvised weapons, LV, 1. Harry didn't have time to process the notification. The rat was already recovering, shaking its head, those red eyes fixing on him with what looked horribly like intelligence. Like it was learning. It didn't lunge this time. Instead, it circled, looking for an opening, and Harry realized with sick certainty that he'd just made things harder. The rat knew he could hurt it now. It would be more careful. Think, he told himself. Think, think, think. The rat fainted left. Harry didn't fall for it, kept his stone raised, his weight on his back foot. Somewhere in the years of running from Dudley's gang, he'd learned how to read body language, how to anticipate which way a bully would swing. This wasn't so different. The rat committed to a real attack, darting in low and fast. Harry stepped into it, bringing the stone down with both hands. Critical hit. Shadow rat, HP, 0/20, Shadow rat defeated. Plus 25 EXP, the creature dissolved into wisps of shadow, leaving behind a small pile of something that clinked against the stone floor. Harry stood over it, breathing hard, his whole body shaking with adrenaline. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. Loot obtained, 3 copper coins. Harry picked up the coins with trembling fingers. They were cold and heavy, stamped with symbols he didn't recognize. Real. Solid. Proof that this was happening. 9 more, he thought. He tightened his grip on his blood-stained stone and moved deeper into the dungeon. The second rat almost killed him. It came from a side passage he hadn't noticed, hitting him from behind and sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Harry screamed, the pain was incredible, white-hot and immediate, and slammed himself backward into the wall, crushing the rat between his body and the stone. HP, 31/50. The rat's grip loosened. Harry spun, brought his stone down once, twice, 3 times until the creature stopped moving. Shadow rat defeated. Plus 25 EXP, he slumped against the wall, pressing his hand to his shoulder. It came away red. I'm bleeding, he thought distantly. I'm actually bleeding. Status effect, minor wound, HP regeneration reduced by 50%, great. Wonderful. Fantastic. Harry forced himself to keep moving. Standing still meant dying. The dungeon wasn't going to wait for him to recover. The third and fourth rats came together, a coordinated attack that nearly overwhelmed him. Harry fought dirty, throwing a handful of phosphorescent moss in one rat's eyes, kicking the other in the skull while it was distracted. He took more damage, his HP dropping to 22, but both creatures fell. Level up. Harry Potter, Level 2, HP fully restored, plus 5 stat points available, the rush was indescribable. One moment Harry was bleeding and exhausted, his vision starting to blur at the edges. The next, warmth flooded through him, his wounds closing, his strength returning. He felt good. Better than good. He felt powerful. Stat points, he thought, pulling up his status screen. Harry James Potter Level 2 Class, None Title, None HP, 55 55ths MP, 80 80th Stamina, 25 45ths STR, 4, plus, AGI, 6, plus, VIT, 5, plus, INT, 11, plus, WS, 8, plus, LUK, 3, plus, MAG, 15, plus, available points, 5. Harry hesitated. 5 points. Where should they go? Strength would help him hit harder. Agility would help him dodge. Vitality would give him more health. Intelligence and wisdom seemed to affect his mana and decision-making. Luck was self-explanatory. And magic. What does magic do exactly? He asked the system. Mag effects, magical power, spell damage, spell efficiency, magical resistance, and interaction with magical systems. So magic was his most important stat for the long term. But right now, in this dungeon, with 6 more rats to kill, he needed to survive. Harry put 2 points into agility, 2 into vitality, and 1 into strength. STR, 5 AGI, 8 VIT, 7 HP, 65 65th stamina, 55 55ths. The difference was immediate and noticeable. When Harry moved, he felt lighter, more coordinated. The stone in his hand didn't feel quite so heavy. His breathing came easier. He pushed forward. The 5th rat died quickly. The 6th took longer but barely hurt him. By the 7th, Harry had developed a rhythm: bait the lunge, sidestep, strike, repeat. His movements became more efficient, his timing more precise. Skill discovered, physical endurance, LV, 1, skill discovered, pain resistance, LV, 1, skill discovered, basic combat, LV, 1. The 8th and 9th rats tried the coordinated attack again, but Harry was ready this time. He led one into a dead-end passage and crushed it against the wall before the other could catch up. Then he turned and fought the survivor one-on-one, finishing it with a brutal overhead strike. Level up. Harry Potter, Level 3, HP fully restored, plus 5 stat points available, 1 more. 1 more rat, and he could leave. Harry crept through the dungeon, stone raised, every sense straining for movement. The phosphorescent moss was thicker here, casting the corridor in sickly green light. The air tasted wrong, thick with something that made his throat itch. The final rat was waiting for him in a large chamber at the dungeon's heart. But it wasn't alone. Shadow Rat Alpha, LV, 3, HP, 50 50ths, warning, enemy level equal to user. Caution advised. The Alpha was twice the size of the others, its red eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. Behind it, pressed against the far wall of the chamber, was the last normal rat, Level 2, according to Harry's observation, watching its leader with something like worship. Harry's grip tightened on his stone. He had 65 HP. The Alpha had 50. If he could hit it enough times, if he could avoid its attacks. The Alpha charged. It was fast. Faster than the others, faster than Harry could track. He threw himself sideways, but teeth still raked his arm, tearing through his sleeve and the skin beneath. HP, 48 out of 65, Harry rolled to his feet, blood dripping from his forearm. The Alpha was already turning, already coming again. This time Harry didn't try to dodge, he lunged forward, driving his stone into the creature's skull with every ounce of strength he had. Critical hit. Shadow Rat Alpha, HP, 32 50ths, the Alpha shrieked in pain but didn't fall. Its claws caught Harry across the chest, sending him stumbling backward with fresh agony blooming across his torso. HP, 29 65ths, I'm going to die, Harry thought. The Alpha coiled to spring, and Harry knew he couldn't dodge, knew he couldn't block, knew that in about half a second those teeth were going to close around his throat and that would be the end of Harry Potter, age 10, dead in a magical pocket dimension because he was stupid enough to think he could fight monsters. Time seemed to slow. No, something in Harry said. Not thought, said, with a force that surprised him. I didn't survive the Dursleys for 10 years to die to a rat. His hand came up, palm out, and he pushed with something that wasn't physical. Skill discovered, mana burst, LV, 1, MP, 4080, a wave of blue energy erupted from Harry's palm, catching the alpha mid-leap and slamming it against the chamber wall. The creature hit with a crack of breaking bones and slid to the floor, dazed and wounded. Shadow Rat Alpha, HP, 15/50ths, Harry didn't hesitate. He crossed the distance in 3 running steps and brought his stone down on the Alpha's skull with everything he had. Shadow Rat Alpha, HP, 0/50, Shadow Rat Alpha defeated. Plus 75 EXP, bonus, Dungeon Boss defeated, plus 50 EXP, the last normal rat let out a high-pitched squeal of terror and fled into a side passage. Harry let it go. He was on his knees, gasping for air, covered in blood both his own and not, and he just didn't care about one more rat. Dungeon objective updated, 9 out of 10 enemies defeated, boss eliminated, dungeon will collapse in 5 minutes, escape portal active. Harry dragged himself to his feet. His body was screaming at him, his HP dangerously low, his stamina almost gone. But he was alive. He'd won. Loot obtained, Shadow Rat Alpha Fong, material, loot obtained, 15 copper coins, loot obtained, basic health potion X1, Harry grabbed the items, the Fong was long and black, warm to the touch, and the potion was a small vial of red liquid that sloshed invitingly, and stumbled toward the exit portal. He fell through the doorway and landed on his mattress in the cupboard under the stairs. The dungeon entrance sealed behind him, the wall becoming solid wood again as if nothing had happened. Harry lay there in the darkness, breathing hard, sticky with drying blood and dungeon grime. His shoulder throbbed. His chest burned. His arm ached. He started laughing. It came out ragged and half hysterical, and he had to muffle it with his pillow so the Dursleys wouldn't hear, but he couldn't stop. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. He'd fought monsters and won. Level up. Harry Potter, level 4, plus 5 stat points available. Harry pulled up his status screen, still shaking with adrenaline and exhausted laughter. Harry James Potter level 4 class, none title, Dungeon Delver, first dungeon completed. HP, 23/75 MP, 40/90 stamina, 12/65 STR, 5 AGI, 8 VIT, 7 INT, 11 WS, 8 LUK, 3 MAG, 15 available points, 10 skills, improvised weapons, LV, 1, physical endurance, LV, 1, pain resistance, LV, 1, basic combat, LV, 1, mana burst, LV, 1, perks, locked. Locked inventory, Shadow Rat Alpha Fong X1 copper coins X18 basic health potion X1 10 stat points to spend. Harry thought about it carefully, remembering how close he'd come to dying. Speed had saved him. Toughness had kept him alive. And that mana burst at the end. He put 3 points into agility, 3 into vitality, 2 into magic, and 2 into strength. STR, 7 AGI, 11 VIT, 10 INT, 11 WS, 8 LUK, 3 MAG, 17 HP, 95/95 MP, 100/100 stamina, 85/85. The level up healed him completely. Harry watched his wounds close, felt his energy return, and marveled at the sheer impossibility of what had just happened to him. Health potion, he thought, and the vial appeared in his hand. He studied it for a moment, then put it back in his inventory. Save it for emergencies. Learn from tonight, preparation mattered. Harry closed his status screen and lay back on his mattress. Through the cupboard door, he could hear the television still droning. The Dursleys hadn't noticed anything. Of course they hadn't. They never noticed anything about him unless he was doing something wrong. That's going to change, Harry thought. He didn't know how yet. Didn't know what this system was, where it came from, why it had chosen him. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty: he was never going to be helpless again. The next 3 weeks were a blur of grinding. Harry quickly learned the patterns of the Dursley household: when it was safe to disappear into dungeons, when he needed to be visible to avoid suspicion, when Vernon's temper was running hot and it was best to be scarce. The cupboard dungeon reset every night at midnight. Different layouts, different enemy placements, but always the same basic structure: shadow rats in increasing numbers, culminating in an alpha boss. Harry cleared it every single night, growing stronger with each run. By the end of the first week, he was level 8. His stats had improved dramatically: Harry James Potter level 8 STR, 12 AGI, 18 VIT, 15 INT, 13 WS, 10 LUK, 5 MAG, 22 skills, improvised weapons, LV, 4, physical endurance, LV, 3, pain resistance, LV, 3, basic combat, LV, 4, mana burst, LV, 3, stealth, LV, 2, observe, LV, 1. The observe skill had been a revelation. Harry discovered it accidentally on day 3, when he found himself really looking at Aunt Petunia during breakfast, wanting to understand why she hated him so much. Skill discovered: observe, LV, 1, Petunia Dursley, level 3 class, civilian status, fearful, resentful, guilty notes, harbors deep-seated jealousy toward her deceased sister. Projects this jealousy onto her nephew. Knows more about his origins than she admits. Loves her son but has enabled his worst behaviors out of overcompensation for her own perceived inadequacies. Harry had stared at that floating text for a long moment, processing the information. Aunt Petunia was afraid of him. Not just annoyed, not just hateful, actually, genuinely afraid. And guilty about something. He filed that away for later and started using observe on everyone. Uncle Vernon was simpler: anger, entitlement, insecurity about his position at Grunnings, a deep need to feel superior to someone. Harry fit perfectly into his worldview as someone it was acceptable to belittle. Dudley was almost sad. The boy's observe reading showed someone desperate for approval, rewarded for cruelty, never taught empathy or self-control. He wasn't born a bully, he'd been carefully, systematically shaped into one by parents who thought they were loving him. Harry didn't forgive them. But he understood them better, and understanding meant he could predict them. By week 2, he'd developed a comprehensive strategy for survival in the Dursley household. "Boy! Get down here!" Harry closed his status screen and climbed out of the cupboard, keeping his movements deliberately slow and clumsy. Uncle Vernon stood in the kitchen doorway, his face its usual shade of angry purple. "Yes, Uncle Vernon. The garden needs weeding. And the car needs washing. And you'd better have both done before lunch, or there'll be no food for you today." Harry nodded, keeping his eyes down, his shoulders hunched. The perfect picture of a cowed, broken child. Quest received: complete household chores, reward, 10 EXP, continued access to shelter, accept. Y/N, accept. "Yes, Uncle Vernon. Right away, Uncle Vernon." He shuffled past his uncle and out the back door, waiting until he was hidden behind the garden shed before letting his posture straighten. The weeding took him 20 minutes. Before the system, it would have taken hours. His body had been weak, malnourished, clumsy. Now, with his enhanced strength and agility, he moved through the tasks with efficient precision. The car took another 15 minutes. He was done before 10 o'clock. Quest complete: household chores, plus 10 EXP, skill discovered, domestic skills, LV, 1, Harry smiled grimly. Even chores gave experience now. Everything was training. He spent the remaining time before lunch sitting in the garden shed, ostensibly, taking a break, but actually doing something far more productive. Status, he thought. HP, 120/120 MP, 145/145 stamina, 98 out of 110. His regeneration rates had improved with his vitality. Sitting still for a few hours would have him at full capacity by evening, ready for another dungeon run. But Harry was getting restless. The cupboard dungeon had become too easy. He'd cleared it so many times that he could practically do it in his sleep. The experience gains were slowing down, his levels taking longer to achieve. He needed a new challenge. The opportunity came 3 days later. "We're going to London," Aunt Petunia announced at breakfast, her nose wrinkled as if the words themselves smelled bad. "Dudley needs new school clothes. You'll stay with Mrs. Fig." Harry's heart sank. Mrs. Fig's house smelled like cabbage and cats, and she always made him look at photographs of her pets. But then a thought occurred to him. London. A city. Millions of people. Countless hiding spots. And if magic was real, if he was magical, then surely there were other magical things in London. Things that might give better experience than shadow rats. "Actually," Harry said carefully, "I was hoping I could come with you. I've never seen London properly." Vernon's eyes narrowed. "Why would we want you tagging along?" "I could carry the shopping bags," Harry offered. "And I wouldn't be any trouble. I promise." He saw the calculation in Vernon's eyes. Free labor versus the annoyance of Harry's presence. Greed versus hatred. Greed won, as it usually did. "Fine," Vernon grunted. "But one toe out of line, and you're walking home. Understood?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon." "Thank you, Uncle Vernon." Harry spent the car ride staring out the window, watching the suburban streets of Little Whinging give way to the crowded chaos of the city. His observed skill was working overtime, picking out details he never would have noticed before. Civilian, LV, 2, civilian, LV, 3, civilian, LV, 1, normal people, going about their normal lives. Boring. But then, LV. Harry's breath caught. A woman in a purple cloak had just walked past a coffee shop, and his observe had glitched. The text was corrupted, unreadable, as if the system didn't know how to categorize what it was seeing. He watched the woman disappear around a corner, his mind racing. Magical, he thought. She must be magical. The system can't read her properly because she's like me. The implications were staggering. There were other magical people. A whole magical world, maybe, hidden right alongside the normal one. And if Harry could find his way into it. "Are you listening, boy?" Harry snapped back to attention. Aunt Petunia was glaring at him from the front seat. "Sorry, Aunt Petunia. What did you say?" "I said, we're stopping at Harrods first, and you are not to touch anything. If you break something, the cost comes out of your food for the next year." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." Harry went back to watching out the window, but his mind was elsewhere. Planning. Calculating. He needed to find that woman. Or someone like her. He needed to find the magical world. The opportunity came when Dudley threw a tantrum in the toy section. "I want it!" Dudley screamed, pointing at an elaborate model train set. "I want it, I want it, I want it. Duddy, darling, you have 3 train sets at home, I want this one." Vernon's face was purple. Petunia was fluttering around Dudley like a distressed bird. The shop attendants were staring. Other customers were backing away. Harry quietly slipped out the side door. The London streets were crowded with afternoon shoppers, but Harry moved through them like water, his enhanced agility making it easy to dodge and weave. His observed skill flickered constantly, categorizing everyone he passed. Civilian, 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 there. A man in a bowler hat that seemed slightly too old-fashioned, walking with a purpose that set him apart from the aimless shoppers. Harry followed. The man turned down a side street, then another, then through an archway that Harry could have sworn hadn't been there a moment ago. The observed glitches intensified, the system struggling to process what Harry was seeing. And then he stepped through the archway and stopped breathing. He was standing at the entrance to a cobblestone street lined with the most impossible shops he'd ever seen. Cauldrons in one window. Broomsticks in another. A store selling owls, of all things. People in robes wandered past, chatting casually about things that made no sense. Did you see the cannons game? My nephew got 12 OWLS, the price of dragon liver is outrageous these days. Location discovered, Diagon Alley, Magical District, London, warning, user lacks official magical identification. Some areas may be restricted. Harry pressed himself against the wall of the archway, heart pounding. This was it. The magical world. Real, solid, right in front of him. What do I do? He thought. I can't just walk in there. I don't have robes, I don't have, quest received, explore Diagon Alley, objectives, visit 5 different shops, 0/5, learn about your heritage, 0 to 1, acquire magical supplies, 0/1, rewards, 500 EXP, skill book, random, reputation with Wizarding World, accept. Y/N, Harry looked at the quest notification, then at the crowded magical street, then back at the notification. Accept. He took a deep breath, adjusted his too large clothes, and stepped into Diagon Alley. The first thing Harry learned was that being a scruffy 10-year-old in muggle clothes made him effectively invisible. Wizards and witches walked past him without a second glance, too absorbed in their own business to notice a child who obviously didn't belong. It reminded him of the Dursleys, actually, that same deliberate unseeing, that same comfortable assumption that anything beneath their notice didn't exist. Harry used it to his advantage. He drifted from shop to shop, never entering but always observing. His skill leveled up twice just from the intensity of his focus. Observe, LV3, the skill worked better on magical subjects now, though it still glitched occasionally. He learned that the Owl Emporium was called Elops, that the Cauldron Shop had been in the same location for 800 years, that the ice cream parlor was owned by someone named Florian Fortescue who was, according to a passing customer's observation reading, the kindest man in the alley. But the shop that drew Harry's attention most was a narrow building wedged between a clothing store and an apothecary. Flourish and Blots, bookshop, magical, books. Knowledge. Power. Harry slipped through the door. The shop was larger on the inside than the outside, which Harry was beginning to suspect was normal for magical buildings. Shelves stretched toward a distant ceiling, packed with books of every size and description. Some of them were moving. A few appeared to be screaming. One was definitely trying to eat its neighbor. Can I help you, young man? Harry spun. A witch with gray hair and spectacles was peering at him from behind a counter, her expression curious but not hostile. I'm just looking, Harry said carefully. If that's all right. Muggle-born, are you? The witch's eyes softened with something like sympathy. Got your letter early, did you? You're a bit young for Hogwarts. Harry's mind raced. Muggle-born, someone with non-magical parents who developed magic anyway. Hogwarts, a school, probably. A letter. Something like that, he said. I'm trying to learn about everything, I suppose. I don't know very much. The witch smiled. Well, you've come to the right place. We have introductory texts for Muggleborns over in Section 3. So you've discovered you're a wizard, a Muggle's Guide to Magic, that sort of thing. Thank you, Harry said, meaning it. I don't have any money, though. Wizard money, I mean. Ah. The witch's expression flickered. Well, you can still read here. Just don't damage anything. Harry nodded and made his way to Section 3, his heart hammering with anticipation. He read for 3 hours. The books were revelations, every page unlocking new understanding of the world he'd stumbled into. He learned about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where young witches and wizards were trained. He learned about the Ministry of Magic, the hidden government that regulated magical society. He learned about Gringotts, the wizard bank run by goblins. And he learned about himself. The boy who lived, the books called him. Harry Potter, who survived the killing curse and defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort. Harry stared at the page, his fingers trembling slightly. He was famous. In this world, he was famous. Not as the freak who slept in a cupboard, not as the Dursleys' unwanted burden, but as a hero. A legend. Quest update, learn about your heritage, January 1st, reputation discovered, the boy who lived, fame stat unlocked, current value, legendary, Wizarding Britain. Harry dismissed the notifications with a thought, his mind reeling. Everyone knows who I am, he realized. Everyone in this world knows my name. It should have felt good. It should have been validating, proof that he mattered, that he wasn't the nothing the Dursleys had always told him he was. Instead, it felt heavy. Complicated. They didn't know him. They knew a story. A symbol. The baby who had somehow stopped a Dark Lord, not the 10-year-old who had spent his life in a cupboard learning to be invisible. Harry returned the book to its shelf and slipped out of flourish and blots, his thoughts churning. The next shop was the apothecary, which smelled like a combination of rotting plants and something Harry couldn't identify but suspected was blood. He didn't stay long, his observed skill revealed that most of the ingredients were beyond his ability to use, but he noted the location and prices for future reference. Quest update, visit 5 different shops, 2/5, the third shop was Ollivander's, the wand shop. Harry stood outside for a long moment, staring at the dusty window display with its single wand on a faded purple cushion. I need a wand, he thought. Real magic needs a wand. But something held him back. The shop felt watchful. As if it was aware of him in a way the other buildings weren't. His observed skill flickered erratically when he tried to use it on the building itself. Ollivander's Wand Shop, EST 382 BC. Ancient magic detected, not yet, Harry decided. I'm not ready for that yet. He moved on. The fourth shop was Quality Quidditch Supplies, which sold broomsticks and sporting equipment for a game Harry had never heard of. He spent 20 minutes watching a display of enchanted models zooming around a miniature pitch, his mind cataloging the physics-defying movements for future analysis. Skill discovered, Magical Theory, LV1, the fifth shop was the strangest of all. It didn't have a name that Harry could see. The sign above the door was blank, and the window was covered with heavy curtains. But something drew him toward it, a pull that felt different from curiosity, deeper, more urgent. The door opened at his touch. Inside, the shop was small and dim, lit by candles that burned with blue flame. The walls were lined with objects Harry couldn't identify, crystals, mirrors, things that looked like instruments but had too many parts. And behind a counter at the back stood an old man with silver eyes that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. Ah, the man said. There you are. Harry's hand went to his pocket, where a loose stone from his dungeon grinding sessions waited. Were you expecting me? I've been expecting someone like you for a very long time. The man smiled, and it wasn't entirely friendly. Tell me, young one, how long have you been hearing the whispers? LV. Warning, unknown entity detected, threat assessment, Harry's muscles tensed. Every instinct he'd developed in the dungeons was screaming at him. This wasn't like the witch in the bookshop or the shopkeepers he'd observed. This was something else. Something dangerous. I don't know what you're talking about, he said carefully, edging toward the door. The optimization engine, the man said, and Harry froze. That's what they called it, you know. The ones who made it. Such an elegant name for such a dangerous thing. He knows about the system. How? Harry asked before he could stop himself. How do you know about your little power? The man's silver eyes gleamed. I know because I helped create it. Rowena was brilliant, but she needed assistance with certain, theoretical elements. I provided that assistance. And I've been waiting ever since for someone to be foolish enough to turn it back on. Quest received, escape the unknown shop, reward, survival, failure. Harry didn't wait for the quest acceptance. He bolted. The door should have been right behind him, but somehow it wasn't. The shop had shifted, the walls moving, the distance stretching. He could hear the old man laughing, a sound like breaking glass. You can't run from me, boy. I've waited 1,000 years. I can wait a little longer. Harry's mind raced. He couldn't use a dungeon instance, there wasn't enough time to generate one. His mana burst might slow the man down, but probably not for long. He needed the escape portal, he thought suddenly. Dungeon instances always have escape portals. But he wasn't in a dungeon. He was in a shop in Diagon Alley, and, wait. System query, can escape portals be generated outside dungeon instances? Processing, emergency escape protocol available, cost, 50% of current MP, activate. Y/N, yes. Blue light erupted from Harry's core, and the world twisted. He felt himself pulled through space, compressed and stretched and reassembled, and then he was falling, onto grass. Harry hit the ground hard, rolling with the impact, and came up in a defensive crouch. He was in a park. A normal, Muggle park, with normal, Muggle people walking their dogs and pushing prams. Emergency escape successful, MP, 72/145, location, Hyde Park, London. Harry sat back on the grass, shaking. His heart was pounding so hard it hurt, and his hands wouldn't stop trembling. What was that? He thought. What was that? The man had known about the system. Had claimed to help create it. Had been waiting for someone to activate it. And he'd called Harry foolish for turning it on. Quest complete, escape the unknown shop, plus 100 EXP, warning, hostile entity aware of user's existence, recommendation, increase power before next encounter. Harry stared at the notification, ice settling in his stomach. He'd thought the system was a gift. A tool to make him strong, to help him escape his terrible life. But there were things out there that knew about it. Things that had been waiting for it. And now they knew about him. Harry made it back to Harrods just as the Dursleys were loading their purchases into the car. Dudley was clutching a massive toy box, his tantrum apparently successful. Vernon and Petunia were too distracted by their son's demands to notice that Harry had been gone for nearly 4 hours. "There you are," Aunt Petunia said absently. "Get in the car. And don't touch anything." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." Harry climbed into the back seat, his mind a million miles away. That night, in his cupboard, he pulled up his status screen and studied it with new eyes. Harry James Potter level 8 HP, 120/120 MP, 145/145 stamina, 110/110 STR, 12 AGI, 18 VIT, 15 INT, 13 WS, 10 LUK, 5 MAG, 22 skills, improvised weapons, LV, 4, physical endurance, LV, 3, pain resistance, LV, 3, basic combat, LV, 4, mana burst, LV, 3, stealth, LV, 2, observe, LV, 3, domestic skills, LV, 1, magical theory, LV, 1, level 8. Pitiful. The man in the shop, whatever he was, had been so far beyond Harry's ability to read that the system hadn't even tried. "I need to get stronger," Harry thought. Much stronger. Fast. He looked at the wall of his cupboard, where the dungeon entrance had appeared every night for 3 weeks. "And I need to find out what I've gotten myself into." The next 4 weeks were the most intense of Harry's life. He abandoned the cupboard dungeon entirely. It was too easy, too slow. Instead, he started taking risks, sneaking out of the house at night, exploring London's magical underworld, hunting for challenges that would push him harder. He found them. The first was a nest of magical rats, not the shadow creatures from his dungeon, but real, physical beasts that had been exposed to dark magic and gone feral. They lived in the sewers beneath Knockturn Alley, and Harry spent 3 nights hunting them to extinction. Corrupted sewer rat, LV 5, HP 45/45, the fights were brutal. These rats were faster, smarter, more vicious than anything he'd faced before. They hunted in packs, coordinated their attacks, went for vulnerable points. Harry died twice, or would have, if he hadn't learned to always keep a health potion in reserve. But he killed them. All of them. Level up. Level up. Level up. By the end of the first week, he was level 12. The second challenge was a boggart that had taken up residence in an abandoned shop in Diagon Alley. Harry didn't know what a boggart was when he went in, his observed skill just showed, dark creature, LV 8, and a vague warning about psychological attacks. He found out the hard way. The boggart turned into Vernon Dursley, massive and purple-faced, screaming about how worthless Harry was, how he should have been drowned at birth, how no one would ever love him. Then it turned into Aunt Petunia, cold and disgusted, telling him his parents had been drunks who'd gotten themselves killed through stupidity. Then it turned into Dudley, laughing as his gang closed in, fists raised. Harry broke. He curled up on the floor of the abandoned shop, sobbing, while the boggart cycled through every person who'd ever hurt him, every voice that had ever told him he was nothing. His HP dropped steadily, not from physical damage, but from something the system called psychological trauma. HP 45/95, status effect, demoralized, all stats reduced by 30%, he was going to die. Not from a monster's claws or teeth, but from his own memories. From the weight of 10 years of abuse. No. The thought came from somewhere deep, somewhere that had survived the Dursleys, survived the cupboard, survived everything. The same place that had pushed back against the Shadow Rat Alpha with pure magical force. I am not nothing. Harry raised his head. The boggart was wearing Vernon's face again, screaming about ungrateful freaks and wasted food and all the things Harry had heard 1,000 times. I am Harry Potter. He pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the screaming, ignoring the stat penalties, ignoring everything except the creature in front of him. And I am done being afraid. Skill discovered, mental fortitude, LV 1, status effect resisted, demoralized, all stats restored. The boggart hesitated. Its Vernon face flickered, uncertain, as if it couldn't quite find purchase in Harry's mind anymore. Harry raised his hand and let loose with the strongest mana burst he'd ever produced. Critical hit. Boggart, HP, 0/65, boggart defeated. Plus 200 EXP, level up. Harry stood alone in the abandoned shop, breathing hard, his hand still raised. The boggart was gone, dissipated into wisps of dark mist, and in its place was a small, glowing sphere. Loot obtained, fear essence, rare material, loot obtained, skill book, occlumency basics. Harry picked up the items with trembling hands. His body was exhausted, his mind raw, but he was alive. And he was stronger. By the end of the second week, Harry was level 15. His routine had become almost mechanical. Wake up at dawn. Do the Dursleys' chores with system-enhanced efficiency. Slip away whenever possible. Hunt. Kill. Level. Return before anyone noticed he was gone. The skills came faster now, each new challenge unlocking abilities he hadn't known he possessed. Trap detection, LV 2, from nearly dying to a magical snare in Knockturn Alley. Poison resistance, LV 1, from a toxic plant that had brushed his skin. Enhanced senses, LV 2, from hunting in complete darkness. Intimidation, LV 1, from facing down a merchant who tried to cheat him. And occlumency. The skill book had been dry and technical, but Harry had devoured its contents. Occlumency was the art of organizing and protecting one's mind, building mental walls, categorizing thoughts, defending against intrusion. It was slow to level, requiring hours of meditation and practice, but the benefits were immediate. Occlumency basics, LV 3, bonus, mental fortitude synergy, psychological attacks 25% less effective. Harry's mind, once a chaotic mess of fear and survival instincts, was becoming ordered. Structured. Calm. And with that calm came clarity. He was being watched. Harry first noticed it during his third week of grinding, while hunting a colony of fire crabs near the Thames. His enhanced senses had pinged something wrong, a presence that didn't fit, a gaze that lingered too long. He pretended not to notice, finished his hunt, and took a circuitous route back to Little Whinging. The presence followed. "Who are you?" Harry thought, but the system didn't have an answer. His observed skill couldn't lock onto whoever was tailing him. They were too skilled, too careful, staying just outside his effective range. For 3 days, Harry played cat and mouse with his unknown stalker. He varied his routes, changed his timing, set false trails and doubled back. The presence was always there, patient and persistent. On the 4th day, Harry decided to force the issue. He set a trap. The abandoned warehouse near King's Cross had been a dungeon instance location once. Harry had cleared it of shadow creatures weeks ago. Now it was just an empty building, isolated and private. Perfect for a confrontation. Harry entered through the front door and waited. He didn't have to wait long. "You're good," a voice said from the shadows. "Most people 3 times your age couldn't have spotted me." Harry turned. A young woman was leaning against a stack of crates, arms crossed, watching him with an expression of amused interest. She had bright purple hair and a face that seemed to shift slightly every few seconds, features rearranging themselves in subtle ways. Nymphadora Tonks, LV, 22, Class, ATMRPHMAGUS/Aura and Training, Status, Curious, Impressed, Suspicious, Notes, graduated Hogwarts 3 years ago. Currently in Aura training program. Has been investigating reports of unusual magical activity in London's underworld. Natural metamorphmagus, extremely rare. Loyal to a fault. Hates being called by her first name. "Who are you?" Harry asked, his hand ready to summon a weapon from his inventory. "Name's Tonks." The woman pushed off from the crates and walked closer, her hair shifting from purple to blue as she moved. "Just Tonks. I'm with the Aurors, well, training to be one, anyway. And you're the most interesting thing I've seen in months." "I don't know what you're talking about." Tonks laughed. "Please. You've been hunting dark creatures all over London. You move like someone with twice your experience and half your age. And unless I miss my guess, you're not even old enough for Hogwarts yet." She tilted her head, studying him. "So who are you, kid? And how are you doing what you're doing?" Harry considered his options. He could fight, but Tonks was level 22, and even with his enhanced stats, he'd probably lose. He could run, the emergency escape protocol was still available, but she'd just find him again. She'd proven that already. Or he could take a risk. "My name is Harry," he said. Not his full name, not yet. "And I don't know how to explain what I'm doing. I'm not sure I understand it myself." Tonks's expression softened slightly. "Fair enough. I'm not asking you to explain everything. But here's the thing, Harry, there are people who are going to notice what you've been doing. People who won't be as friendly as me. You're leaving a trail, and sooner or later, someone's going to follow it to you." "Someone already did," Harry said pointedly. "Right. And I'm giving you a choice." Tonks stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the serious glint in her eyes beneath the playful exterior. "You can keep doing what you're doing, keep grinding, yeah, I figured out that part, until someone less friendly catches up with you. Or you can let me help." "Help how?" "I can teach you things. Real magic, not just, whatever it is you've been doing with those burst attacks. I can show you how to hide your tracks better, how to move through the magical world without attracting attention. And in return." She shrugged. "You let me study you. Figure out what's making you tick. Because whatever it is, it's something new. Something I've never seen before. Quest received, ally or enemy. Accept Tonks's offer, gain, mentor, magical training, cover, refuse Tonks's offer, gain, continued independence, increased risk, choice required. Harry looked at the quest notification, then at Tonks. She could be lying. She could be working for someone, the ministry, or worse, that silver-eyed man from the shop. This could be a trap. But his observed skill had read her as loyal. And his instincts, honed by weeks of combat and years of survival, told him she was genuine. Accept. Okay, he said. But I have conditions. Tonks grinned, her hair shifting to a bright, pleased pink. I'm listening. You don't tell anyone about me. Not the ministry, not your Auror bosses, not anyone. If I'm going to trust you, it has to be just you. Done. And you teach me everything. Not the kiddie version, not the you're too young for this version. Everything. Tonks's grin widened. Kid, you've got yourself a deal. The final week of Harry's grinding period was different. Tonks met him every night in the abandoned warehouse, putting him through his paces with a combination of magical theory and practical combat training. She taught him wand movements, useless without a wand, but essential knowledge for later. She taught him about magical creatures, their weaknesses and habitats. She taught him about the ministry, the Aurors, the political landscape of wizarding Britain. And she taught him about himself. The boy who lived, she said one night, watching him practice a wandless light spell. I should have recognized you earlier. The scar, the age, but honestly, you don't act like I expected. How did you expect me to act? I don't know. Like a hero, maybe. Like someone who knows they're famous. Tonks shook her head. Instead, you act like someone who's been fighting for survival his whole life. It's not what the stories prepared me for. Harry let the light spell fade. The stories are wrong about a lot of things. Yeah. I'm starting to figure that out. She didn't push for details about his home life. Harry appreciated that. She seemed to understand that some wounds weren't ready to be discussed. But she did help him understand the system better. Whatever this thing is, Tonks said, studying the status screen Harry had learned to project externally for short periods, it's not like any magic I've ever seen. It's not a spell or an enchantment. It's more like a framework. A structure imposed on reality. Is that bad? I don't know yet. But it's definitely unusual. And unusual things in the magical world tend to have histories. She gave him a serious look. You should research this, Harry. Find out where it came from. Who made it? Why? Harry thought about the silver-eyed man. About the corrupted text that sometimes appeared in his system notifications. I will, he said. On August 30th, the day before Harry's grinding year officially ended, something changed. He was in his cupboard, meditating to level his occlumency skill, when text appeared unbidden in his vision. System update available, version 0.2 ready for installation, new features, expanded skill trees, party system, locked, enhanced observe, dungeon customization, install now. Why/N, Harry hesitated. He'd learned to be suspicious of the system, to question its gifts. The silver-eyed man's words echoed in his mind, foolish enough to turn it back on. But he also needed power. Whatever was coming, Hogwarts, the magical world, enemies he hadn't even met yet, he needed every advantage he could get. Yes, he thought. Installing update, 5%, 23%, 67%, 94%, update complete, new skill tree unlocked, magical combat, new skill tree unlocked, stealth operations, new skill tree unlocked, social manipulation, observe enhanced, additional information now available, warning, party system requires genuine bonds to unlock, warning, some features are. The corrupted text flickered and vanished. Harry frowned, trying to pull it back, but the system didn't respond. And then, just as he was about to close the update notification, new text appeared. Text that hadn't been there before. Text that felt different. wehavbpotr.wehavbpng.westrong.westrong.wellspakagnson. Harry's blood ran cold. What was that? He demanded of the system. Who was that? Information not available at your current level. Don't give me that. Something just talked to me through you. What is it? The Watcher. More information not available. Recommendation, increase level. Increase power. Prepare. Harry stared at the text until it faded, his heart hammering. The Watcher. The silver-eyed man had said something about waiting 1,000 years. The system had been created by Rowena Ravenclaw, according to the man's claims. And now something called the Watcher was sending him messages, telling him to grow strong. I've gotten myself into something huge, Harry realized. Something much bigger than I understood. He pulled up his status screen, studying his stats with new intensity. Harry James Potter Level 16 Class, Error, Undefined, Title, Dungeon Delver, Boggart Slayer, Monster Hunter, HP, 245/245 MP, 310/310 Stamina, 220/220 STR, 25 AGI, 38 VIT, 30 INT, 28 WS, 22 LUK, 12 MAG, 45 available points, 0 skills. Primary improvised weapons, LV 8, physical endurance, LV 6, pain resistance, LV 5, basic combat, LV 7, mana burst, LV 6, stealth, LV 5, observe, LV 5, enhanced, magical theory, LV 4, mental fortitude, LV 3, occlumency basics, LV 4, trap detection. LV 3, enhanced senses, LV 4, perks, boy who lived, locked, system host, locked level 16. A year ago, he'd been a starving child in a cupboard. Now he was something else entirely. But it wasn't enough. Not for what was coming. I need to get stronger, Harry thought. I need to understand what I've gotten into. And I need to find allies. Tonks was a start. But she was just one person. He needed more. The morning of September 1st dawned gray and overcast. Harry stood in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, a letter clutched in his hand. The letter had arrived by owl 3 weeks ago, his Hogwarts acceptance, delivered to the cupboard under the stairs in a way that made it clear the magical world knew exactly where he'd been living. The Dursleys had been complicated about it. Vernon had tried to destroy the letters at first, burning them in increasingly desperate attempts to deny reality. But Harry had used his enhanced stealth skill to intercept one, and after that, things had progressed quickly. A witch named McGonagall had visited. She'd taken Harry to Diagon Alley, officially this time, with money from his vault, his own wand, his own robes, his own everything. The Dursleys had been informed in no uncertain terms that Harry would be attending Hogwarts, and there was nothing they could do about it. Wand acquired, Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, Bond Strength, Extraordinary, Note, Brother Wand to the Dark Lord's Wand, Significance Unknown. Harry touched the wand at his belt, a proper holster, purchased with his own money, and felt the warmth of connection. The wand had chosen him, according to Ollivander. Chosen him for great things. Or terrible ones. Boy. Vernon's voice boomed from the living room. The car's waiting. Harry picked up his trunk, filled with textbooks and supplies and potions ingredients, packed with military precision thanks to his system-enhanced organization, and walked out the front door. He didn't look back. King's Cross Station was crowded with muggles rushing for trains, but Harry's enhanced senses easily picked out the magical signatures moving through the crowd. He followed them to an unlikely destination, a solid brick wall between platforms 9 and 10. Location discovered, Platform 934, Hidden Magical Transit Hub, Harry watched a family of redheads run at the wall and vanish through it, one by one. He waited until the platform was clear, took a breath, and pushed his trolley forward. The wall felt like passing through a soap bubble, a moment of resistance, then nothing. And suddenly he was somewhere else entirely. Platform 9¾ was chaos. Families were everywhere, parents hugging children, owls hooting from cages, cats weaving between legs. A scarlet steam engine waited at the platform, the words Hogwarts Express gleaming in gold on its side. Harry stood at the entrance, taking it all in. This is real, he thought. This is my world now. Quest received, the Hogwarts Express, objectives, board the train, 0 to 1, find a compartment, 0/1, make at least one acquaintance, 0 to 1, survive the journey, 0 to 1, rewards, 100 EXP, reputation with Hogwarts students. Harry dismissed the notification and started toward the train. The crowd parted around him without quite realizing they were doing it, his stealth skill operating at a low level, keeping attention sliding off him. He didn't want to be recognized. Not yet. Not until he was ready. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in, pulling out a book on advanced magical theory that Tonks had recommended. The train lurched into motion, and Harry watched through the window as platform 9¾ fell away, replaced by the English countryside rushing past. Hogwarts, he thought. Whatever you are, I'm ready. The compartment door slid open about an hour into the journey. Anyone sitting here? A boy with red hair and freckles stood in the doorway, a trunk dragging behind him. Everywhere else is full. Harry gestured to the empty seat across from him. Go ahead. The boy heaved his trunk onto the rack with considerable effort and flopped down, grinning. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Ronald Bilius Weasley, LV, 3, class, wizard, untrained, status, nervous, excited, hungry, notes, 6th child of Arthur and Molly Weasley. Struggles with feelings of inadequacy compared to older brothers. Surprisingly strategic mind, obscured by insecurity. Loyal almost to a fault. Loves chess, Quidditch, and food. Harry closed his book. Harry. Nice to meet you, Harry. Ron's eyes flickered to Harry's forehead, but he didn't stare or ask about the scar. Points for tact. First year. Yeah. You. Same. My whole family's been through Hogwarts. I've got 5 older brothers who went before me. Bill and Charlie are already out, Percy's a prefect, and Fred and George are. Ron shuddered. They're Fred and George. Harry found himself smiling despite himself. There was something genuine about Ron, something uncomplicated. After weeks of navigating the magical underworld and running from unknown threats, uncomplicated was refreshing. What house do you want? Ron asked. I don't know enough about them yet. What about you? Gryffindor. Ron said it like it was obvious. Whole family's been in Gryffindor. I'd die if I got sorted into Slytherin. Why? Because Slytherin is where all the dark wizards come from. You know who was Slytherin. Harry filed that information away. And the other houses? Hufflepuff is for people who aren't good at anything else. Ravenclaw is for swats. And Gryffindor is for people who are brave. Ron puffed up slightly. The best house, basically. Quest received, house sorting, objective, get sorted into a house, reward, house membership, dormitory access, 200 EXP, Harry considered the information. Gryffindor for bravery, Slytherin for ambition, Ravenclaw for intelligence, Hufflepuff for loyalty. The system wasn't giving him direct guidance, which probably meant the choice was up to him. The compartment door slid open again. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth stood in the doorway, an expression of determined helpfulness on her face. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Hermione Jean Granger, LV3, class, witch, untrained, status, anxious, overcompensating, desperate to prove herself, notes, Muggleborn. Discovered she was magical at age 11. Has read every textbook cover to cover multiple times. Terrified of failure. Uses knowledge as armor against social rejection. Deeply lonely. Fiercely protective of those she considers friends. Haven't seen one, Ron said, sounding distinctly uninterested. I'll keep an eye out, Harry said. What does it look like? The girl, Hermione, according to his observe, brightened slightly. It's called Trevor. Brown, spotted, about this big. She held her hands apart. If you see it, Neville is in the compartment 3 doors down. Got it. Hermione nodded, glanced at the book in Harry's lap, and her eyes widened. Is that Silverwood's Advanced Theory of Magical Interactions? That's not on the first-year reading list. I like to read ahead. Me too. Hermione's face lit up with genuine enthusiasm. I've read all our textbooks already, of course, but I've also been studying additional materials. Hogwarts, a history is particularly fascinating. Did you know the ceiling in the Great Hall is enchanted to look like the sky outside? Ron looked like he was in pain. I did, actually, Harry said. Chapter 3, right? Chapter 3, pages 47 through 52. And the description of the enchantment is simply brilliant, the way it accounts for seasonal variations and weather patterns. Harry found himself drawn into the conversation despite himself. Hermione was intense, yes, and clearly socially awkward, but she was also smart. Genuinely, impressively smart. And underneath her verbal avalanche of facts and figures, he could see the desperation, the need to prove she belonged, to justify her place in a world she'd only just discovered. He recognized that feeling. He'd felt it himself, standing in Diagon Alley for the first time. And of course, the sorting ceremony is supposed to be quite impressive, though no one will tell me exactly how it works. I've asked everyone I could find, but they all just smile mysteriously. It's very frustrating. It's supposed to be a surprise, Ron muttered. Surprises are just information you don't have yet, Hermione said firmly. And I prefer to be prepared. Quest update, make at least one acquaintance, February 1st, Harry glanced at the notification. 2 acquaintances already. Ron and Hermione. Opposite in almost every way, but both genuine in their own fashion. Not friends yet, he reminded himself. Just acquaintances. Trust has to be earned. But it was a start. The train rolled on through the afternoon, the countryside giving way to wilder, more rugged terrain. Harry spent the time gathering information, observing the other students who passed by their compartment, cataloging faces and names and threat levels. Most were level 2 or 3, standard for untrained magical children. A few of the older students ranged higher. A prefect named Percy Weasley was level 8, while the twins Ron had mentioned were both level 6 with matching status effects that read, Chaos Affinity. And then there was Malfoy. The compartment door slid open for the 4th time, revealing a pale boy with slick-back blonde hair and an expression of aristocratic disdain. 2 larger boys flanked him like bodyguards. Draco Lucius Malfoy, LV. 4th class, wizard, untrained, status, arrogant, insecure, performing, notes, only child of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Raised to believe in pureblood supremacy. Desperately seeks father's approval, which is given sparingly. Lonely behind the facade. Trained in basic occlumency, unusual for his age. Potential for either darkness or redemption, depending on influences. So it's true, Malfoy said, eyes fixed on Harry. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Here we go, Harry thought. That's me, he said, keeping his voice neutral. And you are? Draco Malfoy. The boy said it like it should mean something. To be fair, given what Harry had learned about pureblood politics, it probably did. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His eyes flickered to Ron with obvious contempt. I can help you there. Harry looked at Malfoy. He looked at the two goons flanking him, Crabbe and Goyle, according to his observe, both level 3 with the mental capacity of particularly aggressive toads. He looked at Ron, whose face had gone red with anger. And then he made a decision. That's a generous offer, Harry said calmly. But I think I'll make my own judgments about who's worth befriending. Malfoy's face flushed. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you want to go the same way as your parents, Harry moved. One moment he was sitting in his seat. The next, he was standing directly in front of Malfoy, close enough that the other boy had to step back. His agility stat had carried him across the compartment faster than normal human reaction time could follow. Don't, Harry said quietly, talk about my parents. Malfoy's face had gone pale. Crabbe and Goyle were too confused to react, their target had simply appeared in front of them, faster than their eyes could track. What, how did you? I think you should leave now, Harry said. Unless you want to see what else I can do. Intimidation check, success, reputation with Draco Malfoy, fearful respect, Malfoy backed toward the door, his composure cracking. My father will hear about this. I'm sure he will. The compartment door slammed shut. Harry returned to his seat, pulse slightly elevated but face calm. Ron was staring at him with his mouth open. How did you do that? Practice, Harry said simply. Lots of practice. Night had fallen by the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Harry stepped onto the platform, his enhanced senses drinking in the new environment, the smell of pine and snow, the sound of owls hooting in the darkness, the feel of ancient magic saturating the very air. Furs years. Furs years, this way. Harry followed the voice to its source, a giant of a man, easily twice the height of a normal person, with a wild beard and kind eyes. Rubeus Hagrid, LV. 18, class, gamekeeper/half-giant, status, joyful, nostalgic, protective, notes, half-giant, half-wizard. Groundskeeper and keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Expelled in third year under suspicious circumstances, case deserves investigation. Intensely loyal to Dumbledore. Has a weakness for dangerous creatures. Knew Harry's parents. Delivered Harry to the Dursleys as an infant. Harry's eyes lingered on that last note. Delivered me to the Dursleys. He filed it away for later. Questions to ask, when the time was right. Right then, Hagrid boomed. Follow me, everyone. Watch your step. The first years followed the giant down a narrow path, stumbling in the darkness. Harry's enhanced senses made the journey easy, but he pretended to struggle along with everyone else. No need to stand out more than necessary. And then the path opened up, and Harry saw Hogwarts for the first time. The castle rose from the darkness like something out of a dream, towers and turrets and gleaming windows, perched on a cliff overlooking a vast black lake. Lights blazed from 100 windows, and the whole structure seemed to pulse with magical energy that made Harry's skin tingle. Location discovered, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, magical intensity, extreme, warning, ancient wards detected, system functionality may be affected. Harry barely noticed the warning. He was too busy staring at the castle, at this impossible, wonderful, magical place that was going to be his home for the next 7 years. I made it, he thought. I actually made it. And then, beneath the wonder and the hope, a quieter thought, whatever's coming next, I'll be ready. The boats carried them across the lake. Harry shared one with Ron, Hermione, and the toad-losing Neville, who turned out to be a nervous, round-faced boy who jumped at shadows. The castle grew larger as they approached, until it filled the entire sky above them. They disembarked at an underground harbor and climbed countless stairs until they reached a massive wooden door. Hagrid knocked 3 times. The door swung open, revealing a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes. Minerva McGonagall, LV, 35, Class, Transfiguration Master / Deputy Headmistress, Status, Nostalgic, Hopeful, Guarded, Notes, one of the most accomplished witches of her generation. Deeply protective of her students. Watched Harry's parents grow from first years to war heroes. Has spent 10 years waiting for this moment. McGonagall's eyes found Harry in the crowd, and something flickered across her face, grief, hope, determination, before her professional mask reasserted itself. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them into the entrance hall, explaining the house system in brisk, efficient terms. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention focused on the castle around him. His system was going haywire, notifications kept appearing and vanishing, warning of wards and enchantments and magical signatures too dense to process. Potter. Harry snapped back to attention. McGonagall was looking at him expectantly. Sorry, Professor. What did you say? I asked if you're ready. Harry looked at the great hall doors, behind which his future waited. He thought about everything he'd been through in the past year, the dungeons, the monsters, the silver-eyed man, the Watcher's warning. He thought about the power he'd accumulated and the enemies he'd made. And he thought about the scared boy who'd made a wish in a cupboard, 1 year ago tonight. Yes, Professor, Harry said. I'm ready. The Sorting Hat sang a song. Harry barely heard it. He was too busy scanning the great hall, cataloging every face, every threat level, every potential ally or enemy. The 4 house tables stretched toward the high table where the teachers sat, each one radiating its own distinct magical signature. Slytherin was cold and calculating. Gryffindor was warm and chaotic. Ravenclaw hummed with intellectual energy. Hufflepuff felt steady, welcoming. And at the high table, in the center chair, sat a wizard whose observed reading made Harry's blood run cold. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, LV. Class, Status, Notes, the system cannot fully process this entity. Approach with extreme caution. Harry tore his eyes away from Dumbledore, heart pounding. The sorting continued. Names were called, students were sorted, houses cheered or groaned. Harry watched without really seeing, his mind churning. Dumbledore was too powerful for the system to read. That had never happened before, not even with the silver-eyed man, not even with Tonks. What did it mean? Was he a threat? An ally? Something else entirely? Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked forward, feeling every eye in the room on him. Whispers erupted. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? Look at his scar. But he ignored them, focusing on the 3-legged stool and the tattered hat waiting for him. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. And then a voice spoke inside his mind. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Harry's occlumency shield slammed into place, an instinctive reaction to the mental intrusion. Oh, don't bother with that, the hat said, sounding amused. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years. Your shields are impressive for your age, but they won't keep me out. Now, let's see, where to put you. Harry felt the hat rifling through his thoughts, examining memories with casual efficiency. Courage, yes, plenty of that. Intelligence, certainly, you've been studying far beyond your years. Ambition, oh my, yes. You want to be powerful enough that no one can ever hurt you again. Very Slytherin. Not Slytherin, Harry thought firmly. No. Are you sure? Slytherin could help you on your way to greatness, you know. It's all here, in your head. I'm sure. Then it had better be Gryffindor. The last word echoed through the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, the Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." And Harry made his way to his new house, his new family. Quest complete, house sorting, sorted into, Gryffindor, plus 200 EXP, reputation gain, Hogwarts students, neutral interested. Harry sat down between Ron and a ghost who introduced himself as nearly headless Nick. The feast appeared on golden plates, and for the first time in his life, Harry ate until he was actually full. The Watcher's corrupted text flickered at the edge of his vision, WETOLDYOUWEWULDSPEAKAGN. Harry dismissed it with a thought. Not now, he told the presence in his system. I'm busy. He turned back to his new housemates, to the feast, to the impossible, wonderful castle that was going to be his home. Whatever came next, he'd face it. He was Harry Potter. He was level 16. He had a system that ancient forces wanted to control and a destiny he didn't understand. And he was just getting started. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the grind. The first week at Hogwarts was overwhelming in ways Harry hadn't anticipated. Not the magic, that part was easy. His months of grinding had given him a foundation that most first years couldn't dream of. While his classmates struggled to levitate feathers or transform matches into needles, Harry had to deliberately hold back, pretending to fail a few times before succeeding, so he wouldn't attract too much attention. No, what overwhelmed him was everything else. The castle itself seemed determined to confuse him. Staircases moved without warning, doors pretended to be walls, and entire corridors rearranged themselves overnight. His enhanced senses helped him navigate, but even they couldn't fully process the sheer density of magical signatures layered through centuries of enchantment. Mapping skill discovered, Hogwarts Castle, 3% mapped, 3%. After a full week of exploration, Harry looked at that notification and felt a rare moment of genuine intimidation. Then there were the people. Hundreds of students, each with their own observed reading, their own secrets and motivations and threat levels. Dozens of teachers, from the easily readable Professor Sprout, level 24, herbology master, genuinely cares about students, to the utterly opaque Dumbledore, still showing nothing but corrupted text. House dynamics, social hierarchies, old grudges and new alliances. It was a political landscape more complex than anything Harry had encountered in London's magical underworld. And everyone wanted a piece of the boy who lived. Harry. Harry Potter. Can I have your autograph? Is it true you can already cast a Patronus? My mum says you're the greatest wizard since Merlin. Harry learned to smile politely, deflect questions, and escape through the nearest passage before the crowds could fully form. His stealth skill got more of a workout in the first week of school than it had in months of hunting dark creatures. But amidst the chaos, routines began to emerge. Morning started at 6, when Harry slipped out of the dormitory while his roommates were still snoring. The Gryffindor common room was always empty at that hour, the fire burned down to embers, and Harry used the quiet time to meditate and practice his occlumency. Occlumency Basics, LV5, new ability unlocked, surface thoughts shielding, passive defense against casual legilimency now active. That last part was crucial. Harry had noticed Dumbledore's eyes lingering on him during meals, and his system had detected several subtle probing attempts during their first, and so far only, direct interaction. "Ah, Harry," the headmaster had said, appearing beside him in a corridor with that unsettling ability old people had to materialize from nowhere. "I trust you're settling in well." "Yes, sir." "Thank you." Those twinkling blue eyes had met his, and Harry had felt something brush against his mental shields, gentle, almost playful, but definitely there. Legilimency probe detected, defense, successful. Dumbledore's expression hadn't changed, but Harry could have sworn he saw a flicker of surprise. "Excellent, excellent. If you ever need anything, my door is always open." The password is lemon drop, though it does change from time to time. And then he was gone, leaving Harry to wonder just how much the old wizard knew, and how much he was deliberately hiding. Classes were, for the most part, boring. Charms with Professor Flitwick was the best of the lot. The tiny professor was a former dueling champion, level 29, according to Harry's observe, and actually knew how to teach. He structured his lessons around practical application, building from simple light spells to more complex enchantments in logical progression. Lumos, spell acquired, Wingardium Leviosa, spell acquired, skill tree unlocked, charms, charms mastery, LV2, transfiguration with McGonagall was more challenging, not because the magic was difficult, but because the professor clearly expected more from him than from other students. Her eyes would linger on his work, her critiques would be sharper, her praise more measured. Harry suspected she was testing him, trying to gauge what he was capable of. He deliberately kept his performance just above average. Good enough to avoid suspicion, not so good that it raised questions. History of magic was useless. Professor Binns was literally a ghost who had apparently died of boredom and then inflicted that same fate on generations of students. Harry spent those periods reading ahead in his textbooks or, when that got tedious, practicing his observe skill on classmates. Observation log, first-year Gryffindors, Dean Thomas, LV2, artist, football enthusiast, adapting to magical world, Seamus Finnegan, LV3, explosive magic tendency, good-natured, loyal, Lavender Brown, LV2, social climber, insecure, surprisingly strategic, Parvati Patil, LV2, quieter than she appears, close bond with twin sister, Neville Longbottom, LV3. Hidden potential, confidence issues masking significant magical reserve, that last one had caught Harry's attention. Neville, the nervous, clumsy boy who seemed to fail at everything he tried, his observed reading contained corrupted text. That usually meant something significant was being hidden, either by the target or by whatever force had created the system. Harry filed it away for later investigation. But the class that interested him most was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Quirrell was wrong. Harry had known it from the moment he'd first seen the man at the welcoming feast. His observed skill had glitched completely, displaying nothing but corrupted characters and error messages. Even now, sitting in the defense classroom while Quirrell stuttered through a lecture on basic counter-jinxes, Harry's system was struggling to process whatever it was seeing. Quirinus Quirrell, LV. Class, status, / notes, dualsignaturedtcted.anomly.danjar. Dual signature. 2 magical presences in one body. The turban. Harry's eyes kept drifting to that ridiculous purple turban wrapped around Quirrell's head. Something about it made his scar prickle uncomfortably, a sensation he'd learned to associate with danger. Can anyone tell me the primary defense against the K-knockback jinx? Quirrell asked, his stutter so pronounced it was almost theatrical. Hermione's hand shot up. The shield charm, Professor. Though at our level, simply ducking would be more practical. Very good, Miss Granger. F5 points to Gryffindor. Harry watched Quirrell's face as he spoke. The stutter, he was increasingly certain, was fake. The man's eyes were too sharp, his movements too controlled when he thought no one was watching. Whatever Quirrell was pretending to be, it wasn't what he actually was. And that turban. Harry reached out with his magical senses, trying to pierce whatever enchantment was hiding the turban's contents. For a moment, he felt something, cold, ancient, hungry, pain exploded through his scar. Harry gasped, his hand flying to his forehead. The sensation was like having a hot needle driven into his skull, and for a terrifying second, he could have sworn he heard a voice whispering just at the edge of perception. Interesting. Mr. Potter. Quirrell's voice cut through the pain. Is everything all right? Harry looked up. Quirrell was watching him with an expression of mild concern that didn't reach his eyes. Those eyes were evaluating, calculating, utterly different from the nervous professor he pretended to be. Fine, sir. Just a headache. Perhaps you should see Madame Pomfrey after class. Yes, sir. Thank you. Harry spent the rest of the lesson with his occlumency shields at maximum strength, his scar throbbing dully. Whatever was hiding in that turban, it had noticed him. And it was interested. After classes, Harry had established a routine of exploring the castle, mapping corridors, discovering secret passages, cataloging the countless magical artifacts and enchantments that filled every corner of the ancient structure. Secret passage discovered, behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, shortcut 2 East Wing, 4th floor, Hogwarts Castle, 7% mapped. He was behind a tapestry on the 3rd floor, examining what appeared to be a hidden door, when voices made him freeze. Certain it's him? Of course I'm certain. The resemblance is unmistakable. And the way he moves, the way he watches everything, that's not normal 11-year-old behavior. Harry pressed himself against the wall, his stealth skill activating instinctively. Through a gap in the tapestry, he could see 2 figures in the corridor, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Perhaps he's simply mature for his age, McGonagall said. Growing up with those awful muggles, this goes beyond maturity. Snape's voice was sharp, dismissive. He's trained, Minerva. Physically, mentally, I saw the way he held himself when Draco confronted him on the train. That wasn't a child standing up to a bully. That was a predator warning off competition. That's absurd. He's 11 years old. And James Potter was just a child when he started tormenting students half his size. Bitterness dripped from every word. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Severus, I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to watch him. Something is wrong with that boy, and if we don't discover what it is before it becomes a problem, that's enough. McGonagall's voice had gone cold. Harry Potter is a student under my care. I will not spy on him based on your paranoid grudge against his father. Snape's response was too quiet for Harry to hear, but the venom in his posture was clear. The 2 professors moved away down the corridor, their argument fading into the distance. Harry remained frozen behind the tapestry, mind racing. Severus Snape, LV, 32, class, potions master/occlumency expert/ status, hostile, suspicious, conflicted, notes, former Death Eater. Current spy for Dumbledore. Hated James Potter with obsessive intensity. Loved Lily Potter, Harry's mother, with equal intensity. Sees Harry as both a reminder of his greatest enemy and his greatest loss. Dangerous. Do not underestimate. He knows something's different about me, Harry thought. He's watching. And unlike Dumbledore, Snape wasn't even trying to hide his suspicion. The weekend brought a different kind of challenge. Come on, Harry. Ron was practically bouncing with excitement. First flying lesson. I've been waiting for this all week. Harry let Ron drag him down to the grounds, where the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were gathering around rows of school broomsticks. Madam Hooch, a hawk-eyed witch with short gray hair, was already barking instructions. Rolanda Hooch, LV, 19, class, flight instructor/former professional Quidditch referee, status, professional, alert, mildly exasperated, everyone, stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry took his position next to a battered school broom that looked like it had seen better centuries. The Slytherins were lined up across from them, Malfoy's pale face twisted into a sneer that didn't quite hide his nervousness. Stick out your right hand over your broom, Hooch called, and say, up. Up. The shout echoed across the grounds. Harry's broom leaped into his hand immediately, slapping against his palm with eager energy. He looked around. Ron's broom had rolled over lazily, Hermione's hadn't moved at all, and Neville's was actively trying to escape in the opposite direction. Skill discovered, broom riding, LV, 1, natural affinity detected, bonus TO aerial maneuvers, natural affinity, Harry murmured, looking at the notification. His father had been a Quidditch player, according to the books he'd read. Apparently, some things were inherited. Very good, Hooch said, moving down the line. Now, when I blow my whistle, I want you to kick off from the ground, hover for a moment, then lean forward and touch back down. 3, 2, Neville's broom shot into the air. The boy's face was a mask of terror as his broom rocketed upward, completely out of control. 20 feet, 30, 40, Harry tracked the trajectory with his enhanced perception, already calculating where Neville would fall when his grip inevitably failed. "Come back, boy!" Hooch shouted, but it was too late. Neville's fingers slipped. He plummeted. Harry moved. He didn't think about it, there wasn't time for thought. His legs coiled and launched him onto his broom, his natural affinity taking over as he shot across the grass like an arrow. The world narrowed to a single point, Neville's falling body, the angle of descent, the closing distance. Harry caught him 6 feet above the ground. The impact was jarring, Neville was heavier than he looked, and the school broom wasn't designed for sudden changes in momentum, but Harry managed to convert their combined velocity into a controlled spiral that deposited them both on the grass in a graceless but survivable tumble. Dexterity check, success, broom riding, LV, 2, plus 50 EXP, heroic action. Harry lay on his back, Neville sprawled beside him, both of them gasping for breath. The world was very quiet for a moment. Then the shouting started. "Potter!" Madame Hooch was running toward them, her face a complex mixture of fury, relief, and something that looked almost like admiration. The other students were crowding around, voices overlapping in excited confusion. "Did you see that? He flew like a professional, Neville could have died, wicked catch, Harry." Harry sat up, checking Neville for injuries. The boy was pale and shaking but otherwise unharmed. "You okay?" Neville nodded weakly. You saved me." "Don't mention it." "Potter." Hooch had reached them, her expression settling into something stern and evaluating. "That was the most reckless, dangerous, irresponsible," she paused, seemed to reconsider. "Brilliantly executed piece of flying I've seen from a first year in 20 years. Where did you learn to handle a broom like that?" "I didn't, ma'am. First time flying today." Hooch's eyes narrowed. She clearly didn't believe him, but she also couldn't prove otherwise. "Come with me," she said finally. "I need to speak with Professor McGonagall." 20 minutes later, Harry was standing in McGonagall's office while the Transfiguration professor stared at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Seeker," she said finally. "The youngest Seeker in a century." "Ma'am. You're joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Potter." "I don't care that first years aren't normally allowed brooms, I'll get special permission from the headmaster." Her eyes were gleaming with something that looked remarkably like competitive hunger. "We haven't won the cup in 7 years, and I'm not losing to Severus again." Quest received, Quidditch Trials, Objectives, join the Gryffindor Quidditch team, January 1st, survive your first practice. Win your first match. Rewards, 300 EXP, reputation with Gryffindor House. Harry accepted the notification with a mental flick. Quidditch hadn't been part of his plans, but it could be useful, physical training, social connections, a legitimate excuse to be out of the castle at odd hours. "Yes, Professor. I'd be honored." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Your father would be proud. He was an exceptional chaser in his day." A pause. "Just, try to be careful, Potter. The people who love you have already lost too much." Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He settled for a nod. The story of Harry's catch spread through the school like fiendfire. By dinner, everyone knew that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was not only a legendary figure but apparently also some kind of flying prodigy. The Gryffindor table was practically vibrating with excitement when Harry sat down. "Harry. Is it true McGonagall made you Seeker? You've never even flown before." "That's impossible. My brother Charlie was Seeker, you know. He could have played for England if he wanted." Ron was beside himself with vicarious pride, as if Harry's success was somehow his own achievement. Hermione was more measured, but even she seemed impressed. "The youngest Seeker in a century," she said, in that tone she used when reciting facts she'd memorized. "That's quite an accomplishment. Though I still think you should focus more on your studies. Quidditch won't help you pass your OWLS." Hermione, he just saved Neville's life with a broomstick. I think he's earned a day off from studying. I didn't say he hadn't earned it. I said. Harry let their argument fade into background noise, his attention caught by movement at the high table. Snape was watching him, those black eyes cold and calculating. Dumbledore was watching too, but his expression was different, thoughtful, maybe even pleased. And Quirrell? Quirrell wasn't looking at Harry at all. His eyes were fixed on the floor, his hands trembling around his goblet, the very picture of nervous incompetence. It was the most suspicious thing Harry had seen all day. That night, Harry slipped out of the dormitory at midnight. The castle was different after dark. The magical signatures that hummed constantly through the stones seemed to intensify, old enchantments stirring from their daytime slumber. Ghosts drifted through walls without warning. Portraits muttered in their frames, some trying to raise alarms when they spotted Harry, others simply watching with ancient, knowing eyes. Stealth, LV6, Night Vision Bonus Active, Hogwarts Castle, After Hours, Danger Level, Moderate. Harry had a destination in mind, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side. Dumbledore had specifically warned students away from it during the welcoming feast. Unless you wish to die a most painful death, he'd said, with the casual manner of someone ordering tea. The warning had been bizarre. What kind of headmaster advertised potentially lethal dangers to a school full of children? Unless the warning wasn't really for the students. Unless it was for someone else entirely. The corridor was locked, but Harry's months of practice with magical security measures made short work of it. A whispered Alohomora later, and he was through. The hallway beyond was dark and musty, clearly unused for years. Dust covered every surface, and the torches had long since burned out. Harry conjured a dim light with his wandless magic and moved forward, every sense alert for danger. He found it at the end of the corridor. A massive wooden door, reinforced with iron bands, thrummed with protective enchantments. Harry's magical senses screamed warnings. Whatever was behind that door was dangerous, powerful, and very much awake. He could hear breathing. Deep, rumbling breathing, like a giant bellows working in slow rhythm. 3 sets of breathing. Caution, high-level magical creature detected, threat level, extreme, recommendation, retreat. Harry didn't retreat. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door, focusing his enhanced senses to their limit. Beyond the wood, he could hear movement. Something massive shifting in the darkness. And beneath the breathing, another sound, a faint, musical tinkling, like a harp. Harry filed away every detail. A 3-headed creature, kept asleep by music, guarding something important enough that Dumbledore himself had sealed it away. This wasn't just a random danger, this was a deliberate setup. A trap, or a test, or a hiding place for something valuable. What are you hiding, old man? A sound behind him made Harry spin, wand raised. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Harry melted into the shadows, his stealth skill activating at maximum strength. A moment later, a figure emerged from the darkness, Snape, his black robes billowing, his face twisted with purpose. The potions master didn't see Harry. His attention was fixed on the door, his wand already moving through complex patterns. He muttered something under his breath, a password, maybe, or a disabling spell, and the door cracked open. Harry caught a glimpse of what was beyond, a monstrous dog's head, 3 of them, each the size of a car, all fortunately still drowsy from whatever enchantment kept them sleeping. Then Snape slipped through and the door closed behind him. Quest received, unravel the mystery, objectives, discover what is hidden in the third-floor corridor. Determine who wants to steal it. Protect the hidden object. Rewards, 1000 EXP. Harry waited 5 minutes, then 10, then 15. Snape didn't emerge. There had to be more security beyond the dog, traps, challenges, tests. Whatever was hidden down there, it wasn't something you could just grab and run with. Harry retreated silently, his mind churning with questions. Snape was after something. Something Dumbledore had hidden. Something worth risking a three-headed dog to reach. And whatever it was, Harry intended to find it first. The next week passed in a blur of classes, Quidditch practice, and covert investigation. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, was a fanatic. There was no other word for it. He lived, breathed, and probably dreamed about the sport, and he expected nothing less than total dedication from his players. The seeker is the most important position on the team, he told Harry during their first practice session. You catch the snitch, we win. You don't catch the snitch, we probably lose. Simple as that. Oliver Wood, LV 12, class, keeper/Quidditch obsessive, status, manic, determined, sleep-deprived, notes, has been captain for 2 years without winning a single cup. Getting desperate. Will push his players to the breaking point if allowed. The practices were brutal. Harry flew until his muscles screamed and his vision blurred, dodging bludgers and chasing practice snitches through increasingly complex obstacle courses. His system tracked his progress with clinical efficiency, broom riding, LV 4, aerial combat awareness, LV 2, reflex response, LV 3, physical endurance, LV 7, but Harry didn't mind the exhaustion. Quidditch practice gave him a legitimate reason to be out of the dormitory for hours at a time, and it pushed his physical abilities in ways that dungeon grinding hadn't. Plus, there was something almost meditative about flying, the wind in his face, the world shrinking to points of reference and vectors of approach, the pure, uncomplicated challenge of catching something that didn't want to be caught. When he wasn't practicing or sleeping, Harry was investigating. The library became his second home. He read everything he could find about Hogwarts security systems, about magical creatures, including Cerberuses, which explained the three-headed dog, about the history of the school and its founders. Hermione noticed his sudden interest in research and was delighted to help, though she asked questions Harry carefully deflected. What are you looking for, exactly? Just trying to understand how the castle works. There's so much here I don't know about. It wasn't a lie, technically. It just wasn't the whole truth. His investigation eventually led him to a single name, Nicholas Flamel. Harry found the reference buried in an obscure history of medieval alchemy, mentioned in connection with a powerful artifact, the Philosopher's Stone. A stone that could turn any metal into pure gold. A stone that produced the elixir of life, granting immortality to whoever drank it. Knowledge discovered, the Philosopher's Stone, legendary artifact, creator, Nicholas Flamel, known properties, transmutation, immortality, current location, the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore was hiding the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. And someone, Snape, Quirrell, or someone else entirely, was trying to steal it. October brought Halloween, and with it, Harry's first major crisis at Hogwarts. The day had started normally enough. Classes, practice, the usual routine of maintaining his cover while gathering intelligence. But at the Halloween feast, everything changed. The Great Hall was decorated magnificently, live bats fluttering overhead, candles floating in impossible formations, pumpkins the size of carriages leaking candy across the floor. Harry was sitting between Ron and Hermione, who had been crying earlier, though neither boy had been brave enough to ask why, when the doors burst open. Professor Quirrell sprinted into the hall, his turban askew, his face a mask of terror. Troll. In the dungeons. Troll in the dungeons. He paused in the middle of the room, swaying. Thought you ought to know. Then he crumpled to the floor in a dead faint. The great hall exploded into chaos. Students screamed, running in every direction, crashing into tables and each other. Teachers were shouting, trying to restore order. Dumbledore's voice boomed through the noise, commanding the prefects to escort students back to their dormitories. Harry's mind was working at full speed. A troll. In the dungeons. His enhanced senses were telling him something was wrong. Quirrell's terror had been too theatrical, his collapse too perfectly timed. And his magical signature, the corrupted dual presence Harry had noticed before, was pulsing with something that looked almost like satisfaction. This is a distraction. Quirrell wasn't afraid of the troll. Quirrell had let in the troll because he needed everyone's attention somewhere else while he. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry started moving toward the door, fighting against the tide of panicking students. Harry! Where are you going? Ron grabbed his arm. The dormitories are that way. Hermione's not with us. Ron's face went pale. In the chaos, neither of them had noticed that Hermione had never come to the feast. She'd been crying in the bathroom all afternoon, apparently because Ron had said something thoughtless about her having no friends. Oh no, Ron whispered. The bathrooms are near the dungeons. They looked at each other for a single, loaded second. Then they ran. The troll was massive. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a wooden club the size of a small tree. It smelled like a combination of old socks and unwashed elephant, and it was currently demolishing the girls' bathroom with single-minded intensity. Harry caught a glimpse of Hermione through the shattered door, cowering against the far wall, too terrified to move. The troll was between her and the exit, its club rising for another devastating swing. Hey! The shout came from Ron, who had picked up a piece of debris and hurled it at the troll's head. It bounced off without effect, but the creature turned, its tiny eyes fixing on this new target with dull malevolence. Over here, you ugly lump. Harry didn't waste time on distractions. While the troll was focused on Ron, he moved, ghosting around the edge of the bathroom, using the debris for cover, his stealth skill keeping him invisible to the creature's limited senses. Mountain Troll, LV. 15, HP, 450/450, Status, Angry, Confused, Hungry, Weaknesses, Low Intelligence, Slow Reflexes, Vulnerable Eyes, Level 15. The same level Harry had reached at the end of his grinding year. This wasn't a fight he could win through brute force, he'd have to be clever. The troll swung at Ron, who dove aside at the last moment. The club smashed into the floor, sending tiles flying. Harry used the noise to cover his approach, climbing up a pile of rubble until he was level with the creature's head. One shot, he thought. Make it count. He launched himself at the troll's back, grabbing its ear for leverage, and drove his wand directly into its eye. The troll screamed. A sound like grinding stone and dying animals, loud enough to shake the walls. It reached up, trying to grab Harry, but he was already moving, sliding down its back, hitting the ground in a roll, coming up beside Hermione. Run! I can't, my legs. Harry grabbed her arm and dragged her toward the door. Behind them, the blinded troll was thrashing wildly, its club demolishing everything within reach. Ron was already at the exit, holding it open. Come on! They burst into the corridor just as the troll's club came down on the doorframe, collapsing the entire entrance in a cascade of rubble. The creature roared in frustration, but it was trapped now, too large to fit through the debris. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in the corridor, gasping for breath. Mountain Troll, HP, 127/450, Status, Blinded, Enraged, Trapped, Combat Complete, Tactical Victory, plus 350 EXP, Bravery Bonus, plus 100 EXP, Teamwork Bonus, plus 75 EXP, Level Up. Harry Potter, Level 17, what, Hermione said shakily, was that? Before Harry could answer, footsteps thundered toward them. McGonagall rounded the corner, followed by Snape and Quirrell. All three skidded to a halt at the sight of the collapsed bathroom. What on earth? McGonagall's voice was shrill. I thought I told all students to return to their dormitories. Harry met her eyes. Hermione was in the bathroom, Professor. She didn't know about the troll. We couldn't just leave her. McGonagall's expression shifted through several emotions, fury, disbelief, grudging respect, before settling on something complicated. Of all the reckless, idiotic, she stopped, took a breath. 5 points to Gryffindor. Each. For sheer dumb luck. Behind her, Harry caught Snape's eye. The potion's master was staring at him with an expression that was half suspicion, half something else, something that looked almost like recognition. And Quirrell. Quirrell was watching too, his nervous facade firmly in place. But beneath the turban, Harry's magical senses detected something stirring. Something cold and calculating and deeply, deeply interested. The evening had raised more questions than it had answered. The troll attack changed things. Before Halloween, Harry had been focused on his own development, growing stronger, mapping the castle, uncovering its secrets. But the near disaster in the bathroom forced him to confront something he'd been avoiding. He couldn't do everything alone. Ron and Hermione had helped him fight the troll. Not because they were particularly powerful, they were both only level 3, but because they'd been there. They'd acted. When it mattered, they hadn't run away. Party system evaluation in progress. Bond strength, Ronald Weasley 34%, bond strength, Hermione Granger 28%, party system unlock threshold, 50%, requirement, genuine bonds of trust, genuine bonds, Harry thought. Not just allies. Friends. It was a foreign concept. He'd spent his whole life learning to rely only on himself, first with the Dursleys, then in the magical underworld, then at Hogwarts. Trust was a vulnerability. Other people were liabilities at best, threats at worst. But Tonks had trusted him. And she'd made him stronger for it. Maybe it was time to take a risk. The conversation happened a week after Halloween, in an empty classroom Harry had claimed as a study space. "There's something I need to tell you both," he said. "Something important." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. They were sitting across from him, their expressions curious but wary. After the troll incident, they'd been spending more time together, not quite friends yet, but something close to it. "Is this about the third-floor corridor?" Hermione asked. "Because I've been wondering about that too. What could possibly be so dangerous that Dumbledore warned us specifically?" "That's part of it. But there's something else." Harry took a breath. "Something about me." He'd planned this carefully. He wasn't going to tell them everything, not yet, maybe not ever. But he could give them enough to understand why he was different. Why he needed their help. "When I was growing up with the Dursleys, I had experiences. Strange things. Magical things." Harry met their eyes. "A year ago, on my birthday, something happened. Something that changed me." "Changed you how?" Ron asked. "I started seeing things. Information about people, places, objects. Numbers that told me how strong they were, what they could do, what they were feeling." Harry paused. "I know it sounds crazy. But it's true." Hermione's eyes had gone very wide. "You're describing some kind of magical perception. An innate ability to read magical signatures. That's incredibly rare, there are only a handful of documented cases in history. It's more than perception. It's a system. A framework that lets me understand the world in ways I shouldn't be able to." Harry looked at Ron, who seemed more confused than alarmed. "I can see that you're level 3. I can see that you're loyal to your family, that you feel like you're always in your brother's shadows, that you're braver than you give yourself credit for." Ron's face went through several colors. That's a bit creepy, mate." "I know. I'm sorry. I can't turn it off." "And me?" Hermione's voice was very small. "What do you see when you look at me?" Harry hesitated. "I see someone who uses knowledge as armor. Someone who's terrified of failure because she thinks that's the only value she has. Someone who's incredibly lonely but doesn't know how to fix it." He paused. "And I see someone who ran into a bathroom with a troll to help her friends, even though she was terrified." Hermione's eyes were glistening. She blinked rapidly, looking away. "Why are you telling us this?" Ron asked. Because there's something happening at Hogwarts. Something dangerous. Harry leaned forward. The Philosopher's Stone is hidden in the third-floor corridor. Someone is trying to steal it, possibly Snape, possibly someone else. And I can't stop them alone. The Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's academic instincts kicked in immediately. But that's legendary. It grants immortality and unlimited gold. Why would Dumbledore keep something so valuable here? I don't know. But I intend to find out. And I could use your help. Ron and Hermione looked at each other again. Something passed between them, a silent conversation that Harry couldn't read even with his observed skill. All right, Ron said finally. I'm in. Can't let you have all the fun, can I? Hermione nodded slowly. This is probably incredibly dangerous and we'll probably all get expelled. But, yes. Count me in. Bond strength, Ronald Weasley 51%, bond strength, Hermione Granger 49%, party system unlocked threshold reached for one member, party member added, Ronald Weasley, party stats now visible. Harry smiled, a genuine smile, one of the few he'd allowed himself since coming to Hogwarts. Then let's get to work. The weeks leading up to Christmas were a flurry of activity. Harry's investigation of the third-floor corridor accelerated, aided by Ron's knowledge of the castle. His brothers had taught him dozens of secret passages, and Hermione's research skills. They discovered that the Philosopher's Stone belonged to Nicholas Flamel, who was indeed over 600 years old thanks to the Elixir of Life. They learned that Dumbledore had been Flamel's partner in various alchemical projects. And they confirmed that multiple layers of protection guarded the stone, enchantments created by each of the Hogwarts teachers. Quest update, unravel the mystery, discover what is hidden in the third-floor corridor, January 1st, determine who wants to steal it. Protect the hidden object. It has to be Snape, Ron insisted one evening, as they huddled in their claimed classroom. He's a former Death Eater. He hates Harry. He was sneaking around on Halloween. Being suspicious doesn't make him guilty, Hermione argued. We need proof. Harry stayed silent. His observed readings of Snape were troubling. The man was hostile, yes, but there was something else there too. Guilt. Grief. A bone-deep conflict that didn't fit the profile of someone planning simple theft. And then there was Quirrell. The defense professor's dual magical signature had been bothering Harry since September. He'd done research on possession, on parasitic magical creatures, on all the ways a wizard could end up sharing their body with something else. None of the descriptions quite fit what he was sensing from Quirrell. But one name kept coming up in the literature on dark magic and immortality. Voldemort. Harry hadn't said it out loud yet. The name was too frightening, too impossible. Voldemort was dead. Harry had killed him as a baby, somehow, though no one seemed to know exactly how. He couldn't be back. He couldn't be hiding under a turban in a defense against the dark arts classroom. Could he? December arrived with the first snowfall of the season. Harry was one of the few students staying at Hogwarts for Christmas. The Dursleys certainly hadn't invited him back, and he had no desire to return anyway. Ron was staying too, his parents having gone to Romania to visit his brother Charlie. Hermione had reluctantly agreed to go home, but only after Harry promised to write if anything significant happened. Bond strength, Hermione Granger 52%, party member added, Hermione Granger, party size, March 4th, Christmas morning brought surprises. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, a knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley. How had she known about him? Some chocolate and pastries from Ron, a book on advanced defensive magic from Hermione. Small gifts, but genuine, and they made something warm bloom in Harry's chest. But the last present was different. It was wrapped in silver paper that seemed to shimmer in the morning light, with no card attached. When Harry unwrapped it, something soft and flowing spilled into his hands, a cloak made of material that seemed to be woven from liquid moonlight. Invisibility cloak, legendary artifact, Hallow, properties, complete invisibility, magical signature masking. Note, this item has a history. Be careful. A note fluttered to the ground. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Harry stared at the cloak, his mind racing. His father's invisibility cloak. A legendary artifact. Given to him by, who? Dumbledore? Someone else? And why now? He pulled the cloak around his shoulders and watched his body vanish from existence. Skill discovered, invisibility cloak operation, stealth bonuses dramatically enhanced when cloak is equipped. Warning, cloak does not mask sound, scent, or physical presence. Harry smiled slowly. Time to do some real investigating. The next few nights were productive. Under the protection of the invisibility cloak, Harry explored parts of Hogwarts he'd never been able to reach before. He slipped past patrolling teachers, ducked through restricted corridors, and mapped sections of the castle that his earlier efforts had barely scratched. Hogwarts Castle, 23% mapped, but the most significant discovery came on his third night of exploration. Harry found a mirror. It was standing in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor, covered in dust but somehow still gleaming. When Harry pulled back the cloak and looked into the glass, he saw himself. But not himself as he was. Himself surrounded by people, a woman with red hair and green eyes, a man with messy black hair and glasses, other figures standing behind them, all smiling, all reaching out as if to touch him. Mirror of Eriste, legendary artifact, properties, shows the deepest desire of the viewer's heart. Warning, highly addictive. Do not stare for extended periods. Harry stood frozen before the mirror, tears he hadn't given permission streaming down his face. His parents. He was seeing his parents. For the first time in his memory, he was looking at their faces, really looking, not just pictures in a book, and they were there, right in front of him, so close he could almost touch them. Mom, he whispered. Dad. The figures in the mirror smiled and waved. Harry didn't know how long he stood there. Minutes? Hours? The system warning about addiction felt very far away, irrelevant in the face of this desperate, aching need to stay, to look, to be with them just a little longer. Back again, Harry. The voice was gentle, unthreatening, but Harry still spun with his wand raised. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his robes pale blue in the moonlight, his expression kind and terribly sad. I see you've discovered the Mirror of Eriste. A remarkable artifact. Dangerous, too. The old wizard moved closer, not looking at the mirror himself. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they've seen. What do you see? Harry asked, his voice rough. When you look in it? Me. Dumbledore's smile was wistful. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have too many socks. Lie detected, Harry didn't call him out on it. Whatever Dumbledore saw in the mirror, it was clearly painful. Some wounds deserved privacy. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Dumbledore continued. I ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Yes, sir. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly satisfied. One more thing, Harry. Whatever you're investigating, and I know you're investigating something, because you're your father's son, be careful. There are forces at work in this castle that even I don't fully understand. Some of them are very old, and very dangerous. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. Is the stone safe? A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face, quickly hidden. So you've discovered that too? Yes, Harry, the stone is safe. For now. He paused. But nothing remains safe forever. That's why we must remain vigilant. He swept out of the room, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the fading image of his parents in the mirror. January brought Quidditch season and a new set of problems. Harry's first match was against Slytherin, and the entire school seemed to be holding its breath. Gryffindor vs Slytherin was always the most anticipated match of the year, and with the youngest seeker in a century on one side, the stakes felt even higher. "Just catch the snitch," Oliver would told him for the 100th time, his eyes slightly manic. "That's all you have to do. Find the snitch, catch the snitch, win the game. Simple." Simple, Harry agreed, not feeling simple at all. The match started badly. Harry was 50 feet in the air, scanning for the snitch, when his broom suddenly lurched sideways. He grabbed the handle, fighting for control, but the broom wasn't responding. It was bucking and rolling like a wild animal, trying to throw him off. Warning: external magical interference detected, broom control compromised, source: someone was jinxing his broom. Harry's enhanced perception caught the traces of magic, dark, focused, coming from somewhere in the stands. But he couldn't identify the source while fighting to stay alive. The broom spun violently, and Harry's grip slipped. For a terrifying moment, he was hanging by one hand, 200 feet above the ground, the crowd screaming below. "Focus," he told himself. "Find the source. Stop the jinx." He reached out with his magical senses, tracing the dark threads of the curse back to their origin. The stands. The teacher's section. Two sources, no, one source, but two people were casting. One was maintaining the jinx. The other was trying to counter it. Jinx source identified, Quirinus Quirrell. Counter jinx source identified, Severus Snape. Snape is trying to save me. The world tilted again as the broom made another violent attempt to unseat him. Harry's fingers were slipping, his muscles screaming with strain. He had seconds at most. Fine. Two can play this game. Harry reached deep into his magical core and pushed. Not a mana burst, that would be too obvious. Instead, he sent a targeted pulse of magic down the jinx's threads, a disruption wave designed to break the caster's concentration. In the stands, Quirrell flinched. The jinx faltered. Harry pulled himself back onto the broom, which had stabilized enough to be rideable again. He dove toward the pitch, spotted a glint of gold near the Slytherin keeper, and went into the fastest pursuit of his life. The Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, saw the snitch too late. Harry stretched out his hand, fingers closing around the tiny golden ball, and then he was pulling up, the crowd erupting around him, the match over in a spectacular upset. Quest complete, win your first match, plus 300 EXP, reputation with Gryffindor House, significantly increased, reputation with Slytherin House, decreased, level up. Harry Potter, level 18, Harry landed to a mob of celebrating Gryffindors, but his mind was elsewhere. Quirrell had tried to kill him. Snape had tried to save him. Everything he'd assumed about who the enemy was had just been turned upside down. The corrupted text in his system notifications had been right all along. The danger wasn't coming from where he'd expected. The danger was wearing a purple turban and teaching defense against the dark arts. That night, Harry called an emergency meeting. Quirrell. Ron looked incredulous. The stuttering idiot. He can barely finish a sentence without falling over. It's an act, Harry said. The stutter, the nervousness, all of it. He's hiding something. Something dark. He hesitated, then decided to trust them with the rest. I think he might be possessed. There's a second magical signature inside him, something cold and old and very, very dangerous. Hermione had gone pale. Possessed? By what? I don't know for certain. But I have a theory. Harry told them about Voldemort. About the way the name made people flinch, about the incomplete historical records, about the persistent rumors that the Dark Lord wasn't truly dead, just weakened, waiting for a chance to return. You think you know who is possessing Quirrell? Ron's voice was barely a whisper. That's insane. It fits the evidence. Quirrell went traveling after he graduated, to Albania, according to the staff gossip. That's where Voldemort was last rumored to be hiding. He came back changed, nervous, wearing that turban he never takes off. Harry met their eyes. And today, he tried to kill me. That's not random. Voldemort has tried to kill me before. It makes sense that he'd try again. We have to tell someone, Hermione said. Dumbledore already knows something's wrong. He's watching Quirrell too. But he hasn't acted yet, which means he's either waiting for something or he doesn't have proof. Harry shook his head. We can't rely on the adults to handle this. If Voldemort, gets the Philosopher's Stone, he'll come back. For real. Forever. And then everyone we care about is in danger. Silence stretched between them. So what do we do? Ron asked finally. We watch. We wait. We get stronger. Harry's voice hardened. And when Quirrell makes his move, we stop him. Quest updated, unravel the mystery, discover what is hidden, complete, determine who wants to steal it, complete, protect the hidden object, in progress, new objective, stop Voldemort, reward. The rest of the school year became a careful dance. Harry continued his training, pushing his system abilities to their limits. His physical stats grew steadily, strength, agility, vitality all climbing toward levels that would have seemed impossible a year ago. His magical abilities expanded too, as he practiced spells in secret and unlocked new branches of his skill trees. Harry Potter, status update, level, 20, STR, 32, AGI, 45, VIT, 38, INT, 35, WS, 28, LUK, 15, MAG, 58, Skills, Notable, Combat Magic, LV, 5, Stealth Operations, LV, 8, Observe, LV, 7, Occlumency, LV, 6, Magical Theory, LV, 8, Broom Riding, LV, 6, Party Leadership, LV, 2, Ron and Hermione grew too, though more slowly. Harry helped them train, teaching Ron basic combat techniques, helping Hermione understand the practical applications of her theoretical knowledge. Their bond strength increased with every session. Bond strength, Ronald Weasley 68%, bond strength, Hermione Granger 71%, party sync active, minor stat bonuses enabled. Meanwhile, they watched Quirrell. The defense professor seemed to grow more agitated as the months passed. His stutter worsened, his eyes developed dark circles, and he sometimes clutched his head as if fighting off intense pain. Harry's observed readings showed increasing conflict between the two signatures inside him, the original Quirrell, weak and fading, and the cold presence that was slowly consuming him. Quirinus Quirrell, status update, secondary presence, dominant, host integrity, 23%, estimated time until host failure, 2 to 4 months. Voldemort was killing Quirrell to stay alive. And when the host body failed, he would need a new source of power. The Philosopher's Stone. June arrived hot and heavy with approaching exams. Harry had just finished his last test, History of Magic, which he'd passed easily thanks to his enhanced memory and research skills, when the system notification appeared. Alert, major quest event imminent, Quirrell is making his move tonight, recommend immediate action. Harry found Ron and Hermione in the common room, both looking exhausted from the exam. Tonight, he said quietly. It's happening tonight. They didn't ask how he knew. They'd learned to trust his instincts, his system, though they didn't call it that, over the past months. What's the plan? Ron asked, already reaching for his wand. We go to the third-floor corridor. We get past the protections. And we stop Quirrell before he reaches the stone. Harry's voice was steady, but inside, his heart was racing. This is going to be dangerous. More dangerous than anything we've faced. If either of you want to back out, don't be stupid, Hermione said firmly. We're coming. Wouldn't miss it, Ron agreed. Party morale, high, bond strength bonus active, all party members, plus 5% to all stats. Harry smiled despite the tension. Then let's go save the world. The third-floor corridor was dark and quiet when they arrived. The door was already open, Quirrell had gone through hours ago, probably during the feast when everyone was distracted. Harry could feel the traces of his magic hanging in the air, a cold trail leading down into darkness. "Remember what we learned about the protections," Hermione whispered. "Fluffy first, he's put to sleep by music. Then Devil's Snare, fire or light will make it release you. Then the flying keys, the chess set, the potions puzzle. And whatever's at the end," Ron added grimly. They moved forward. Fluffy was already unconscious when they reached him. An enchanted harp was playing beside the trapdoor, its strings moving on their own. Harry led the way down, dropping into darkness, and landed on something soft and yielding. Devil's Snare, LV. 12, magical plant, dangerous, weakness, fire, bright light. The vines were already wrapping around them, tightening with surprising strength. Harry felt Hermione panic beside him, heard Ron cry out as tendrils wound around his throat. Lumos Solum. Hermione's spell erupted like a miniature sun, and the Devil's Snare recoiled, releasing them. They tumbled through and landed in a stone corridor, gasping. "Good thinking," Harry said, helping them both up. "Come on. He's ahead of us." The flying keys were next, a room full of enchanted keys fluttering like birds around a broomstick waiting in the corner. Harry spotted the right key immediately, his observed skill highlighted it with a marker, mounted the broom, and caught it in under 30 seconds. Plus 50 EXP, the chess set was Ron's moment. The giant pieces were magnificent and terrifying, each one twice the size of a human. Ron took command immediately, his strategic mind finally finding a worthy challenge. "Harry, you be a bishop. Hermione, you're the castle. And I'll be a knight." The game was brutal. Pieces were smashed, sacrifices were made, and at one critical moment, Ron threw himself in harm's way to create an opening for Harry. "G.O.," he shouted as a white queen bore down on him. "Get the stone. Don't worry about me." Harry ran. Bond strength, Ronald Weasley 79%, party member status, injured but stable. The potions puzzle stopped Hermione, not because she couldn't solve it, but because there was only enough potion for one person to continue. "Go," she said, pressing the tiny bottle into Harry's hand. "I'll go back for Ron, make sure he's okay. You stop Quirrell." "Hermione, this is your quest, Harry. We got you this far. Now finish it." Bond strength, Hermione Granger 82%, Harry drank the potion, ice flooding his veins, and walked through the black flames into the final chamber. Quirrell was waiting for him. The chamber was circular, with the mirror of Eriste standing in its center. Quirrell stood before it, his back to Harry, his turban slightly askew. He wasn't stuttering anymore. "I wondered when you'd arrive," Quirrell said, his voice smooth and confident, nothing like the nervous wreck he pretended to be all year. "The great Harry Potter, come to play hero." "Step away from the mirror," Harry said, his wand raised. "It's over, Quirrell." "Is it?" Quirrell turned, and Harry saw that his face had changed, sharper somehow, more predatory. "I think you'll find it's just beginning." Quirinus Quirrell, LV, 25, secondary presence, status, hostile, note, host is failing. Secondary presence approaching full manifestation, the stone is protected, Harry said. "You can't reach it." "No. I can't." Quirrell's smile was terrible. "But you can. Dumbledore's final protection, the mirror gives the stone only to someone who wants to find it, but not use it. A noble sentiment. But ultimately useless, because you're going to get it for me." "Why would I do that?" "Because," said a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, cold and high and inhuman, "I will kill your friends if you don't. Let me speak to him, face to face." Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. What lay beneath was not a skull. It was a face, gray and twisted, with slitted red eyes and nostrils like a snake's. It was pressed against the back of Quirrell's head, sharing his body, feeding off his life force. "Entity identified, Tom Marvolo Riddle, alias, Lord Voldemort, level, warning, extreme danger, host body failing, current manifestation at 15% power, Harry Potter, Voldemort whispered. We meet again. The next few minutes were the longest of Harry's life. Voldemort explained his plan, using the stone to regain a body, rising to power once more, finishing what he'd started 11 years ago. He offered Harry a place at his side, promised power beyond imagination, spoke of destiny and fate and the weakness of love. Harry listened without really hearing. His mind was racing through options, calculating probabilities, searching for any advantage. Analysis: Voldemort at 15% power, Quirrell host body, failing, probability of direct combat victory, 23%, probability of escape, 67%, recommended action, stall for time, wait for reinforcements. No, Harry thought. I'm not running. He'd spent his whole life running. From the Dursleys, from bullies, from his own fears. He'd built the system to make himself strong enough that he'd never have to run again. If he ran now, Voldemort would get the stone. He'd return. And next time, he wouldn't be at 15% power. I'll never join you, Harry said, his voice steady. Then you'll die. Quirrell lunged, but Harry was faster. The fight was brutal and short. Quirrell had years of training and Voldemort's tactical guidance. Harry had system-enhanced reflexes and the desperate strength of someone with nothing left to lose. Spells flew. Furniture shattered. The mirror cracked. And then Harry grabbed Quirrell's face with his bare hands. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Quirrell screamed. His skin began to blister and crack where Harry touched it, smoke rising from the contact point. Whatever protection Harry carried, his mother's sacrifice, the system's unique magic, something else entirely, it was anathema to Voldemort's corrupted essence. Contact damage, active, Quirrell HP, critical, Voldemort presence, destabilizing, Harry didn't let go. Even as his own hands burned, even as pain unlike anything he'd ever felt tore through him, he held on. Quirrell thrashed and screamed, Voldemort's voice shrieking curses and promises and threats. And then, suddenly, silence. Quirrell crumbled to dust. A dark shadow ripped free from the remains and fled, howling with rage, disappearing through the ceiling and into the night. Harry collapsed. Combat complete, Quirrell, defeated, Voldemort, escaped, Wraith form, Philosopher's Stone, secured, quest complete, stop Voldemort, plus 2000 EXP, level up. Level up. Harry Potter, level 22, Harry lay on the cold stone floor, his burned hands throbbing, his body aching, his consciousness fading. But he was smiling. I did it, he thought. I actually did it. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was a familiar figure appearing in the doorway, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, eyes filled with something that might have been pride. Well done, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. Well done indeed. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. His hands were bandaged, his body was sore, and his system was displaying a cascade of notifications he'd been too unconscious to dismiss. But he was alive. Ron and Hermione were alive. The stone was safe. Dumbledore explained what had happened after he'd passed out, how the stone had been destroyed, Nicholas Flamel had agreed it was too dangerous to exist, how Quirrell's death had been ruled an accident, no mention of Voldemort in the official reports, how Harry's actions had saved the entire school from a threat no one else had detected. But he'll be back, won't he? Harry asked. Voldemort. He's not really dead. No, Dumbledore admitted. He is not dead. He cannot be killed while certain conditions remain in place. But you've set him back, Harry. Years, perhaps decades. When he returns, you'll be stronger. We'll all be stronger. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't the victory he'd wanted, total, permanent, complete. But it was enough. For now. The end of term feast was a celebration. Gryffindor won the House Cup, last-minute points from Dumbledore pushed them past Slytherin, much to Malfoy's fury. Ron was hailed as a hero for his chess sacrifice. Hermione was praised for her quick thinking throughout the trials. And Harry. Harry was just Harry, sitting between his friends, eating good food, pretending everything was normal. Year 1 complete, final status, Harry Potter, level 22, STR, 35 AGI, 48 VIT, 41 INT, 38 WS, 32 LUK, 18 MAG, 62, skills, 47, various levels, party members, 2, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, reputation, legendary, Hogwarts, main quest, defeat Voldemort, in progress. As Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey home, he pulled up one final notification, Year 1 summary, challenges overcome, 12, mysteries solved, 3, enemies defeated, 47, friends made, 2. True bonds, the Watcher's note, you did well. But this was only the beginning. Grow stronger. We will speak again soon. Harry dismissed the message with a flick of his mind. The Watcher, the system, whatever destiny was calling him, it could wait. Right now, he had friends beside him, a victory behind him, and a whole summer ahead. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was looking forward to the future. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Hidden World. Summer at the Dursleys was different this time. Harry sat in his room, a real room now, Dudley's second bedroom, surrendered after the Hogwarts letters had revealed that the Wizarding World knew exactly where Harry slept, and watched the sunset paint the suburban street in shades of orange and gold. His trunk was locked, his wand hidden, his textbooks concealed beneath a loose floorboard he'd discovered on his third day back. But this time, he wasn't trapped. Summer training protocol, active, daily objectives, physical conditioning, 0 to 1, magical theory study, 0/1, occlumency practice, 0/1, stealth reconnaissance, 0/1, completion bonus, plus 50 EXP per day. The Dursleys had learned, over the past year, that Harry was not the same boy who'd left for Hogwarts. They didn't know the details, didn't know about the troll or the philosopher's stone or the wraith of the most dangerous dark wizard in history, but they sensed the change. Vernon's bluster had lost its edge. Petunia's contempt had curdled into something closer to fear. Even Dudley, still enormous but somehow diminished, gave Harry a wide berth. Observe, Dursley family, status update, Vernon Dursley, LV, for, status, intimidated, resentful, confused, notes, suspects Harry is more dangerous than he appears. Correct instinct. No longer confident in his authority. Petunia Dursley, LV, 3, status, terrified, guilty, conflicted, notes, knows more than she admits about magic and its costs. Sister's death weighs heavily. Considers warning Harry about something but cannot bring herself to speak. That last note caught Harry's attention. Petunia knew something about his mother, about magic, about whatever had happened the night his parents died. He filed it away for later investigation. For now, he had training to complete. The physical conditioning happened at night. Harry slipped out of the house at 2 a.m., when even the neighborhood insomniacs had finally succumbed to sleep, and ran. His route took him through Little Whinging's empty streets, past sleeping houses and silent parks, pushing his body to its limits and then beyond. Physical endurance, LV, 9, running speed, 18 miles per hour, sustained, stamina recovery rate, plus 15% from baseline. After the run came the exercises, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, core work. Harry had developed a routine based on military training manuals he'd found in the Hogwarts library, modified for his system-enhanced physiology. Each rep earned tiny amounts of experience. Each session pushed his physical stats a fraction higher. STR, 36, plus 1, VIT, 43, plus 2, physical training complete, plus 25 EXP. The magical theory study happened during the day, hidden in plain sight. Harry had transcribed key passages from his textbooks into a mundane-looking notebook, which he read openly in the garden while the Dursleys assumed he was doing summer homework. The theoretical knowledge reinforced his practical abilities, unlocking new understanding of spell mechanics and magical principles. Magical Theory, LV 10, New Insight, Spell Modification Fundamentals, understanding how to adjust standard spells for increased efficiency or alternate effects. Occlumency practice was the hardest part. Without external threats to defend against, Harry had to create his own challenges, deliberately surfacing painful memories, then learning to compartmentalize and control them. The process was exhausting and often left him drained, but the results were worth it. Occlumency, LV 8, New Ability, Memory Palace Construction, organize and protect memories within a mental construct, passive defense now significantly enhanced, and the stealth reconnaissance. That was where things got interesting. Harry had discovered, during his first week back, that little whinging was not as mundane as it appeared. His observe skill, which he kept running at low intensity whenever he was outside, had pinged something unusual on day 3. A woman walking her dog past number 4, her magical signature faint but unmistakable, her path just a little too deliberate to be coincidental. Arabella Fig, LV 7, Class, Squib/Observer, Status, Watchful, Protective, Frustrated, Notes, Member of the Order of the Phoenix. Assigned to monitor Harry Potter. Unable to perform magic but capable of seeing magical phenomena. Reports regularly to Dumbledore. Mrs. Fig. The cat lady who'd babysat him during Dudley's birthday parties. The woman he'd thought was just a lonely neighbor with too many pets. She was a spy. Harry spent the next 2 weeks mapping the surveillance network around Privet Drive. Mrs. Fig was the primary observer, but she wasn't alone. He detected at least 3 rotating magical signatures in the area, wizards under concealment charms, watching from hidden positions, maintaining a perimeter that centered on number 4. Surveillance network analysis, primary observer, Arabella Fig, Squib, secondary observers, 3 to 4 wizards, rotating shifts, coverage, 24/7, reporting to, Albus Dumbledore, probable, notes, protection detail. Or containment. Unclear. Dumbledore was watching him. Had probably been watching him for years, given Mrs. Fig's established presence in the neighborhood. The old wizard had mentioned, during their conversation in the mirror chamber, that Harry was protected at Privet Drive, something about his mother's sacrifice, about blood and love and ancient magic. But protection and surveillance weren't the same thing. Harry didn't confront the observers. Instead, he learned their patterns, mapped their blind spots, and began slipping through the perimeter whenever he wanted. It was good practice for his stealth skill, and it gave him something the observers probably didn't expect, leverage. Stealth Operations, LV 10, New Ability, Surveillance Detection, Passive Awareness of Being Watched, Counter-surveillance techniques now available. July brought letters. Ron's arrived first, delivered by the smallest owl Harry had ever seen, a hyperactive ball of fluff that nearly knocked itself unconscious against his window before he could open it. Harry, hope the Muggles are treating you okay. Things are mental here. Dad won the Daily Prophet Grand Prize draw, 700 galleons. We're going to Egypt to visit Bill. Charlie says hello. Ginny won't stop talking about you, don't ask. Percy's been made head boy and won't shut up about it. Mum says you can come stay for the last week of summer. Please say yes. I need someone sane to talk to. Ron P.S. Hermione's in France. She's sent about 1,000 letters already. I think she's trying to learn the entire country by heart. Harry smiled at the letter, then carefully composed a response. He wanted to accept immediately, a week away from the Dursleys, a week with actual friends, but he needed to consider the logistics. Leaving the observation perimeter. Explaining his absence. The potential complications. Quest received, visit the Burrow, objectives, escape Dursley surveillance, 0/1, reach the Weasley residence, 0/1, maintain cover with observers, 0/1, rewards, 200 EXP, reputation with Weasley family, social skills training, Hermione's letter arrived 2 days later, thick with parchment and practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Dear Harry, France is wonderful. The magical community here has such a different approach to spellcasting. They emphasize elegance and precision over raw power, which I find fascinating. I've been reading everything I can find about French magical history, and did you know that Beauxbatons Academy is actually older than Hogwarts? The founders. The letter went on for 6 pages. Harry read every word, appreciating the detail even as he recognized what it really was, Hermione's way of staying connected, of proving she hadn't forgotten him, of being present even from across the channel. He wrote back, keeping his own letter shorter but no less genuine. He mentioned his training routine, without specifics, his observations about the surveillance, coded, in case the letters were being monitored, and his plans to visit the burrow. Bond strength, Hermione Granger 84%, bond maintenance, successful, the escape from Privet Drive required careful planning. Harry had identified a window in the observation schedule, a 15-minute gap every third night when the shift change left a gap in coverage. He'd confirmed it 3 times, testing the boundaries with increasingly bold movements, before he was satisfied. On July 29, at 11:47 p.m., Harry made his move. His trunk was packed and shrunk, a trick he'd learned from the advanced charms section of the Hogwarts library, technically illegal for underage wizards but undetectable if done carefully. His owl, Hedwig, had been sent ahead with instructions to meet him at the burrow. His route was memorized, his contingencies planned. Stealth mission, active, objective, reach extraction point undetected, detection chance, 3.7%, calculated. Harry slipped out the back door, keeping low, using the garden fence as cover. His enhanced senses tracked the magical signatures of the observers. One was 3 streets over, another was focused on the front of the house, the third hadn't arrived yet for the shift change. He moved. The journey to the edge of the surveillance perimeter took 4 minutes. Harry crossed it at a dead run, hitting the boundary at exactly the moment when all observers were at maximum distance. By the time they realized he was gone, if they realized, he would be miles away. Surveillance perimeter, breached, detection, none, mission status, on track. The extraction point was a Muggle bus stop on the edge of Little Whinging. Harry waited there for exactly 3 minutes before a triple-decker purple bus materialized out of thin air, nearly flattening a lamp post in the process. Night bus, detected, emergency wizarding transport, fare, 11 sickles, standard, 13 with hot chocolate, welcome to the night bus, announced a pimply young conductor, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this eve. Blimey, is that Harry Potter? Harry winced internally. So much for a low-profile escape. Just Harry, he said. I need to get to Devon. The burrow, near Ottery St. Catchpole. Stan's eyes went wide, but he recovered quickly, clearly used to unusual passengers. Right you are, then. That'll be 11 sickles, or 13 if you want a toothbrush and a hot water bottle. Harry paid the 11 sickles and found a seat, or rather, a bed, since the night bus apparently converted to sleeping quarters for night travel. The journey was chaotic, the bus squeezing between obstacles that shouldn't have been squeezable and jumping vast distances in single lurching bounds. Harry's system tracked their progress with bemused efficiency. Travel log, Little Whinging London, 0.3 seconds, London Birmingham, 0.7 seconds, Birmingham Wales, 0.4 seconds, Wales Devon, 0.6 seconds, total travel time, 23 minutes, laws of physics violated, several. The burrow materialized out of the darkness. A ramshackle house that looked like several buildings had gotten into a fight and decided to merge rather than separate. Rooms jutted at impossible angles. Chimneys sprouted from unexpected locations. The whole structure seemed to defy gravity through sheer stubbornness. Location discovered, the burrow, Weasley family residence, magical saturation, high, threat level, minimal, protective wards detected, feeling, home. That last notification surprised Harry. The system didn't usually comment on feelings. But looking at the crooked little house with its warm yellow windows and its garden full of gnomes and chickens and general chaos, he understood. This was what a home was supposed to feel like. Harry. Ron burst out of the front door before Harry could even knock, nearly tackling him in an enthusiastic embrace. Behind him came the twins, Fred and George, grinning identically mischievous grins. Behind them came Ginny, who took one look at Harry and promptly fled back inside with a squeak. You made it. Ron was practically bouncing. Mum's been cooking all day, she's mental, honestly, you'd think the minister was coming instead of just you, let the boy breathe, Ron. Mrs. Weasley appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on an apron, her face split by a warm smile. Harry, dear, come in, come in. You're far too thin, don't those awful muggles feed you? Molly Weasley, LV, 18, class, homemaker/duelist, former, status, maternal, protective, formidable, notes, don't let the apron fool you. Capable of terrifying combat magic when her family is threatened. Unofficial leader of the Weasley household. Currently viewing Harry as an unofficial seventh son. Harry let himself be swept into the burrow, surrounded by warmth and noise and the kind of chaotic affection he'd only ever read about in books. The Weasleys were everywhere, Mr. Weasley asking about rubber ducks and electricity, Percy lecturing about his new head boy responsibilities, the twins trying to feed Harry something that was probably hexed, Ginny peeking around corners and blushing whenever Harry looked her way. It was overwhelming. It was wonderful. Reputation with Weasley family, significantly increased, new status, honorary Weasley, dinner was a feast, roast chicken, potatoes, vegetables, fresh bread, more food than Harry had seen in a single sitting outside of Hogwarts. He ate until he couldn't move, listening to the family chatter about Egypt and work and school, feeling something a knot in his chest that he hadn't even realized was tight. After dinner, Ron dragged Harry up to his room, a tiny space at the very top of the house, plastered with Chudley Cannon's posters, barely big enough for one bed let alone a guest. Sorry about the mess, Ron said, kicking dirty clothes under the bed. And the noise. And the gnomes. And basically everything. It's perfect, Harry said, meaning it. Bond strength, Ronald Weasley 85%, approaching maximum bond potential, they talked until midnight, about Hogwarts, about their summers, about Quidditch and teachers and the upcoming year. Harry didn't mention the surveillance network or his training regimen or the weight of the Watcher's cryptic messages. Some things were easier to carry alone. But when Ron finally fell asleep, snoring gently in the bed beside Harry's camp cot, Harry lay awake and thought about what it meant to have people who cared about him. Leverage, the old part of him whispered. Vulnerability. Weakness. Family, another part answered. Strength. Purpose. The system offered no guidance. Some calculations couldn't be reduced to numbers. The week at the Burrow was the happiest of Harry's life. He helped degnome the garden, the gnomes were resistant but ultimately no match for his enhanced strength. He played Quidditch with Ron and the twins, his broom handling had apparently gotten even better over the summer. He sat in the kitchen while Mrs. Weasley cooked and Mr. Weasley asked endless questions about Muggle technology. He even managed a few conversations with Ginny, who gradually stopped fleeing whenever he entered a room. Ginevra Weasley, LV, 3, class, which, untrained, status, infatuated, embarrassed, stubborn, notes, youngest Weasley. Grew up on stories of Harry Potter. Developing a crush that she's desperately trying to hide. Underneath the shyness, personality similar to the twins, fierce, funny, reckless. Potential, high. You're not what I expected, Ginny said one evening, when Harry found her alone in the garden, watching the sunset. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone taller. More, heroish. She blushed. That sounds stupid. It's not stupid. Everyone has expectations. I've gotten pretty good at not meeting them. Ginny laughed, a real laugh, not the nervous giggle she usually defaulted to around him. Ron says you're the best seeker Hogwarts has seen in decades. And that you fought a troll and you know who. That sounds pretty heroish to me. Ron talks too much. Ron never shuts up. She paused. But I don't think he's wrong about you. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He settled for a shrug, which Ginny seemed to accept. Bond formed, Ginevra Weasley, initial strength, 23%, potential party member detected. The last day of August brought Hermione and the trip to Diagon Alley. The Grangers had arranged to meet the Weasleys at the Leaky Cauldron, allowing both families to shop together for school supplies. Harry was looking forward to seeing Hermione. Her letters had been full of enthusiasm about her summer studies, and he was curious to see how much she'd grown. The flu journey from the Burrow was chaotic. Harry still hated magical fire travel, and he emerged from the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace covered in ash and coughing. But Hermione was waiting, already bouncing with excitement, and her crushing hug made the discomfort worth it. Harry! You look taller. Have you been exercising? Your shoulders are broader than last year. And your magical signature, she stopped, blinked. Can you always see magical signatures? Because I can see something around you that wasn't there before. Alert, Hermione Granger has detected system residue, magical sensitivity, increasing in subject, recommend, controlled disclosure. Harry pulled her aside while the adults chatted. We need to talk. Later. Somewhere private. Hermione's eyes went wide, but she nodded. Is something wrong? Not wrong. Just, complicated. Bond strength, Hermione Granger 86%, trust level, sufficient for partial disclosure. Diagon Alley was crowded with back-to-school shoppers. Harry moved through the familiar streets with the Weasleys and Grangers in tow, his enhanced senses cataloging everything, the new shop that had opened where a potion supplier used to be, the increased aura presence on the main thoroughfare, the subtle tension in the air that hadn't been there last year. Something had changed. The magical world felt watchful. Environmental analysis, Diagon Alley, threat level, low but elevated from baseline, aura presence, plus 35% from last year, public mood, anxious, watchful, uncertain, notable, increased ministry propaganda, decreased dark artifact trading, nervous conversations about the situation at Hogwarts. The situation at Hogwarts was clearly a reference to last year's events. The official story, an unfortunate accident involving a defense professor, hadn't convinced everyone. Rumors were circulating about what really happened in the third-floor corridor. Their first stop was Gringotts. Harry needed to access his vault for the year's expenses, and Mr. Weasley had some banking business to handle. The journey into the depths of the Wizard Bank was as thrilling as Harry remembered, the cart rocketing through underground tunnels, the vast chambers full of dragon-guarded treasure, the ancient magic that permeated every stone. Gringotts Vault 687, accessed, contents, galleons, significant, sickles, moderate, nuts, numerous, estimated total value, 47,892 galleons, note, main Potter Vault inaccessible until age 17, main vault. Harry filed that away for future investigation. He'd known his parents had left him money, but the existence of a separate, larger vault was news. After the bank came the shopping, new robes from Madame Malkin's, fresh potion supplies from the apothecary, refills for his writing materials. Harry moved through the list efficiently, his system tracking expenses and optimizing purchases. Shopping efficiency, 94%, savings from baseline, 3 galleons, 7 sickles, new skill discovered, haggling, LV, 1, but it was the bookshop that proved most eventful. Flourish and Blots was mobbed. A sign in the window announced a book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, the self-proclaimed, 5-time winner of Which Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and apparently half the magical world had turned up to see him. Harry pushed through the crowd with the Weasleys, trying to locate the actual schoolbooks amidst the chaos. Gilderoy Lockhart, LV, 9, class, author/fraud/obliviator, former, status, narcissistic, calculating, threatened, notes, claims of heroic deeds are false. Actual accomplishment, memory modification. Steals experiences from real adventurers, obliviates them, publishes accounts as his own. Dangerous not for combat ability but for willingness to destroy minds to protect reputation. Harry stared at the notification, then at the preening wizard signing books near the front of the shop. Lockhart's magical signature was weak, barely above average for an adult wizard. But the Obliviator classification and those notes. He's been stealing people's memories. That explained the inconsistencies Harry had noticed when flipping through Lockhart's books last year. The writing style varied wildly between chapters. The technical details were sometimes contradictory. The hero in each story had different personality traits, different approaches to problem solving, as if each adventure had happened to a completely different person. Because they had. Quest received, unmask the fraud, objectives, gather evidence of Lockhart's deception. Determine identities of true heroes. Decide what to do with the information. Rewards, 500 EXP. Before Harry could process this new information, Lockhart spotted him. It can't be, Harry Potter. The crowd parted. A photographer lunged forward. And before Harry could escape, Lockhart had grabbed his arm and was dragging him toward the front of the shop. Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is. The perfect moment for me to make a little announcement I've been sitting on for some time. Harry tried to pull away, but Lockhart's grip was surprisingly strong. His system screamed warnings about hostile intent, about image manipulation, about the photographer's camera flashing again and again. When young Harry walked into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present him now, free of charge. The crowd applauded. He had no idea that he would shortly be getting much, much more than my book, Magical Me. He and his schoolmates will, in fact, be getting the real Magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd went wild. Harry's stomach dropped. Alert, Gilderoy Lockhart, confirmed AS Dada Professor, threat assessment, academic, high, physical, low, projected impact on defense education, catastrophic. Harry finally wrenched free, loaded down with Lockhart's complete works, and fled into the crowd. He found Ron near the back of the shop, looking equally nauseated. Can you believe this? Ron hissed. That kid is going to be our teacher. It gets worse, Harry said quietly. He's a fraud. All those adventures he wrote about, he stole them. From real people. Then he erased their memories. Ron's eyes went wide. How do you know that? I just do. Trust me. Before Ron could press for details, a cold voice cut through the noise. Well, well. Arthur Weasley. Harry turned. A man with long platinum hair and aristocratic features was standing in the aisle, his lip curled in disdain. Beside him, looking uncomfortable, was Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy, LV, 28, class, politician/dark wizard/former Death Eater, status, contemptuous, calculating, dangerous, notes, senior advisor to the minister. Escaped Azkaban after First War by claiming Imperius Curse. Currently channeling significant resources toward unknown project. Connection to Hogwarts this year, suspected but unconfirmed. Lucius, Mr. Weasley said, his voice tight. What followed was a confrontation that started verbal and quickly escalated. Insults about poverty, about blood purity, about associating with muggles. Mrs. Weasley's face went red. The Grangers looked confused and frightened. Draco smirked, though Harry caught a flicker of something else behind his eyes, discomfort. Embarrassment. Then Lucius reached into Ginny's cauldron. It happened fast, Harry almost missed it. While everyone was focused on the argument between the adults, Lucius's hand dipped into the cauldron where Ginny had placed her second-hand books, depositing something small and dark before withdrawing. Alert, dark artifact detected, item, unknown, heavy magical signature, classification, extremely dangerous, note, artifact successfully planted on Ginevra Weasley. Harry's blood ran cold. He'd just watched Lucius Malfoy slip something into an 11-year-old girl's possessions. Something the system classified as extremely dangerous. And no one else had noticed. The confrontation ended with Mr. Weasley's dignity intact but his robes rumpled. The Malfoys swept out of the shop, Lucius's parting sneer promising future conflict. The Weasleys gathered themselves and resumed shopping, everyone trying to pretend the incident hadn't rattled them. But Harry stayed close to Ginny for the rest of the trip, his mind racing. What did he give her? Why? And what the hell am I supposed to do about it? The train ride to Hogwarts gave Harry time to think. He debated telling someone about the artifact, Dumbledore, McGonagall, even Mr. Weasley, but something held him back. The system couldn't identify what Malfoy had planted. For all Harry knew, it might be harmless, and accusing a powerful politician of dark magic without evidence would only make things worse. But it might not be harmless. And Ginny. Observation, Ginevra Weasley, status, normal, currently, note, no interaction with unknown artifact detected yet. Harry resolved to watch her. If the artifact activated, if Ginny showed any signs of distress, he would act. But for now, he needed more information. The Hogwarts Express was the same chaotic jumble of students and excitement as last year. Harry found a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, who had shyly asked if she could join them. Neville appeared later, still nervous but slightly more confident than before. Neville Longbottom, LV, for status, determined, anxious, growing, notes, summer training with grandmother. Slight improvement in magical control. Hidden potential still locked but showing signs of emergence. How was your summer, Neville? Hermione asked. Gran made me practice spells every day, Neville said glumly. She kept saying I needed to live up to the Longbottom name. I think I actually got worse at some of them. You're probably overthinking it, Harry said. Magic is as much about instinct as practice. When you stop worrying about failing, you might find it comes easier. Neville looked skeptical, but Harry caught a flicker of hope in his eyes. Bond formed, Neville Longbottom, initial strength, 31%, potential party member detected. The train rolled through the countryside, and Harry let himself relax into the rhythm of friendship and anticipation. Whatever challenges waited at Hogwarts, Lockhart's fraud, Malfoy's artifact, the Watcher's cryptic warnings, he would face them. But for now, he was surrounded by people who cared about him, heading toward a place that felt like home. It was enough. The sorting ceremony was unremarkable. Harry watched from the Gryffindor table as new first-years were distributed among the houses, clapping politely for each new lion. Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor, no surprise, her whole family had been, and she took a seat near her brothers with a relieved smile. But Harry's attention kept drifting to the staff table. Lockhart was there, resplendent in turquoise robes, waving at the students with a smile that showed too many teeth. Snape was there too, his expression even sourer than usual, his black eyes fixed on Lockhart with undisguised contempt. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore was watching Harry. Legilimency probe detected, passive, origin, Albus Dumbledore, defense, holding. Harry met the headmaster's gaze and felt the familiar brush against his mental shields. Gentle, exploratory, not invasive. Dumbledore was checking on him, making sure he was okay after the summer. Or maybe checking for something else. Harry gave a small nod, acknowledging the contact, then deliberately shifted his attention to the food appearing on the table. Message received and deflected. After the feast came the announcements, the usual warnings about the Forbidden Forest, the introduction of Lockhart, who received enthusiastic applause from most of the female students and disgusted groans from most of the male ones, and a reminder that the third-floor corridor was still off-limits. Still. Harry thought. The stone is gone. What's being protected now? Quest received, investigate third-floor corridor, objectives, determine current contents. Assess threat level. Rewards, 200 EXP, information. Harry dismissed the notification. It could wait. He had more immediate concerns. The first week of classes confirmed Harry's worst fears about Lockhart. The defense against the dark arts professor was, without question, the worst teacher Harry had ever encountered. His lessons consisted entirely of self-promotion, dramatic readings from his own books, quizzes about his favorite color and ideal birthday gift, and endless anecdotes about his supposed heroic exploits. Now, who can tell me how I defeated the Wagga Wagga werewolf? Hermione's hand shot up. Harry suppressed a groan. Lockhart's pedagogical value, 0%, student learning outcomes, negative, actual danger preparedness, declining. The only useful thing that came from Lockhart's class was confirmation of his fraud. Harry had brought a copy of Travels with Trolls to the first lesson, planning to compare Lockhart's verbal account with the written version. The discrepancies were glaring. Lockhart described killing the troll with a complex hex of my own invention, but in the book, the hero used a standard stunning spell followed by a bludgeoning curse. When Harry asked about the inconsistency, Lockhart waved it off with a smile and 15 points to Gryffindor for paying such close attention. Evidence gathered, inconsistent accounts, fraud probability, 97.3%, quest progress, 15%. After class, Harry pulled Hermione and Ron aside. He's lying about everything, Harry said. The book doesn't match his story. And I've noticed the same thing in at least 3 other accounts. Someone else did all those things, someone whose memories Lockhart stole. Ron was convinced immediately. I knew it. No way that kid actually fought a Yeti. Hermione was more resistant. But his books are so detailed, the magical theory is accurate. Because he stole it from people who actually did the research. Hermione, think about it. His magical signature is barely above average. He couldn't have survived half the things he claims to have done. Hermione's brow furrowed. She didn't want to believe it. Lockhart had been one of her favorite authors, but Harry could see her analytical mind processing the evidence. We need proof, she said finally. Real, documented proof. Otherwise it's just speculation. Then we'll get proof. Quest update, unmask the fraud, party objective, gather documented evidence, new approach, research Lockhart's claimed victims. September brought challenges beyond Lockhart. Harry had settled into a training routine at Hogwarts, early morning physical conditioning in the empty corridors, evening magical practice in abandoned classrooms, nightly review of whatever new information he'd gathered. His skills continued to improve. Harry Potter, status update, level, 24, STR, 42 AGI, 55 VIT, 48 INT, 45 WS, 38 LUK, 20 MAG, 71, notable skill improvements, combat magic, LV, 7, stealth operations, LV. 12, magical theory, LV, 12, observe, LV, 9, but the real challenge was Ginny. Harry had been watching her since the Flourish and Blots incident, and something was definitely wrong. She looked pale, drawn, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she wasn't sleeping well. Her observe readings had started showing anomalies. Ginevra Weasley, status update, level, 4, irregular fluctuation, status, tired, confused, notes, memory gaps detected. Emotional instability increasing. Dark magic signature growing stronger. Artifact interaction, confirmed. The artifact Malfoy had planted was affecting her. Harry could see it now, a faint dark aura clinging to her magical signature, growing more pronounced each day. But Ginny herself seemed unaware, or at least unwilling to discuss it. Harry tried to approach her several times, but she always deflected, cheerfully, desperately, as if maintaining the facade was the only thing keeping her together. I'm fine, Harry. Just tired. First year is harder than I expected. Ginny, if something's wrong, nothing's wrong. Really. But her eyes told a different story. Relationship status, concerned, intervention required, yes, optimal approach, uncertain, October brought Halloween, and with it, disaster. Harry was on his way to the feast when he heard the voice. Come, come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you. He froze in the corridor, every sense straining. The voice was cold, ancient, coming from inside the walls. His system was going haywire, alert, unknown entity detected, classification, threat level, extreme, location, moving through castle structure, Harry. Ron's voice came from behind him. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you hear that? Hear what? The voice came again, so hungry, for so long. Harry broke into a run, following the sound, ignoring Ron's confused calls behind him. The voice led him through corridors and up staircases, always just ahead, always tantalizingly close. And then he found it. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging by her tail from a torch bracket. Stiff as a board. Eyes glazed. And on the wall behind her, written in what looked horribly like blood, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Scene analysis, victim, Mrs. Norris, petrified, not dead, message, written in rooster blood, magical residue, extremely dark, extremely old, historical reference, Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin's legendary hidden chamber, conclusion, something ancient has awakened, students began pouring out of the great hall, drawn by the commotion. Harry stood frozen before the message, his mind racing. The Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's monster. The heir who could control it. And Ginny, standing at the edge of the crowd, her face white as chalk, her eyes fixed on the message with an expression of pure horror. She knows something, Harry realized. The artifact, it's connected to this. But before he could move toward her, Filch arrived. And then the accusations started. The aftermath was chaos. Filch screamed about his cat. Snape insinuated that Harry was somehow responsible. Lockhart offered unhelpful commentary about how he could have prevented the whole thing with a simple charm. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Harry with those piercing blue eyes and said nothing at all. The students were sent to their dormitories. Mrs. Norris was taken to the hospital wing for examination. And the rumors began spreading like wildfire. Harry Potter, found at the scene. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, secretly the heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter, who could speak to snakes, that rumor surfaced from somewhere. Harry suspected the Slytherins remembered the zoo incident from years ago. Reputation status, mixed, Gryffindor, supportive, mostly, Hufflepuff, suspicious, Ravenclaw, analytical, Slytherin, smug, believing they found a weapon against him. In the common room that night, Harry gathered Ron and Hermione for an emergency meeting. The Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said, her voice hushed. I've read about it. It's supposed to be a myth, a hidden chamber created by Salazar Slytherin, containing a monster that only his true heir could control. Slytherin's monster, Ron said, his face pale. What kind of monster? The legends don't say. Just that it's something terrible, something that could purge the school of all who were unworthy to study magic. Hermione shivered. Muggle-borns. Harry told them about the voice in the walls, the cold, hungry whisper that no one else could hear. He told them about the dark residue at the scene, ancient and malevolent. And he told them about Ginny. You think she's involved? Ron looked horrified. Harry, she's my sister. I think she's a victim, Harry said carefully. That artifact Malfoy planted on her, I think it's connected to the chamber somehow. She's been acting strange all term, and tonight, when she saw the message. He shook his head. She knows something. Or something knows her. Hermione's face had gone analytical. If the artifact is influencing her, she might not even realize what she's doing. Possession, compulsion, memory manipulation, there are dark magics that can turn victims into weapons without their knowledge. We need to find out what Malfoy gave her, Harry said. And we need to do it quietly. If Ginny's being controlled, the last thing we want is for whoever's controlling her to know we're onto them. Quest received, the Chamber of Secrets, objectives, discover the nature of the monster. Identify the heir of Slytherin. Locate the chamber. Save Ginny Weasley. Rewards, 2000 EXP. Warning, failure will result in casualties. November was a month of investigation. Harry spent every spare moment researching the Chamber of Secrets, digging through the Hogwarts library for any reference he could find. The official histories were frustratingly vague. Salazar Slytherin had definitely built something hidden in the castle, but no one in 1,000 years had found it. Until now. Meanwhile, the attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who had been obsessively photographing Harry since September, was found petrified in a corridor. His camera was destroyed, the film inside melted, as if whatever had attacked him had been caught in the act and had destroyed the evidence. Victim count, 2, pattern, Muggle-born students, monster classification, still unknown, petrification method, visual contact, probable. Justin Finch-Fletchley was next, a Hufflepuff who'd had the misfortune of being near Harry during a dueling club session where Harry had, to everyone's shock, spoken Parseltongue. That incident had been a disaster. Lockhart, in his infinite wisdom, had decided to start a dueling club to teach students to protect themselves. Snape had been conscripted as assistant, and the two professors had spent most of the session passive-aggressively trying to embarrass each other. Then Malfoy had conjured a snake, Harry had instinctively told it to stop attacking Justin, and the entire school had witnessed the boy who lived speaking the language of dark wizards. Skill revealed, Parseltongue, reputation impact, severe, public perception, Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin, Harry hadn't even known he could do it. The words had come naturally, instinctively, to him, it had just sounded like English. But to everyone else, he'd been hissing commands at a deadly serpent. Now even students who defended him before were giving him sideways looks in corridors. Isolation level, increasing, ally status, Ron Weasley, loyal, unshaken, Hermione Granger, loyal, analytical, Neville Longbottom, uncertain, wants to believe, general population, hostile or fearful. The breakthrough came in early December. Harry was in the library, researching magical creatures that could petrify victims, when a thought struck him. The voice in the walls. The way it moved through the castle's structure. The fact that only he could hear it. It's a snake, he realized. The monster is a snake, that's why I can hear it. Parseltongue. He pulled every book on magical serpents he could find, scanning for anything that could petrify without killing. And then he found it. Creature identified, basilisk, classification, XXXXX, wizard killer, properties, lethal gaze, petrifying indirect gaze, venomous fangs, extreme longevity, size, up to 50 feet, weaknesses, crowing of rooster, fatal, weasels, natural enemy. Notes, the basilisk is a giant serpent, also known as the king of serpents. It is a creature bred by dark wizards. Direct eye contact causes instant death, indirect contact, reflection, through camera, etc. Causes petrification. A basilisk. Slytherin had hidden a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. And it was moving through the pipes. Harry closed the book, his mind racing. The plumbing system. That's how the monster was traveling, through the ancient pipes that ran throughout the castle. That's why he could hear it in the walls. And that's why all the victims had been found near bathrooms. But if it's a basilisk, how is it avoiding killing people? The attacks had all been petrifications, not deaths. That meant indirect eye contact. Colin's camera. Justin had been looking through nearly headless Nick when the attack happened. Mrs. Norris had seen the reflection in flood water. They'd been lucky. Incredibly, impossibly lucky. But luck ran out. Quest update, the Chamber of Secrets, monster identified, basilisk, chamber location, connected to plumbing system, likely entrance, bathroom, unknown which one, urgency, critical. Harry found Hermione in the common room and shared his discovery. A basilisk, she breathed. That explains everything. But Harry, a basilisk is incredibly dangerous. Even with your abilities, you can't fight something like that alone. I'm not planning to fight it. I'm planning to find it. Harry pulled out a map of Hogwarts he'd been compiling all year. The entrance has to be in a bathroom, somewhere with direct access to the plumbing. And given the attack's locations, I think it's on the second floor. Myrtle's bathroom, Hermione said immediately. It's been out of order for decades, no one uses it because Moaning Myrtle haunts it. It would be the perfect hiding spot. Harry marked the location on his map. Then that's where we start. But before they could plan further, a scream echoed through the castle. Another attack. Harry and Hermione raced toward the source, finding a crowd gathered outside the library. Pushing through, Harry saw the latest victim, and his blood turned to ice. Ginny Weasley lay on the floor, her eyes open and unseeing, her body rigid with petrification. Victim, Ginevra Weasley, status, petrified, dark artifact signature, depleted, note, the artifact has fully activated. Whatever it was designed to do, it has done. Ron arrived moments later, his face white with horror. Ginny. Ginny. Harry grabbed his arm. She's not dead. She's petrified, like the others. We can save her. But even as he said it, Harry felt something dark and cold settle in his chest. The artifact was depleted. Whatever power Malfoy had planted on Ginny, it had completed its purpose. What did you do, Ginny? What were you made to do? The answer came that night. Harry had gone to Myrtle's bathroom alone, Ron was too distraught to function, and Hermione had stayed to comfort him. He'd told them he was going to think, to plan. He hadn't told them he was going to find the chamber. The bathroom was dingy and depressing, its walls lined with cracked mirrors and broken sinks. Moaning Myrtle floated near the ceiling, wailing about her eternal misery. Myrtle Warren, LV, not applicable, deceased, class, ghost, status, melancholic, lonely, resentful, notes, died at Hogwarts 50 years ago. Cause of death, basilisk, direct eye contact. Last living location, this bathroom. Original victim of the chamber's opening. 50 years ago, Harry thought. The chamber was opened before. Myrtle, he said carefully. I need to ask you something. When you died, where were you? What did you see? The ghost looked surprised that anyone was actually speaking to her. Oh, it was dreadful. I was in this very bathroom, crying because Olive Hornby had teased me about my glasses. I heard a voice, a boy's voice, and then I saw, eyes. Great, yellow eyes. By that sink over there. She pointed to a sink at the end of the row. Harry approached it, examining every inch with his enhanced senses. There. On the side of the copper tap. A tiny serpent, barely visible, etched into the metal. Open, Harry said in Parseltongue. The sink shuddered. Then it began to move, the entire row of sinks shifting, parting, revealing a massive pipe beneath. A pipe large enough for a person to slide down. Chamber of Secrets, entrance discovered, warning, extreme danger ahead, recommended party size, 3+, current party size, 1, recommendation, do not proceed alone. Harry stared at the notification, then at the dark pipe leading down into unknown depths. You're right, he told the system. I shouldn't do this alone. He turned to leave, to get Ron and Hermione, to gather his party and return with a proper plan. And found Gilderoy Lockhart pointing a wand at his face. I'm afraid I can't let you leave, Harry, Lockhart said, his nervous mask completely gone, replaced by something cold and calculating. You've figured out too much. Just like that girl did, before I obliterated her memories of the creature and put her in the path of its gaze. Gilderoy Lockhart, status update, hostile, intent, obliviate, note, he's the one who guided Ginny to the basilisk's path, you, Harry breathed. You've been helping whoever's controlling the chamber. Helping? Please. Lockhart's smile was ugly. I've been planning to take credit for stopping it. Once enough students were petrified, I would discover the chamber, defeat the monster, and emerge as the greatest hero the wizarding world had ever seen. All those memories, all those adventures, finally, one that would actually be mine. His wand arm trembled slightly, not with fear, but with anticipation. Of course, I need to clean up a few loose ends first. You've been too clever, Harry Potter. Too observant. After tonight, you won't remember any of this. You won't remember your investigation, your friends, your precious system. Oh yes, I've noticed you have something unusual. I don't know what it is, but I'm quite good at erasing things I don't understand. Harry's hand moved toward his own wand, but Lockhart was faster. Obliviate. The spell hit Harry square in the chest. Mental attack detected, memory modification, advanced, occlumency defenses, active, defense rating, 87%, partial penetration blocked, system integrity, 98%, Harry staggered, his vision blurring, his memories trying to scatter like startled birds. But his occlumency held. The mental walls he'd built over months of practice caught the spell, contained it, trapped it in an isolated partition where it couldn't reach anything important. It hurt. Gods, it hurt, like having needles driven into his brain. But he didn't forget. When his vision cleared, Lockhart was staring at him with an expression of total shock. That's impossible. No one resists my obliviate. No one. First time for everything, Harry said, and drew his wand. The duel was short and brutal. Lockhart was a fraud. His combat magic was barely functional, his reflexes slow, his technique sloppy. Harry dismantled him in under 30 seconds, a disarming charm, a stunning spell, and a binding curse for good measure. Combat complete, Gilderoy Lockhart, defeated, plus 400 EXP, quest update, unmask the fraud, fraud exposed. Evidence of collaboration with chamber threat secured. Harry stood over Lockhart's unconscious body, breathing hard. The obliviate had left him with a splitting headache, and his occlumency shields felt strained. But he was intact. And now he had a choice. The chamber was right there, waiting. Whoever was controlling the basilisk, whoever had used Ginny as a pawn, was down in that darkness. Harry could go now, alone, and end this. Or he could do the smart thing. Decision point, A. Enter chamber alone, high risk, high reward, B. Retreat and gather party, lower risk, delayed action, C. Alert authorities, lowest risk, loss of control. Harry looked at the dark pipe. He thought about Ginny, petrified in the hospital wing. He thought about all the victims, all the fear, all the damage this thing had caused. And he thought about what Dumbledore had said, last year, about forces he didn't fully understand. B. He decided. Get Ron and Hermione. Do this right. He bound Lockhart more securely, cast a monitoring charm to alert him if the professor woke, and raced out of the bathroom. Decision, gather party, tactical bonus applied. 20 minutes later, Harry stood at the edge of the pipe with Ron and Hermione beside him. They'd found him in the common room, frantic with worry after his disappearance. He'd explained everything, Lockhart's betrayal, the chamber's location, the basilisk below. Ron had wanted to charge in immediately, fury and fear for his sister burning in his eyes. Hermione had insisted on preparation. In the end, they'd compromised. Roosters, Hermione said, holding up a bundle she'd assembled from the kitchens. The crowing is fatal to basilisks. We can't carry live ones, but I've enchanted these to play recorded crowing on command. Mirrors, Ron added, showing the collection of small mirrors he'd gathered from abandoned classrooms. If we can't look at it directly, we look at reflections. Won't kill us that way. And these. Harry distributed the supplies he'd retrieved from his trunk. Potions for speed, for protection, for healing. Whatever we find down there, we go in prepared. Party status, Harry Potter, LV, 24, Party Leader, Ronald Weasley, LV, 7, Support, Hermione Granger, LV, 8, Tactical, Party Sync Active, all members plus 10% to all stats, equipment, basilisk counters, multiple. They looked at each other in the dim light of the bathroom. 3 second years, about to descend into a legendary chamber to face a monster that had been killing students for 1,000 years. If we die, Ron said, I'm blaming you for this. If we die, Harry replied, you can haunt me forever. They jumped into the pipe. The slide down was long and dark and smelled like death. They landed in a tunnel covered in bones, small animal skeletons, mostly, the remains of the basilisk's countless meals over the centuries. Harry led the way, his wand held high, his observed skill scanning constantly for threats. Environment, Chamber of Secrets, outer tunnels, magical density, extreme, hostile presence, detected, distant, note, basilisk is aware of intruders, it knows we're here, Harry said quietly. Stay close. Keep your mirrors ready. They moved through the tunnels, past a massive shed snakeskin that must have been 50 feet long, until they reached a wall with 2 stone serpents carved into its surface. Their emerald eyes glinted in the wand light. Open, Harry commanded in Parseltongue. The serpents parted, revealing the chamber itself. It was vast. Pillars carved with serpents lined the walls, stretching up to a ceiling lost in darkness. At the far end, a massive stone face, Salazar Slytherin himself, probably, dominated the wall, its mouth open in an eternal scream. And standing before the statue, a shadowy figure was waiting. Entity detected, Tom Marvolo Riddle, class, memory projection / soul fragment, status, parasitic, growing, hostile, notes, manifested from dark artifact, diary. Fed on Ginevra Weasley's life force. Currently at 67% corporeal manifestation. Welcome, Harry Potter, the figure said, and its voice was smooth, confident, familiar in a way that made Harry's blood run cold. I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time. Tom Riddle looked about 16, handsome, dark-haired, with an aristocratic bearing that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Draco Malfoy. But his eyes were wrong. Too dark. Too empty. Like windows into a void. You're the heir of Slytherin, Harry said. You're the one who opened the chamber. I am. Riddle smiled. 50 years ago, I used a foolish girl to do my bidding, just as I used your friend Ginny this time. She was so willing, so desperate for someone to understand her. All those letters to a diary, pouring out her heart, her fears, her secrets. And all the while, I was drinking her life, growing stronger, preparing for this moment. The diary, Hermione breathed. That's the artifact. It's a piece of Lord Voldemort, Riddle finished. Yes. I am a memory, preserved in that diary. A fragment of the soul of the greatest wizard who ever lived. And soon, I will walk again. Confirmation, Tom Riddle equals young Voldemort, Horcrux detected, diary, note, soul fragment requires host life force TO manifest, where's Ginny? Ron demanded, his voice cracking with fear and fury. Dying, Riddle said calmly. Her life flows into me even now. When she draws her last breath, I will be fully restored. Unless. He looked at Harry. Unless you offer yourself in her place. The boy who lived, the one who destroyed my future self, your life force would be far more valuable than hers. Don't listen to him, Harry, Hermione said urgently. But Harry was already moving. Not toward Riddle, toward the statue behind him. Because he'd noticed something. A flicker of red in the shadows. A small form, lying motionless at the base of Slytherin's monument. Ginny. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Riddle's voice echoed through the chamber, and the statue's mouth opened wider. Something stirred in the darkness within, something vast and terrible, its scales scraping against stone as it emerged. Basilisk, LV, 45, HP. Classification, Legendary Beast, Warning, avoid direct eye contact, Warning, this enemy is significantly above your level, Recommendation, run, kill them, Riddle commanded. The basilisk lunged. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, the point of no return. The basilisk's head was the size of a small car. Harry threw himself sideways as those massive jaws snapped shut where he'd been standing, the rush of displaced air nearly knocking him off his feet. The creature's scales scraped against the stone floor with a sound like grinding metal, and its hiss echoed through the chamber like a death sentence. Kill, tear. Feed. Mirrors up. Harry roared, and his party responded instantly, Ron and Hermione pressing their backs against a pillar, angling their mirrors to track the monster's movements without looking directly at it. Combat initiated, enemy, basilisk, LV, 45, party average level, 13, level disparity, critical, survival probability, 12.3%, Harry didn't have time to be discouraged by the numbers. The basilisk was already coiling for another strike, its body filling the center of the chamber, cutting off their retreat. He could see its eyes in his peripheral vision, great yellow orbs that promised instant death, and forced himself to look away. Hermione. The roosters. She fumbled with the enchanted bundle, fingers shaking, and triggered the spell. The recorded crowing echoed through the chamber, magnified by the stone walls into a cacophonous assault. The basilisk screamed. It was a sound Harry had never heard before, a serpentine shriek of agony that vibrated through his bones. The creature thrashed wildly, its massive body slamming into pillars, sending chunks of ancient stone crashing to the floor. Basilisk, status, disoriented, rooster effect, partial, recorded sound less effective than live, opening detected, now. Harry charged forward, wand blazing, and unleashed the most powerful spell in his arsenal. Bombarda Maxima. The explosion caught the basilisk mid-thrash, tearing a gash in its scales the length of Harry's arm. Dark blood sprayed across the stone floor. The creature's scream shifted from pain to rage. Damage dealt, 847, basilisk HP, significant but reduced, note, scales provide extreme resistance. Vulnerable areas, eyes, mouth interior, existing wounds, Harry, watch out. Ron's warning came just in time. Harry dove aside as the basilisk's tail swept through the space he'd occupied, the impact creating a shockwave that sent him tumbling. He came up in a crouch, his mind racing. The rooster recording was fading, Hermione's enchantment hadn't been designed for extended use. They had maybe 30 seconds before the basilisk recovered fully. And Tom Riddle was still standing by the statue, watching with an amused smile, making no move to interfere. He wants to see how this plays out, Harry realized. He's testing me. The basilisk's head swung toward Hermione, who was trying to restart the rooster spell. Its mouth opened, venom dripping from fangs the length of swords. Hey! Harry grabbed a chunk of fallen stone and hurled it at the creature's flank. His enhanced strength sent it flying like a cannonball, striking the basilisk's wounded side with a meaty thump. The monster turned. Its eyes found Harry's general direction, he was careful not to meet its gaze, and it lunged. Harry ran. He sprinted between the pillars, the basilisk's massive body crashing through behind him, its jaws snapping at his heels. His agility stat was the only thing keeping him alive, each near miss coming within inches of ending him. Agility check, success, agility check, success, agility check, critical success, stamina, 67% and dropping, Ron. Get to Ginny. Ron didn't hesitate. While Harry played deadly tag with a 1,000-year-old serpent, the Weasley boy broke from cover and sprinted toward the statue where Ginny lay motionless. Riddle's smile flickered, the first sign of concern he'd shown. Stop him, Riddle commanded. The basilisk's head swiveled toward Ron. Harry saw the movement, calculated the trajectory, and made a decision that his system immediately flagged as suicidal. He jumped onto the basilisk's back. Warning, extreme danger, contact with basilisk scales, toxic, minor, recommendation, disengage immediately. Harry ignored the warnings. His hands found purchase on the creature's scales, they burned his palms, the residual venom eating at his skin, and he hauled himself up toward its head. The basilisk thrashed, trying to dislodge him, but Harry held on with desperate strength. He reached the back of its skull just as the creature turned to strike at Ron. Defindo. The cutting curse caught the basilisk's left eye. The scream this time was different, higher, more desperate. The monster reared back, nearly throwing Harry free, and he saw his opening. One eye destroyed, the other temporarily blinded by blood and pain. Hermione. Now. She understood immediately. The second rooster recording activated, and this time Hermione poured extra magic into the enchantment, amplifying the sound beyond what the original spell had been designed to handle. The basilisk convulsed. Its movements became erratic, uncontrolled. And then, slowly, horribly, it began to collapse. Basilisk, status, critically weakened, rooster effect, severe, amplified, HP, depleting, but it wasn't dead. Even weakened, even half-blind and disoriented, the basilisk was still moving. Its remaining eye was already healing, slowly, but visibly, and its thrashing had brought it within striking distance of where Ron was kneeling beside Ginny. Harry looked at the monster. He looked at his friends. He looked at the sword that had materialized in his hand. Wait. Sword. Item acquired, Sword of Gryffindor, legendary artifact, Founder's Relic, properties, Goblin Forged, absorbs strengthening substances, appears to worthy Gryffindors in times of need, current status, glowing faintly, ready for legendary action. Harry didn't question it. A magical sword had appeared in his hand, probably summoned by the same impossible luck that had kept him alive this long, and he wasn't about to waste the opportunity. He raised the blade. The basilisk's head turned toward him, its remaining eye locking onto the gleaming silver. Harry drove the sword down through the roof of its skull. Critical hit, critical hit, critical hit, basilisk HP, 0, legendary creature defeated, plus 10,000 EXP, level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Harry Potter, level 29, the basilisk's death throes nearly killed him anyway. Its body whipped back and forth, slamming Harry against pillars and floor, and one of its fangs, pulled loose by the violent motion, buried itself in his arm. Critical injury, basilisk venom injection, damage, extreme, status effect, poison, lethal, time until death, 4 minutes, 37 seconds, Harry hit the ground hard, the sword clattering from his grip. His arm was on fire, no, worse than fire. The venom was spreading through his veins like liquid agony, turning his blood to acid, eating him alive from the inside. He could feel himself dying. HP, 89/380, HP, 67/380, HP, 52/380, no. Tom Riddle's voice was no longer amused. He was striding across the chamber, his expression twisted with fury. You were supposed to die fighting the basilisk, not kill it. You've ruined everything. Harry tried to raise his wand, but his hand wouldn't cooperate. The venom had reached his shoulder, and his entire right side was going numb. HP, 34/380, time until death, 2 minutes, 12 seconds, Harry. Hermione's voice, distant and panicked. Harry, no. He could see her running toward him, Ron close behind. But Riddle was closer, and his wand was already raised. I'll just have to finish you myself, Riddle said. And then I'll use your friends to complete my resurrection. A shame about the diary's timeline, but improvisation is a valuable skill. The diary. Harry's fading vision found it, the small black book lying beside Ginny's unconscious form, its pages glowing faintly with stolen life force. That's the anchor, he realized. Destroy the diary, destroy Riddle. He looked at the basilisk fang embedded in his arm. Looked at the venom that was killing him. Looked at the diary. HP, 21/380, time until death, 1 minute, 8 seconds, system query, use venom as weapon. Basilisk venom, one of few substances capable of destroying Horcruxes, success probability, high, survival probability, 3.2%, Harry yanked the fong from his arm. The pain was indescribable. His vision went white, his body convulsing, every nerve screaming in protest. But he held on to the fong, held on to consciousness through sheer force of will, and began crawling toward the diary. "What are you?" Riddle's voice was confused, then alarmed. "Stop. Stop him." But there was nothing to stop Harry now. No basilisk, no defenses, just the distance between him and the book that contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. HP, 14/380, HP, 9/380, HP, 5/380, he reached the diary. No. Harry plunged the fong into its pages. The scream that erupted from Tom Riddle was not human. Ink poured from the diary like blood, black and viscous and wrong. Riddle's form flickered, destabilizing, his handsome face contorting into something monstrous. Light blazed from the puncture wound in the book, blinding, purifying light that seemed to burn away the darkness that had pooled in the chamber for 1,000 years. Horcrux destroyed, Tom Riddle memory, eliminated, dark magic purge, complete, Ginny Weasley, life force returning. Riddle's final scream echoed through the chamber as his form dissolved into nothing, scattered by the light like shadows before the sun. And then there was silence. Harry lay on the cold stone floor, the fong still clutched in his hand, watching his HP tick toward 0. HP, 2/380, time until death, 12 seconds, system note, IT has been an honor. So this is how it ends, Harry thought. Killed by poison, after killing the monster. At least I saved them. At least, something warm dripped onto his face. Harry opened his eyes, when had he closed them, and saw a bird. A beautiful scarlet and gold bird, perched on his chest, weeping silver tears that fell directly onto his wound. Creature detected, fox, phoenix tears, legendary healing substance, effect, neutralizes all poisons, heals fatal injuries, application, in progress. The venom's fire began to fade. Harry watched in disbelief as his HP stabilized, then began to climb. HP, 5/380, HP, 23/380, HP, 67/380, poison, neutralized, status, stabilizing. The phoenix, fox, Dumbledore's phoenix, trilled a soft note and continued crying, its tears closing the puncture wound, healing the damage the venom had caused. Harry felt strength returning to his limbs, sensation returning to his numb arm. Harry! Hermione skidded to a stop beside him, her face streaked with tears. Harry, are you, oh thank God, you're healing. How are you healing? Phoenix tears, Harry managed. Dumbledore sent backup. He sat up slowly, his body still aching but no longer dying. The chamber was quiet now, the basilisk's corpse lay in a massive heap, Riddle's form had vanished entirely, and the diary was nothing but a ruined book leaking dark fluid. Ginny was stirring. Ron was at her side immediately, helping her sit up, his voice cracking with relief. Ginny! Ginny, are you okay? Can you hear me? Ron. Her voice was weak, confused. What happened? I remember. I remember writing in a diary, and then, everything went dark. It's over, Harry said, making his way toward them. His legs were shaky, but they held. The diary was controlling you. It wasn't your fault. None of this was your fault. Ginny looked at the destroyed diary, at the massive snake corpse, at Harry's blood-soaked robes. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, you didn't do anything, Harry said firmly. A piece of Voldemort's soul was in that diary. It was manipulating you from the moment Malfoy put it in your cauldron. You were a victim, Ginny. Not a villain. Bond strength, Ginevra Weasley 67%, significant increase from shared trauma, trust established, the climb out of the chamber was easier than the descent. Fawkes carried them, one by one, then all together, gripping the phoenix's tail feathers as it soared up the pipe and back into Myrtle's bathroom. Lockhart was still unconscious where Harry had left him, and they dragged him along as they made their way to McGonagall's office. What they found there was chaos. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were present, faces pale with fear. McGonagall stood behind her desk, looking more stressed than Harry had ever seen her. And Dumbledore, who was apparently supposed to have been removed from the school by the Board of Governors, was standing by the window, his expression inscrutable. The explanations took hours. Harry told them everything, the voice in the walls, the basilisk, riddle and the diary, Lockhart's betrayal and attempted obliviation. He left out certain details, the system, his specific abilities, but gave them enough to understand what had happened. Lockhart was arrested. His crimes, not just the chamber incident, but years of memory theft, would eventually come to light, destroying his reputation and sending him to a secure ward in St. Mungo's after a botched self-obliviation scrambled his own mind. Quest complete, unmask the fraud, plus 500 EXP, reputation impact, Lockhart exposed, secondary impact, obliviation laws will be strengthened. Ginny was sent to the hospital wing for observation, with assurances that she would not be punished for actions taken while possessed. Lucius Malfoy, summoned to explain how the diary had ended up in her possession, arrived with his usual arrogance, and left humiliated, stripped of his position on the Board of Governors after Dobby, his house elf, apparently, was freed through a clever trick involving a sock. Quest complete, the Chamber of Secrets, rewards, plus 5,000 EXP, total with combat, 15,000, reputation, legendary, Hogwarts, reputation, hero, Ministry of Magic, item, Basilisk Fong, Venom Saturated, item, Sword of Gryffindor, temporary possession, bond increases, all party members, special reward, the Watcher's acknowledgement. That last notification made Harry's blood run cold. Later that night, alone in the hospital wing, he'd insisted on staying to watch over Ginny. Harry finally addressed the presence that had been silent throughout the entire ordeal. "What do you want?" he demanded, directing the thought at whatever lurked behind the system. "WEWNTEDTOSEWHATYOUWLDDO. You could have helped. You could have warned me about the basilisk, about Riddle. WEDIDWRNYOU.YOUCHOSETFIGHTANYWAY. That's not a warning. That's a probability calculation. ISTHREADFFRNCE, Harry didn't have an answer for that. YOUPRFRMEDWELL, HRRYPOTTR.YOUDSTROYEDAHRCRUX, a PECEOFTHERKLRDSSUL.THATISIGNFICINTA, Horcrux. You said that before. What exactly is it? ACONTNRFORAFRAGMENTOFSUL, CRATDTHRUGHMURDR.ASLONGASAHRCRUXSURVVS, ITSCRTORCNNOTTRULY. And Voldemort has more than one. YES. How many? WEDONOTKNOW.THSN4MATONISNOTAVLABLETOUSCANTLLYOUTHS, YOUHAVALRADYENCUNREDTWO. 2. The diary was one. But the other. Harry's hand went to his scar. The scar that burned when Voldemort was near. The scar that had connected him to the voice under Quirrell's turban. No, YOUUNDERSTANDNOW. I'm a Horcrux. A PECEOFHISSULATTTACHETTYOUYOUTIGNIGHTTITIOYOUCANSPEAK PARSELTONGUE. ITISWHYURSRHURTS.ITISWHYTSWSTMWASABLETOACTVATEINYOUATALL. Harry felt like the floor had dropped out from under him. All this time, he'd been carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul. All his power, all his growth, built on a foundation of darkness he hadn't even known existed. Can it be removed? yes.buttprsisisdangerus.itmay.kyllywllcrtnlycgnyou. I need to know how. WHNYOUAREREADY, WEWLLTLLYOU.BUTNOTYET.YOUARNOTSTRONGENUGH. The conversation ended. The Watcher's presence receded, leaving Harry alone with the weight of what he'd learned. A piece of Voldemort's soul was inside him. Had been inside him since he was a baby. Everything he was, his abilities, his connection to the magical world, even the system itself, was tainted by that darkness. And somewhere out there, more Horcruxes waited. More pieces of the Dark Lord, anchoring him to life, preventing him from truly dying. Harry looked out the window at the moonlit grounds of Hogwarts. In the hospital bed beside him, Ginny slept peacefully, unaware of the burden he now carried. I'm going to have to die to destroy him, Harry thought. Or find another way. He chose the latter. The rest of the school year passed in a blur. Exams were cancelled, much to Hermione's horror, and the petrified students were revived using Mandrake Restorative Draft. Colin Creevey was back to photographing everything within days. Justin Finch-Fletchley apologized profusely for suspecting Harry. Even Mrs. Norris made a full recovery, though Filch remained convinced that Harry had been involved somehow. Harry accepted the congratulations and adulation with practiced grace, using his social skills to deflect attention and redirect praise to Ron and Hermione. They'd been essential to the Chamber's defeat. Without Hermione's research and Ron's courage, he never would have made it. Year 2 complete, final status, Harry Potter, Level 29, STR, 48 AGI, 62 VIT, 55, INT, 52 WS, 45 LUK, 23, MAG, 85, Party Status, Ronald Weasley, LV, 11, Bond, 89%, Hermione Granger, LV, 12, Bond, 91%, Ginevra Weasley, LV, 6, Bond, 71%, Neville Longbottom, LV, 6, Bond, 58%, Main Quest, Defeat Voldemort, in progress, SUB Quest, Discover and Destroy all Horcruxes, in progress, SUB Quest, Remove Soul Fragment from Self, locked, insufficient level, the train. Ride home was quieter than last year. Harry sat with his friends, watching the countryside roll past, thinking about everything he'd learned and everything that still lay ahead. Voldemort was still out there, in whatever form he currently existed. More Horcruxes waited to be found and destroyed. And inside Harry himself, a piece of the Dark Lord's soul pulsed with every heartbeat. But he wasn't alone. He had Ron and Hermione, Ginny and Neville. He had Tonks, still working to clear her name after helping him the previous year. He had allies and friends and people who believed in him. And he had the system, a tool of unknown origin, connected to forces he didn't understand, but undeniably his. Whatever comes next, Harry thought, I'll be ready. Year 3 preview, loading, summer came and went. Harry's third year at Hogwarts began with an escaped prisoner, a new defense professor who actually knew what he was doing, and creatures that fed on happiness itself. But those were problems for another chapter. For now, Harry Potter was 13 years old, the defeater of a basilisk and the destroyer of a Horcrux, and he was just getting started. The Watcher's final note, GROWSTRONGR, HROYPOTTR.THETRUECHALLENGSHAVNOTYETBEGUN. The summer before third year was different from all the ones that came before. Harry returned to Privet Drive with a weight on his shoulders that no 13-year-old should have to carry. The knowledge of the Horcrux inside him, that twisted piece of Voldemort's soul, haunted his every waking moment. He found himself touching his scar constantly, wondering if the darkness within was growing stronger, if the connection was deepening. Soul fragment status, integration, 3.7%, growth rate, 0.02% per month, note, fragment is dormant but not inert. Strong emotions may cause fluctuations. The Dursleys had reached a kind of détente with Harry's existence. They no longer actively persecuted him. The memory of what he'd done to Aunt Marge the previous year, an accidental inflation spell that had required ministry intervention, had taught them caution. But they didn't acknowledge him either, treating him like a particularly troublesome piece of furniture that occasionally needed to be worked around. Harry used the isolation productively. His training regimen had evolved. Physical conditioning remained a foundation, but he'd added new elements, meditation techniques to strengthen his occlumency, wandless magic practice to reduce his dependence on external focuses, and extensive research into soul magic. Training log, Summer Year 3, Physical Stats, +3 STR, +4 AGI, +2 VIT, Mental Stats, +4 INT, +5 WS, Magical Stats, +6 MAG, New Skill, Soul Sight, LV, 1, New Skill, Wandless Casting, LV, 3, Improved Skill, Occlumency, LV, 9. The Soul Sight skill had been a revelation, and a horror. Harry had developed it accidentally while trying to examine the Horcrux within himself. The ability allowed him to perceive souls and soul-adjacent phenomena, revealing the world in ways his normal senses couldn't comprehend. When he used Soul Sight on himself, he saw two distinct presences, his own soul, bright and warm and threaded through with the system's strange blue light, and a dark, parasitic growth wrapped around his scar like a tumor. The Voldemort fragment. It pulsed with sickly energy, feeding on him even in its dormant state. Soul Sight, Self-Analysis, Primary Soul, Harry James Potter, Integrity 94%, Parasitic Soul Fragment, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Dormant, Foreign Element, Optimization Engine, System, Stable, note, system is not integrated with either soul. It is a separate construct, observing and interfacing but not merging. That note was both reassuring and concerning. The system wasn't part of him, it was something external, watching, recording, occasionally interfering. The watcher behind it remained a mystery, its goals unclear. But at least it wasn't consuming his soul like the Horcrux was. The news arrived in mid-July. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. Harry learned about it from the Muggle news first, a dangerous criminal at large, extremely dangerous, do not approach. Then the wizarding papers filled in the details. Black was a mass murderer, a betrayer, the man who had sold Harry's parents to Voldemort. Information acquired, Sirius Black, classification, escaped prisoner, Azkaban, crimes, mass murder, 13 victims, betrayal of James and Lily Potter, service to Voldemort, current status, at large, note, official records show conviction without trial. Anomaly detected. That last note caught Harry's attention. Conviction without trial. In the magical world, that should have been impossible. The Wizengamot was supposed to guarantee due process for all accused. Yet Sirius Black had been sent to Azkaban without ever appearing before a court. What are you hiding? Harry wondered, not for the first time, about the Ministry's competence. Or its corruption. The summer took an unexpected turn when Harry encountered Black himself, or rather, Black's canine form, in Little Whingings Park one evening. Entity detected, Animagus, canine form, concealed identity, magical signature, matches partial record, Sirius Black, threat assessment, unclear, conflicting data. Harry had been practicing wandless magic in an isolated corner of the park when the large black dog appeared at the tree line. His system immediately flagged it as unusual. The magical signature was too strong for a normal animal, the form too deliberate. "I know you're not a dog," Harry said quietly, his hand ready to summon his wand from the holster concealed at his wrist. The dog's eyes, gray and startlingly human, widened. Then, slowly, carefully, it padded closer and sat down about 10 feet away. Sirius Black, status update, current condition, malnourished, exhausted, desperate, magical reserves, depleted, long-term Dementor exposure, emotional state, conflicted, determined, grieving, note, no hostile intent detected. That was unexpected. The man who had supposedly betrayed his parents, the mass murderer who had escaped the most secure prison in Wizarding Britain, was sitting in front of him showing no signs of aggression. Harry's training screamed at him to attack, to capture, to neutralize the threat. But his instincts, honed by 2 years of combat and investigation, told him something was wrong with the official story. "If you're here to kill me," Harry said, "you're doing a terrible job of it." The dog made a sound that might have been a laugh. Then, with obvious reluctance, it began to transform. The man who emerged was gaunt, almost skeletal, with matted black hair and hollow eyes. His robes, if they could be called that, were more rags than fabric. But despite his deteriorated condition, there was something familiar about him. Something that tugged at Harry's memory. Sirius Black, LV, 31, class, former Auror/Animagus/escaped prisoner, status, weakened, determined, terrified, for Harry's safety, notes, was best friend to James Potter. Harry's godfather. Betrayed by Peter Pettigrew, not the other way around. Innocent of crimes convicted for. Escaped Azkaban to protect Harry from the real traitor. Harry stared at the notification, then at the man before him. "You're innocent," he breathed. Sirius Black's haunted eyes filled with tears. "You believe me? Just like that? How could you possibly? I have ways of knowing things." Harry kept his voice steady, despite the turmoil inside him. "You didn't betray my parents. Someone named Peter Pettigrew did." "Peter." Sirius's face twisted with rage and grief. "That rat. That literal rat. He's alive, Harry. He faked his death and he's been hiding ever since. He's at Hogwarts right now, disguised as a pet, waiting for his master to return." Information acquired: Peter Pettigrew, status, alive, previously believed dead, form, Animagus, rat, current location, Hogwarts, probable, note, if true, this changes everything, a rat, Harry said slowly. At Hogwarts. Disguised as someone's pet. Ron's rat. Scabbers. The old, worthless pet rat that had been in the Weasley family for over a decade. Harry had never paid much attention to it, but now. Observation retrieved: Scabbers, Weasley pet rat, anomalous lifespan, 12+ years, normal rat, 2 to 3 years, missing TOE, consistent with Pettigrew's alleged death, only finger recovered, previous threat assessment, none, revised threat assessment, extreme, Ron had been sleeping with a Death Eater for years. A murderer and betrayer had been in Gryffindor Tower, feet from Harry's bed, every night for 2 years. "I need you to tell me everything," Harry said. "From the beginning." Sirius's story took hours. They talked through the night, hidden in the park's most isolated corner, Sirius periodically transforming back to dog form when Muggle dogwalkers passed too close. Harry listened, asked questions, cross-referenced everything against his system's knowledge base. The secret keeper switch. The betrayal. The confrontation where Peter had killed 13 Muggles, severed his own finger, and escaped as a rat while Sirius was left holding the wand and the blame. 12 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, sustained only by the knowledge of his own innocence. Story analysis: 97.3% probability of truth, emotional indicators, consistent with genuine grief and trauma, magical signature, shows no signs of Dark Lord's mark or allegiance. Conclusion: Sirius Black is likely innocent. Why come to me? Harry asked. Why not go to Dumbledore, or the Ministry? Dumbledore believes I was the secret keeper. I never got a chance to tell him we switched. And the Ministry? Sirius laughed bitterly. They never gave me a trial, Harry. Barty Crouch Sr. threw me in Azkaban without a hearing. No Veritaserum, no evidence examination, nothing. They wanted a scapegoat, and I was convenient. So you escaped to find Pettigrew. I saw him in the newspaper. That picture of the Weasley family in Egypt, their pet rat was sitting on the boy's shoulder, clear as day. I recognized him immediately. Sirius's hands clenched. He's at Hogwarts, Harry. Waiting. The Dark Lord isn't gone, he'll come back someday, and when he does, Peter will hand you to him on a silver platter. Harry absorbed this information, fitting it into his larger understanding of the magical world's politics and dangers. I believe you, he said finally. But we can't just capture Pettigrew and expect the Ministry to listen. They've spent 12 years telling everyone you're guilty. They won't admit they were wrong without overwhelming proof. What do you suggest? Harry smiled, a cold, calculating smile that made Sirius's eyebrows rise. I suggest we plan this properly. You lay low, recover your strength. When school starts, I'll find a way to expose Pettigrew publicly, with witnesses who can't be ignored. We'll clear your name, capture the real traitor, and make the Ministry look like fools in the process. Quest received, clear Sirius Black's name, objectives, locate and capture Peter Pettigrew. Gather irrefutable proof of innocence. Arrange public exposure. Navigate Ministry politics. Rewards, 3000 EXP, alliance with Sirius Black, access to Black family resources. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. You're not like I expected, Harry. James was impulsive, emotional, brilliant but reckless. You're different. I've had to be. I know. Lily would be proud. And so would James, in his own way. Sirius's voice caught. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I should have raised you, not those awful muggles. I failed you before you were even old enough to remember. You didn't fail me, Harry said. You were betrayed, just like my parents were. The failure belongs to the people who let it happen, and to the rat who caused it. He held out his hand. We're going to fix this, Sirius. Together. His godfather, his family, took it. Bond formed, Sirius Black, initial strength, 45%, category, family, note, first genuine family bond established. The Hogwarts Express was crowded with students returning from summer holidays, but Harry had secured a private compartment through a combination of early arrival and strategic intimidation of anyone who tried to join without invitation. He sat with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, his core party, expanded over the past year into something that felt almost like a family. The train rattled through the countryside as Harry briefed them on what he'd learned. Scabbers is a person. Ron's face had gone through several colors during the explanation, settling on a pale green that suggested imminent nausea. He's seen me, oh God. A Death Eater, Hermione said, her voice sharp with disgust. Living in Gryffindor Tower. Watching all of us. He's been dormant, Harry said. Waiting for Voldemort to return. But Sirius's escape might force him to act. If Pettigrew thinks he's been discovered, he might run or try something desperate. So what do we do? Neville asked. He'd grown over the summer, not just physically, but in confidence. His near-death experience in the chamber had changed something in him. Neville Longbottom, LV 9, status, determined, loyal, awakening, note, hidden potential is beginning to manifest. We wait and watch, Harry said. Pettigrew doesn't know we're onto him. As long as we act normal, he'll stay in his comfortable hiding spot. When the time is right, we spring the trap. And Sirius? Ginny asked. She'd been quiet during the explanation, but her eyes were sharp. Where is he now? Hidden. Recovering. He'll stay close to Hogwarts but out of sight. Harry paused. There's something else you should know. The Dementors, the Ministry is sending them to guard the school. They're supposed to be looking for Sirius, but Dementors aren't exactly precise, Hermione finished grimly. They'll affect everyone. Creature information, Dementors, classification, XXXXX, extreme danger, abilities, emotional drainage, memory manipulation, soul consumption, kiss, weaknesses, Patronus charm, only known effective defense, note, extended exposure causes depression, despair, and psychological damage. The train shuddered suddenly, its momentum dying. The lights flickered, then went out entirely. Cold seeped through the walls, not natural cold, but something deeper, something that reached into the soul and squeezed. "They're here," Harry said, reaching for his wand. "Everyone, stay calm. Whatever happens, don't let them get inside your head." The compartment door slid open. The Dementor was horror incarnate, a cloaked figure that seemed to absorb light, its presence a weight that pressed down on every happy thought Harry had ever had. He felt the chamber's darkness rising in his memory, the basilisk's jaws closing, the venom burning through his veins, and then, deeper, a woman's voice screaming. "Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside, foolish girl, please. I'll do anything." Warning, memory intrusion detected, source, Dementor plus soul fragment interaction, caution, Horcrux is reacting to Dementor presence. Harry felt the darkness inside him stir. The Voldemort fragment, usually dormant, was waking up, drawn to the Dementor's cold, feeding on the despair it generated, growing. Soul fragment status, integration, 3.7% 4.2%, alert, accelerated growth detected, no. Harry slammed his occlumency shields into place, walls of mental iron containing the fragment's expansion. The screaming in his memory faded. The cold began to recede. And then he raised his wand and cast a spell he'd only read about, never practiced, barely understood. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from his wand, not a fully formed Patronus, not yet, but something. A shield, a barrier, a wall of pure positive emotion that pushed back against the Dementor's influence. The creature retreated. The lights came back on. Warmth returned. And Harry slumped in his seat, exhausted but alive. Spell acquired, Patronus charm, partial, form, shield, corporeal form locked, effectiveness, moderate, note, full Patronus requires stronger happy memory, Harry. Hermione's voice was shaky. "Are you okay?" That was, advanced magic," Harry said, his voice hoarse. "I'll explain later. For now, just know that the Dementors are going to be a problem. A bigger problem than he'd realized. Every encounter with them risked awakening the Horcrux, accelerating its integration. If he wasn't careful, the very defenses meant to protect the school could end up destroying him from within. System analysis, Dementor/Horcrux interaction, conclusion, minimize Dementor exposure, secondary conclusion, learn full Patronus as soon as possible. The train resumed its journey. Harry watched the darkening landscape roll past and began to plan. Hogwarts was different this year. The Dementor's presence cast a pall over everything. Students walked with hunched shoulders, smiles were rarer, the usual excitement of returning to school muted by the creature's influence. Even the sorting ceremony felt subdued, the new first-years pale and nervous. But for Harry, the biggest change was the new defense against the dark arts professor. Remus John Lupin, LV, 34, class, werewolf/defense expert/former order member, status, cautious, hopeful, conflicted, notes, was close friend of James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew, the Marauders. Believes Sirius is guilty. Unaware of Pettigrew's survival. Struggling with lycanthropy and self-worth. Genuinely excellent teacher. Lupin had intervened during the Dementor attack on the train, arriving after Harry's Patronus had driven the creature away but in time to see the aftermath. He'd looked at Harry with a strange expression, recognition, grief, something that might have been hope, and given him chocolate with a firm insistence that felt almost parental. He was also, Harry realized after the first defense class, an actually competent teacher. "Today, we'll be studying boggarts," Lupin announced, leading them to a wardrobe that was rattling ominously. "Can anyone tell me what distinguishes a boggart from other shape-shifting creatures?" The lessons that followed were revelatory. Lupin didn't just teach spells, he taught thinking. Strategy, tactics, the psychology of confronting fear. He pushed students to understand the theory behind their magic, not just memorize incantations. Skill experience, Defense against the dark arts plus 150%, note, exceptional instructor bonus. After class, Harry approached Lupin with a request that had been forming since the train. Professor, I'd like to learn the Patronus charm. The full version. Lupin's eyes widened slightly. That's extremely advanced magic, Harry. NEWT level at minimum. Most adult wizards can't cast a corporeal Patronus. I know. But the Dementors, they affect me more than other students. Harry chose his words carefully. I need a defense that actually works. The professor studied him for a long moment, something shifting behind his eyes. You're very like your father, you know. He never could accept that something was beyond him either. Lupin smiled sadly. Very well. I'll teach you. But I want something in return. Sir. I want you to tell me how you cast that shield on the train. The Patronus takes years to learn, but you managed a form of it with no instruction at all. His gaze sharpened. What aren't you telling me, Harry? Decision point, A. Tell partial truth, maintain secrecy, build relationship slowly, B. Tell full truth, risk exposure, potentially gain powerful ally, C. Deflect, maintain complete secrecy, risk damaging trust. Harry considered his options. Lupin was an ally of Sirius, whether he knew it or not. He was competent, trustworthy according to everything Harry could observe, and potentially vital to the plan to clear Sirius's name. A. He decided. Partial truth. Earn his trust gradually. I've been training, Harry said. On my own. I found some books on defensive magic and I'm better at this than most people realize. Training. Lupin's expression was unreadable. You're 12, 13. 13 years old, and you've been teaching yourself NEWT level defense magic. Circumstances demanded it. Something flickered across Lupin's face, understanding, perhaps, or recognition of a kindred spirit. Yes. I suppose they would have. He agreed to the lessons. They would meet twice a week, in secret, until Harry could cast a full corporeal Patronus. Quest received, Master the Patronus, Mentor, Remus Lupin, Rewards, Skill, Patronus Charm, Corporeal, Bond increase with Lupin, Defense against Dementors. The weeks that followed were a careful balance of training, investigation, and maintaining appearances. Harry's Patronus lessons with Lupin progressed steadily. The professor used a boggart, transformed to mimic a Dementor, as practice, forcing Harry to confront the cold and despair while focusing on his happiest memories. The problem was finding a memory strong enough. The Patronus is fueled by positive emotion, Lupin explained during their third session. But not just any positive feeling. It needs to be something powerful, something that defines you. Joy, love, hope, the kind of feeling that transcends circumstance. Harry tried memory after memory. The first time he caught the snitch. The moment he realized he had friends. The warmth of the burrow during Christmas. Each produced a silver mist, sometimes even a hint of form, but nothing substantial enough to drive off a true Dementor. Patronus attempt, failed, insufficient emotional charge, recommended, identify core positive memory, note, soul fragment may be interfering with positive emotional access. That note hit Harry like a bucket of cold water. The Horcrux wasn't just feeding on negative emotions, it was suppressing positive ones. Every time he tried to access pure happiness, the darkness inside him pushed back. He needed to work around it somehow. Find a memory so powerful that even the Voldemort fragment couldn't taint it. The answer came unexpectedly, during a late-night conversation with Sirius. Harry had been sneaking out to meet his godfather whenever possible, bringing food and news and slowly rebuilding a relationship that should have started 13 years ago. They talked about everything, James and Lily, the Marauders, the first war against Voldemort, the hopes and dreams that had been shattered by betrayal. Your mother was the best of us, you know, Sirius said one night, his voice soft with remembered grief. James was brilliant but reckless. I was charming but unstable. Remus was kind but afraid. But Lily was strong. Stronger than any of us realized until it mattered. How so? When she stood in front of Voldemort that night, she wasn't afraid. At least, not for herself. She knew exactly what she was doing, knew what it would cost, and she did it anyway. Sirius's eyes met Harry's. She died so you could live, Harry. Not because she was weak or foolish, but because she loved you more than anything in the world. That kind of love doesn't just disappear. It protects, it empowers, it endures. Memory candidate identified, Lily Potter's sacrifice, emotional classification, transcendent love, probability of success, high. Harry didn't have direct memories of his mother's sacrifice, he'd been too young. But he had the echoes, the screaming he heard when Dementors came close, the flash of green light that haunted his nightmares. And he had something else, now. Understanding. His mother hadn't died screaming in fear. She'd died choosing. Choosing him over herself, love over survival, hope over despair. That was the memory he needed. Not the event itself, but what it represented. The next Patronus lesson changed everything. Lupin released the Boggart Dementor, and Harry faced it head-on. The cold pressed in, the despair clawed at his mind, the Horcrux inside him tried to wake, and Harry thought of his mother. Not the screaming. Not the death. The choice. The love that had been strong enough to stop the killing curse itself. The protection that still lived in his blood, in his soul, in the very foundation of who he was. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand, not a mist, not a shield, but a form. Massive, four-legged, crowned with antlers that caught the light and multiplied it 1,000-fold. A stag. Patronus charm, mastered, corporeal form, stag, significance, matches James Potter's animagus form, defensive rating, maximum, soul fragment, suppressed, temporarily. The stag charged the Boggart Dementor, driving it back into the wardrobe with contemptuous ease. It circled the room once, then faded, leaving Harry standing in a pool of silver afterglow. Harry. Lupin's voice was barely a whisper. That's a stag. That's Prongs. Prongs? Your father's nickname. His animagus form was a stag. Lupin's eyes were bright with unshed tears. You have his Patronus, Harry. You have his spirit. Bond strength, Remus Lupin 47%, significant emotional connection established. Harry looked at his wand, still warm from the casting, and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Pure, uncomplicated happiness. The Horcrux writhed in protest, trying to reassert itself, but the Patronus memory was stronger. For the first time since learning about the soul fragment, Harry believed he might actually be able to beat it. Soul fragment status, integration, 4.2% 4.1%, note, first recorded decrease. Positive emotion appears to have suppressive effect. October brought the Hogsmeade weekend, and with it, the opportunity Harry had been waiting for. The plan was simple but precise. During the chaos of students flooding into the village, Ron would accidentally lose Scabbers. Hermione would cast a localized tracking charm. Harry would intercept the rat before it could escape and force its transformation back into human form. Witnesses would be arranged. Evidence would be preserved. Sirius would be vindicated. Operation, rat trap, status, initiating, party positions, optimal, contingencies, prepared. Ron played his part perfectly, making a show of searching his robes and coming up empty. Scabbers. He's gone. He must have slipped out during breakfast. Hermione's tracking charm lit up immediately, pointing toward the shrieking shack on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. The most haunted building in Britain, and, as Harry had learned from Sirius, the secret entrance to a tunnel that led back to Hogwarts. He knows, Harry realized. Pettigrew knows he's been discovered. He's running. Change of plans, Harry said quickly. He's heading for the shack. We need to cut him off. They ran. The shrieking shack was exactly as creepy as its reputation suggested: boarded windows, rotting wood, an atmosphere of abandonment and decay. But Harry's enhanced senses detected movement inside, and his tracking spell confirmed it. Pettigrew was here. "Spread out," Harry ordered. "Cover the exits. Nobody gets past us." He kicked down the front door and found himself face to face with a drawn wand and a desperate, rat-faced man. Peter Pettigrew looked nothing like his wanted posters. 12 years as a rodent had changed him. His features were pinched and twitchy, his eyes constantly darting, his whole body radiating cowardice. Peter Pettigrew, LV, 16, class, Death Eater/Animagus/Traitor, status, terrified, desperate, willing to do anything to survive, notes, coward. Weak magically. Dangerous only when cornered. Will betray anyone to save himself. Harry, Pettigrew stammered. "Harry Potter. You look so much like your father, but your eyes are your mother's, don't." Harry's voice was ice. "Don't you dare talk about my parents. You don't understand. I didn't have a choice. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me. You had a choice. You chose wrong." The door behind Pettigrew burst open. Sirius stood there in human form, transformed from his dog shape, 12 years of rage burning in his eyes. "Hello, Peter," he said. "It's been a long time." Pettigrew's face went white as chalk. "Sirius. No, please, I can explain, I'm sure you can. You were always good at explaining. Explaining why you couldn't do your homework, why you needed help with your spells, why you were too sick to help us practice Animagus transformations." Sirius advanced slowly, his wand raised. "Explain this, Peter. How did Voldemort find the Potters?" "I was forced. The Imperius curse, lie." Harry's voice cut through the excuse. "Your magical signature shows no signs of past mind control. Try again." Pettigrew's eyes darted between Harry and Sirius, looking for any escape. His hand twitched toward something, a silver gleam at his wrist. Harry moved first. Expelliarmus. Pettigrew's wand flew from his grip. A follow-up stunning spell caught him in the chest, and he crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Combat, victory, trivial difficulty, Peter Pettigrew, captured, quest update, clear Sirius Black's name, 75% complete. Sirius stood over the fallen traitor, his wand trembling. For a moment, Harry thought he might kill Pettigrew anyway, 12 years of Azkaban demanding vengeance. "Don't," Harry said quietly. "He's worth more alive. His testimony will clear you completely. He deserves to die. Maybe. But you deserve to be free. And killing him won't bring my parents back." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "Let the truth do its work, Sirius. Let the world see what he really is." The wand lowered. Sirius took a shuddering breath. "James would have killed him. James isn't here. You are. And you're better than this." Bond strength, Sirius Black 78%, significant decision influenced. The capture of Peter Pettigrew sent shockwaves through Wizarding Britain. Harry had arranged for the confrontation to be witnessed by several ministry officials, conveniently present in Hogsmeade on inspection duty, thanks to some careful manipulation of schedules. Pettigrew's forced transformation back to human form, followed by Veritasrum verified testimony, exposed not just his crimes but the ministry's failure to provide Sirius with a trial. Media response, explosive, ministry response, damage control, public opinion, shifting rapidly in Sirius's favor. Within a week, Sirius Black was officially exonerated. Pettigrew was sentenced to life in Azkaban, his trial broadcast via Wizard Radio to ensure maximum exposure. Minister Fudge was forced to issue a public apology, his reputation badly damaged by the scandal. And Harry found himself with something he'd never had before, a real family. "You can live with me now," Sirius said, the day his name was cleared. "If you want. I know it's sudden, and the house needs work, and I'm still getting used to everything. But you're my godson, Harry. You should have been mine from the beginning. Decision point: A. Accept immediately, leave Dursleys forever. B. Accept conditionally, maintain blood protection until ready. C. Decline, preserve status quo. Harry thought carefully. His mother's protection, the blood magic that kept him safe from Voldemort, was anchored to Privet Drive. Leaving permanently might weaken or destroy that defense. But Sirius was family. Real family. And sometimes, love was a stronger protection than magic. Yes, Harry said. But I'll need to visit the Dursleys occasionally. For reasons I'll explain later. Is that okay? Sirius's answering grin was the brightest thing Harry had ever seen. Decision: accept conditionally, blood protection, maintained, modified, family status, established, new home base, 12 Grimmauld Place, pending. The rest of third year was almost anticlimactic. Without the threat of an escaped killer, without Dementors attacking students, the school settled into something approaching normalcy. Harry continued his training, Patronus practice, physical conditioning, magical theory, while maintaining his relationships and preparing for whatever challenges Year 4 might bring. Year 3 complete, final status, Harry Potter, level 35, STR, 58 AGI, 74 Vit, 67, Int, 64 Wis, 58 Luck, 28, Mag, 102, Party status, Ronald Weasley, LV, 14, Bond, 92%, Hermione Granger, LV, 16, Bond, 94%, Ginevra Weasley, LV, 9, Bond, 79%, Neville Longbottom, LV, 12, Bond, 72%, Sirius Black, LV, 35, Bond, 83%, Remus Lupin, LV, 34, Bond, 68%, Major quests completed, 2, Horcruxes destroyed, 1, Diary, Horcrux status, Soul Fragment integration 4.1%, stable. The summer would bring new challenges, setting up at Grimmauld Place, continuing his training, researching Horcruxes, and how to safely remove the one in his scar. But for the first time in his life, Harry was facing the future with family at his side. The Watcher's Note, youhxbctATRNS.THNEXTTRALWLBEHRDRTHNEXTTRALDBEHCGS.PRPRIOT. Harry dismissed the notification. But he didn't ignore the warning. Voldemort was coming back, that had always been inevitable. The Horcruxes ensured it. But when the Dark Lord finally returned, Harry would be ready. And this time, he wouldn't be alone. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Gathering Storm. The Quidditch World Cup was chaos incarnate. Harry stood in the top box of the massive stadium, surrounded by 100,000 witches and wizards, watching the Irish and Bulgarian national teams clash in a display of aerial combat that made professional Quidditch look like children playing in a backyard. The noise was deafening, cheers and chants and the crack of bludgers against bats creating a wall of sound that vibrated through his bones. But Harry wasn't watching the match. Environmental scan, active, threat signatures, multiple, classification, hostile, concealed, estimated number, 30 to 50, location, perimeter of campsite, note, Death Eater magical signatures detected. He'd felt them arriving over the past hour, dark presences slipping through the crowds, positioning themselves around the massive campsite where tens of thousands of wizards had gathered. His enhanced senses picked up the telltale signs, nervous energy, concealed wands, the particular magical resonance of the dark mark burned into skin. Something was going to happen tonight. Harry? Hermione's voice cut through his concentration. Are you okay? You've been staring at nothing for 10 minutes. Just thinking. He kept his voice casual, not wanting to alarm her yet. Did you see that Wronski feint? Krum nearly killed himself. It was reckless and dangerous, Hermione said primly, but her eyes sparkled with reluctant admiration. Even she couldn't deny the Bulgarian seeker's skill. The match ended with Ireland's victory, despite Crumb's spectacular catch of the snitch. The crowd erupted in celebration, green and white flooding the stands as the Irish supporters went wild. Harry used the distraction to pull Ron aside. "We need to get back to the tent. Now." "What?" "But the celebration's just starting, Death Eaters. At least 30 of them, surrounding the camp. They're going to attack tonight." Ron's face went pale, but to his credit, he didn't argue. 2 years of following Harry into danger had taught him to trust those instincts. Party alert issued, all members notified, extraction protocol initiated. They gathered the others, Hermione, Ginny, the twins, Mr. Weasley, and made their way through the celebrating crowds toward the Weasley tent. Harry kept his senses stretched to their limit, tracking the Death Eater signatures as they began to move. They were out of time. "Everyone, listen to me." Harry's voice cut through the post-match chatter, sharp enough to silence even Fred and George. "There's going to be an attack. Death Eaters, probably in the next few minutes. We need to." The first explosion ripped through the night. Screams erupted from the far end of the campsite. Green light, the sickly glow of dark curses, painted the sky. And rising above the chaos, a formation of masked figures was marching through the tents, wands blazing, levitating struggling muggles in grotesque mockery. Death Eater attack, confirmed, civilian casualties, mounting, ministry response, delayed, overwhelmed, recommended action, evacuation or engagement, everyone to the forest. Mr. Weasley shouted, his wand already in his hand. "Stay together. Don't stop for anything." The Weasleys scattered toward the tree line with the rest of the panicking crowd. But Harry didn't follow. "Harry, what are you?" Hermione grabbed his arm. "I can help," he said, pulling free. "Get to safety. I'll find you after. You can't fight Death Eaters alone." "I won't be alone." Harry's Patronus burst from his wand, the great silver stag pawing at the ground. "Go. Now." He turned and ran toward the chaos. The campsite had become a war zone. Tents burned in green and purple flames. Muggle family members, the campsite manager's unfortunate relatives, were being levitated overhead, spun and dropped and caught in a sadistic game. Death Eaters in their silver masks moved through the destruction with theatrical confidence, laughing at the screaming crowds. Enemy count, 43, average level, 22, leaders, 3, levels 31, 34, 38, combat probability assessment, challenging but winnable. Harry moved through the smoke like a ghost, his stealth skill rendering him nearly invisible in the chaos. He reached the first group of Death Eaters from behind, 4 figures focused on terrorizing a cluster of trapped wizards. Stupefy. 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 4 bodies hit the ground before any of them realized they were under attack. Harry was already moving, flowing through the battlefield like water, striking and vanishing before the enemy could react. Enemies defeated, for +200 EXP, stealth maintained. The next group was harder, 6 Death Eaters with a leader who actually knew what he was doing. Harry watched them from the shadows, calculating angles and probabilities. Walden McNair, LV, 31, class, Executioner/Death Eater, status, enjoying himself, notes, sadist. Prefers axe to wand but competent with both. Ministry employee by day. Weakness, arrogance, predictable attack patterns. McNair was directing the others, coordinating their assault on a group of children who'd been separated from their parents. Harry felt cold rage building in his chest, not the hot anger of the Horcrux, but something cleaner. Sharper. He attacked. Bombarda. The explosion caught 2 Death Eaters and sent them flying. Harry was among the others before they could recover, moving at speeds that shouldn't have been possible for a 14-year-old. His wand blazed with spell after spell, stunning hexes, binding curses, shield breakers that shattered defenses and left enemies exposed. McNair turned, his mask askew, genuine shock in his eyes. Who, reducto. The curse caught McNair in the chest, blasting him backward into a burning tent. He didn't get up. Enemies defeated, 7, total, 11, plus 800 EXP, warning, stealth compromised, multiple enemies now aware of your presence. Harry didn't care. The children were free now, running toward the forest with the other evacuees. That was what mattered. He pressed on. The battle lasted almost an hour. Harry cut through the Death Eater ranks like a scalpel, appearing and disappearing, never staying in one place long enough to be targeted. His system tracked everything: enemy positions, civilian evacuations, the slowly arriving ministry reinforcements. By the time the Aurors finally organized a proper response, Harry had taken down nearly half the attacking force himself. Final combat tally: enemies defeated, 19, enemies routed, 12, civilians saved, 47, estimated, total EXP gained, 4,200, level up. Harry Potter, level 36, but he wasn't the only one fighting. Near the edge of the campsite, where the forest began, Harry found the source of the massive magical signature he'd been sensing all night. A figure in black robes, face obscured, was casting the dark mark into the sky, the green skull and serpent that was Voldemort's calling card. Entity detected, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Level, 39, Class, Death Eater/Auror Trainee, Former, Status, Fanatical, Calculating, Dangerous, Notes, Officially Dead. Escaped Azkaban through unknown means. Extremely loyal to Voldemort. Current mission, unknown but significant. Harry's blood ran cold. Crouch Jr. was supposed to be dead. He'd died in Azkaban years ago, according to all official records. Yet here he was, very much alive, casting the dark mark with obvious glee. This isn't just random terrorism, Harry realized. This is organized. Someone is planning something. He moved to intercept, but Crouch spotted him first. Their eyes met across the smoke-filled clearing, and Crouch's lips curved into a smile. "Harry Potter," he breathed. "My master will be so pleased." He disapparated before Harry could close the distance. Target escaped, new enemy identified, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Threat level, extreme. Note, this individual is likely involved in a larger conspiracy. The aftermath was grim. The Death Eaters had escaped, most of them, anyway. The ones Harry had captured were being processed by the Ministry, but their ranks included mostly low-level thugs and opportunists. The real leaders had vanished. Harry found the Weasleys in the forest, shaken but unharmed. Hermione threw her arms around him the moment she saw him, her face streaked with tears. "We thought you were dead. We saw the curses flying and nobody knew where you were." "I'm fine." Harry returned the embrace briefly, then stepped back. But something bigger is happening. The attack wasn't random. Someone named Crouch, Bartemius Crouch Jr., was here. He cast the dark mark. Mr. Weasley's face went white. "That's impossible. Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban." "He didn't. I saw him. And my abilities confirmed his identity." Harry met Mr. Weasley's eyes. "This is connected to something larger, Mr. Weasley. Voldemort's people are organizing. They're planning something." The rest of the night was spent in chaos, Ministry officials swarming the scene, injured being transported to St. Mungo's, terrified families trying to reunite. Harry provided a modified report of his activities, leaving out specifics of his abilities, and was eventually released after extracting a promise from Mr. Weasley to investigate Crouch Jr.'s apparent survival. Quest received, The Dark Lord's Return. Objectives: uncover the Death Eater conspiracy. Identify Voldemort's current plan. Prevent or prepare for his return. Rewards: massive EXP. Note, this quest may span multiple years. The Hogwarts Express brought news that changed everything. Harry was in his usual compartment with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville when the announcement came. Hogwarts would be hosting the Triwizard Tournament, a legendary competition between the three major European magical schools. The Triwizard Tournament. Hermione's eyes were wide. But that's been discontinued for centuries. The death toll was too high. They've added safety measures, Neville said, reading from the Daily Prophet. Age restrictions, professional oversight, reduced danger in the tasks. It's supposed to promote international cooperation. Triwizard Tournament, information retrieved, historical death rate, 67%, modern projected risk, moderate, official estimate, actual risk assessment, high, considering current conspiracy factors. Note, this tournament would be an ideal cover for hostile actions. Harry's instincts were screaming warnings. The timing was too convenient. Death Eater attacks, Crouch Jr.'s reappearance, and now an international event that would bring hundreds of foreign wizards to Hogwarts. If Voldemort's followers were planning something, this was the perfect opportunity. I don't like it, he said quietly. The World Cup attack, and now this? It feels coordinated. You think the tournament is connected to the Death Eaters? Ginny asked. I think someone is using it for something. I just don't know what yet. Quest update, uncover the Death Eater conspiracy, potential connection, Triwizard Tournament, recommended action, investigate. The arrival of the foreign delegations confirmed Harry's suspicions that something was wrong. Beauxbatons Academy came in a carriage pulled by giant winged horses, their French elegance a stark contrast to Hogwarts' Gothic severity. Durmstrang arrived more dramatically, their ship rising from the Black Lake like a phantom from the deep. And among the Durmstrang students was someone who made Harry's system light up with warnings. Igor Karkaroff, LV, 37, class, headmaster/former Death Eater/informant, status, nervous, paranoid, terrified, notes, escaped Azkaban by providing names of other Death Eaters. Knows something about current events. Dark mark is becoming more visible, sign of Voldemort's growing strength. Karkaroff's dark mark was darkening. Harry could see it through his enhanced perception, the skull and serpent, burned into the man's arm, growing clearer by the day. That meant Voldemort was gaining power somewhere, somehow. The tournament's champion selection only added to Harry's concerns. The Goblet of Fire, the ancient artifact that chose the competitors, was supposed to be impartial, selecting one champion from each school. But when the flames turned red and spat out a fourth name, Harry felt his stomach drop. Harry Potter. The great hall went silent. Every eye turned toward him, filled with confusion, suspicion, anger. Alert, Goblet of Fire, tampered, your name was entered by an external party, magical contract, binding, refusal to compete, not an option without severe consequences. Note, this is clearly part of the conspiracy. Someone wanted you in this tournament. Harry rose slowly, aware that every step he took was being watched by hundreds of people who thought he'd cheated his way into the competition. He approached the goblet, mind racing through possibilities. Someone had entered his name. Someone wanted him in the tournament. Given the historical death rate and his status as Voldemort's primary target, the conclusion was obvious. They're trying to kill me. The interrogation that followed was brutal. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxime, Crouch Sr., Bagman, they all had questions, accusations, demands. Harry answered calmly, maintaining his composure even as the adults argued about rules and contracts and whether a 14-year-old could be forced to compete in a tournament designed for adults. The answer was yes. The goblet's selection was magically binding. Harry would compete, or lose his magic entirely. Status, bound to Triwizard Tournament, competition rounds, 3 tasks, unknown nature, survival probability, insufficient data, party response, concerned. The school's reaction was even worse than the adults. Overnight, Harry went from the boy who lived to the boy who cheated. Hufflepuff was furious that their champion, Cedric Diggory, a genuinely decent 7th year, had been upstaged. Slytherin gleefully spread rumors about Harry's ego and attention-seeking. Even some Gryffindors looked at him differently. Only his core group remained loyal. It's obviously a setup, Hermione said, pacing in their claimed classroom. Someone powerful enough to confuse the goblet, someone with access to Hogwarts, someone who wants Harry in danger. The question is who? Karkaroff, Ron suggested. He's a former Death Eater. He's also terrified, Harry replied. His dark mark is darkening. He knows Voldemort is coming back, and he's planning to run, not fight. This isn't his style. Then who? Harry thought about Crouch Jr., alive when he should be dead. About the World Cup attack. About the timing of everything. Someone we haven't identified yet. Someone inside Hogwarts. Observation mode, enhanced, scanning all staff and students for anomalies. This may take time. The new defense against the dark arts professor was an anomaly. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody was a legend, the most famous Auror of his generation, a veteran of the First War against Voldemort, a paranoid, scarred warrior who had sent more dark wizards to Azkaban than anyone else alive. His appointment should have been a triumph for Hogwarts security. But something was wrong. Alastair Moody, LV, 42, class, Auror, retired, /defense instructor, status, notes, magical signature shows inconsistencies. Behavior patterns don't match historical records. Possible impersonation. Harry first noticed it during Moody's opening class, when the professor demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses on spiders. The lesson was educational, certainly. Harry had seen these spells in books but never witnessed their effects directly. But there was something in the way Moody handled the curses, an almost loving familiarity that didn't fit the profile of a dark wizard hunter. The real Moody would have shown clinical detachment. This Moody showed subtle relish. Behavioral analysis, inconclusive, recommendation, continued observation, caution. If impersonation theory is correct, imposter is highly skilled and dangerous. Harry kept his suspicions to himself, watching and waiting. If Moody, or whoever was wearing his face, was the enemy's agent inside Hogwarts, Harry needed proof before making any moves. In the meantime, he had a tournament to survive. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this in advance through a combination of enhanced perception, creative reconnaissance, and Hagrid's inability to keep secrets. For dragons, a common Welsh green, a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, and a Hungarian horntail, were being kept in the Forbidden Forest, each guarding a golden egg that the champions had to retrieve. First task analysis, objective, retrieve golden egg from dragon, dragon assigned to Harry, Hungarian horntail, LV, 55, recommended approach, aerial combat /distraction /environmental manipulation. Note, horntail is the most dangerous of the 4. This is almost certainly not coincidence. Level 55. The dragon was 20 levels above him, a gap that would be nearly impossible to overcome through direct combat. But dragons, like all creatures, had weaknesses. They were territorial, aggressive, predictable in their defensive patterns. And Harry could fly. He spent the week before the task preparing obsessively. His Nimbus 2000 was no longer available, it had been destroyed by the Whomping Willow the previous year, but Sirius had sent him a Firebolt as a gift, the fastest racing broom in the world. With his natural flying ability enhanced by the system, Harry might be able to outmaneuver even a dragon. Training complete, broom riding, LV 9, aerial combat awareness, LV 7, evasion tactics, LV 5, spell casting, aerial, LV 4, dragon knowledge, LV 3, new. The day of the first task arrived cold and grey, the stadium packed with spectators eager to watch champions risk their lives. Harry waited in the champions' tent, his mind calm despite the nervous energy radiating from the other competitors. Cedric went first, transfiguring a rock into a dog to distract his Swedish short snout. Fleur used some kind of enchanted sleep on her Welsh green, though it woke up and singed her robes before she could escape. Crumb took the most direct approach, hitting his Chinese fireball with a curse that blinded it temporarily. Then it was Harry's turn. The horntail was waiting. 40 feet of armored death, with spikes along its tail, fire in its throat, and murder in its yellow eyes. It saw Harry emerge from the tunnel and immediately began tracking him, chain rattling as it strained toward this intruding human. Accio Firebolt. The broom came screaming over the stadium walls, slapping into Harry's hand with eager force. He mounted in one smooth motion and shot into the sky, the Horntail's first gout of flame missing him by inches. Aerial combat, initiated, dragon attack pattern, analyzing, evasion success rate, 67%, current conditions, the battle was brutal and beautiful. Harry dove and climbed, rolled and spun, pushing the firebolt to its absolute limits as the Horntail's flames chased him through the air. The dragon was faster than he'd expected, smarter too. It learned from each near miss, adjusting its attacks, trying to predict his movements. But Harry learned faster. Pattern identified, 3 burst flame attack followed by 2-second recovery, opening detected. He waited for the 3rd burst, then dove, not away from the dragon, but toward it. The Horntail's eyes widened in surprise as Harry rocketed past its head, close enough to touch, and grabbed the golden egg from beneath its belly. The crowd erupted. First task, complete, rating, exceptional, time, 4 minutes, 23 seconds, fastest, injuries, minor, singeing, EXP gained, 3,500, reputation, significantly improved. Harry landed to thunderous applause, the golden egg clutched against his chest. Even the students who'd been calling him a cheat were on their feet, recognizing what they'd just witnessed. But Harry wasn't celebrating. His mind was already on the next challenge, and on the enemy who had put him in this position. Someone wanted me dead, he thought, watching Moody's approving nod from the judge's platform. They gave me the most dangerous dragon, hoping it would finish me. Time to find out who. The investigation intensified over the following weeks. Harry split his time between tournament preparation. The golden egg contained a clue for the second task, which he'd need to solve, regular training, and covert observation of everyone who might be involved in the conspiracy. The egg's clue turned out to be a riddle, audible only underwater, something about seeking something taken, with an hour to complete the task. Harry's system analyzed the clue and presented likely scenarios: second task analysis, location, Black Lake, probable, objective, retrieve something precious, hostage. Time limit, 1 hour, challenge, underwater survival/combat, recommended preparation, gillyweed, bubblehead charm, or similar. Meanwhile, his surveillance of Moody revealed increasingly suspicious behavior. The professor drank constantly from a hip flask, supposedly a personal paranoia, but Harry's enhanced senses detected the distinctive signature of Polyjuice potion. Moody's office was warded with powerful enchantments, more powerful than any other professor's quarters. And his magical signature kept flickering, as if the person underneath was fighting to maintain the disguise. Observation conclusion: Alastair Moody is an imposter. Polyjuice potion, confirmed. True identity, unknown. Insufficient data. Recommended action: gather more evidence before confrontation. Harry needed to know who was behind the mask before making any moves. A premature accusation could tip off the enemy, allowing them to escape or accelerate whatever plan they were executing. The answer came from an unexpected source. The Marauder's map, inherited from Fred and George and enhanced by Harry's magical knowledge, showed everyone in Hogwarts by their true name. Harry had been using it to track Moody's movements, hoping to catch him in a revealing moment. What he found instead was a name that shouldn't exist. Map anomaly detected: Alastair Moody's office, showing 2 occupants, Occupant 1, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Occupant 2, Alastair Moody, imprisoned, Crouch Jr. the Death Eater from the World Cup. He was inside Hogwarts, disguised as one of the most trusted professors, and he had the real Moody locked up somewhere in his own office. Conspiracy connection, confirmed. Crouch Jr. is the inside agent. Objective: capture Crouch Jr. and rescue real Moody. Warning: Crouch Jr. is level 39 and highly dangerous. Recommendation: do not engage alone. Harry stared at the map, his mind racing through implications. Crouch had access to everything: the tournament, the students, Harry's schedule and movements. He'd probably been the one to enter Harry's name in the goblet. Whatever plan Voldemort's followers were executing, Crouch was at the center of it. But why keep Harry alive? If the goal was simply to kill him, there had been plenty of opportunities. The Horntail alone should have been lethal. Yet Crouch had given Harry hints, helped him prepare, almost seemed to be coaching him through the tournament. He wants me to reach the end, Harry realized with growing horror. The tasks aren't designed to kill me. They're designed to prepare me for something. But what? The second task came and went. Harry used Gillyweed to navigate the Black Lake, fighting off Grindylows and navigating the Merpeople's village to reach the hostages. Ron was tied to a statue at the bottom, unconscious and vulnerable, and Harry freed him with minutes to spare. Second task, complete, rating, excellent, hostage, rescued, time, 47 minutes, EXP gained, 2,800, he emerged from the water to more applause, but his attention was on Crouch as Moody in the stands. The imposter was watching him with an expression of poorly concealed satisfaction, as if everything was going according to plan. Harry needed to act soon. The third task was approaching, and whatever Crouch had planned, it would happen then. He called an emergency meeting of his party. Crouch Jr. is here. He's been impersonating Moody all year. The reaction was predictable: shock, denial, demands for proof. Harry provided it, the map showing 2 names in Moody's office, the Polyjuice signature, the behavioral inconsistencies, the connection to the World Cup attack. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said immediately. "We will. But first, I need to know what they're planning." Harry spread documents across the table: notes, observations, analysis. "Crouch entered my name in the tournament, but he's been helping me survive." "Why?" "Maybe the plan requires you to reach the final task," Ginny suggested. "Maybe something happens then." "The Triwizard Cup," Ron said suddenly. "That's the prize." What if they've done something to it?" Hypothesis generated: Triwizard Cup equals trap, possible modification, portkey, destination, unknown, likely Voldemort's location, objective, deliver Harry to the Dark Lord. The pieces clicked together with sickening clarity. The tournament wasn't designed to kill Harry, it was designed to transport him. The cup would be turned into a portkey, activated when he touched it. He'd be whisked away to wherever Voldemort was waiting, delivered like a gift to his greatest enemy. "They're going to use me for something," Harry said. "Something that requires my presence, my blood, maybe, my death." Hermione's face had gone white. "The Horcruxes. You said Voldemort can't truly die while they exist. But he also can't truly live, not in a real body. He needs some kind of ritual to restore himself. A resurrection ritual." Harry's voice was grim. "And I'm one of the ingredients. Ritual analysis, accessing archived knowledge, bone of the father, ancestral component, flesh of the servant, sacrifice component, blood of the enemy, forced participation, conclusion, this ritual requires Harry's blood to restore Voldemort's body, so what do we do?" Neville asked. "Report Crouch, stop the tournament." "It's too late for that." Harry shook his head. "The magical contract is binding. I have to compete. And if we expose Crouch now, Voldemort will just find another way. We need to use this against them." "Use it how?" Harry's smile was cold. "Let them think their plan is working. Let them transport me to wherever Voldemort is hiding. And then, we end this. Decision, accept the trap, objective, allow transportation to Voldemort's location, secondary objective, destroy Voldemort's ritual/physical form, tertiary objective, survive, risk level, extreme, party response, conflicted but loyal. The weeks before the third task were a flurry of preparation. Harry trained like never before, pushing his physical and magical abilities to their absolute limits. His party helped where they could, Hermione researching dark rituals and countermeasures, Ron providing tactical support, Ginny and Neville practicing combat in case they needed to join the fight. Peri-battle training results: Harry Potter, level 39, STR, 72 AGI, 89 VIT, 81 INT, 78 WS, 71 LUK, 35 MAG, 127, Combat Rating, Exceptional. Note, you are now stronger than most adult wizards. Sirius and Remus were brought into the plan, their experience and connections invaluable. They established a rapid response team, Order of the Phoenix veterans who could be activated the moment Harry sent a signal. Dumbledore was informed of the threat, though Harry didn't reveal his full abilities, and the old wizard agreed to monitor the third task personally. The trap was set. Now Harry just had to walk into it. The third task was a maze. Towering hedges filled the Quidditch pitch, creating a labyrinth of magical creatures, enchanted obstacles, and deadly challenges. The 4 champions entered at staggered intervals based on their point totals, and Harry, tied with Cedric for first, had the earliest start. The maze was dark and disorienting, the hedges shifting and changing behind him. Harry's enhanced senses helped him navigate, identifying threats before they became lethal and finding paths toward the center where the cup waited. Maze progress, 35%, threats neutralized, 7, current position, quadrant 3, sector 7, he encountered Cedric first, helping the older boy escape from an aggressive blast-ended Scroot. They agreed to proceed together, watching each other's backs as the maze grew more dangerous. Then they found Krum. The Bulgarian seeker was standing over Fleur's unconscious body, his wand raised, his eyes glazed and empty. Victor Krum, status, Imperio Curse active, controller, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Intent, eliminate competition, stupefy. Harry's spell hit Krum before he could attack, dropping the controlled champion to the ground. Cedric stared in shock. He was cursed, Harry explained quickly. Someone's manipulating the tournament. We need to get to the cup fast. They ran. The final stretch of the maze was brutal, a sphinx demanding riddles, an acromantula the size of a car, shifting walls that tried to crush them against dead ends. Harry and Cedric fought through it all, covering each other, working as a team. And then they reached the cup. It sat on a pedestal at the center of a clearing, gleaming golden in the dim light. Harry and Cedric stood before it, both breathing hard, both aware of what taking the trophy meant. You take it, Cedric said. You saved my life twice in here. You deserve it. We'll take it together. Harry met the older boy's eyes. Hogwarts wins either way. They reached for the cup simultaneously. The hook behind Harry's navel pulled him away from Hogwarts, and toward whatever horror awaited at the other end. They landed in a graveyard. Crumbling tombstones surrounded them, leaning at angles that suggested centuries of neglect. A massive manor house loomed in the distance, dark and forbidding. And standing before the largest grave, marked with the name Riddle, was a hunched figure cradling something wrapped in dark robes. Location, Little Hangleton Graveyard, enemy detected, Peter Pettigrew, LV, 16, cargo, Voldemort, weakened form, ritual preparations, active, warning, extreme danger, the Dark Lord is here, kill the spare, a voice hissed from the bundle in Pettigrew's arms. Green light blazed. Protego Maxima. Harry's shield caught the killing curse, not stopping it entirely, such a thing was impossible, but deflecting it. The spell carved a furrow through the earth beside Cedric, close enough to scorch his robes but not close enough to kill. Run! Harry shoved Cedric toward cover. Get behind the tombstones. Pettigrew was already casting again, but Harry was faster. A stunning spell, a binding curse, a disarming charm in rapid succession, Pettigrew went down hard, wand flying from his grip, the bundle he'd been carrying tumbling to the ground. Peter Pettigrew, incapacitated, Voldemort, weak and vulnerable, the thing in the bundle was moving, screaming in a high, terrible voice. Harry approached it with his wand raised, his heart pounding. This was the moment. Voldemort, reduced to his weakest form, helpless without a servant to perform the ritual. Harry could end it now, destroy the Dark Lord's current vessel, set back his plans by years if not decades. He looked at the twisted, infant-like creature, hairless, red-eyed, barely alive. Tom Riddle/Lord Voldemort, current form, homunculus, artificial body, level, 12, severely weakened, threat, minimal in current state, warning, Horcruxes still exist. Destruction of this form is not permanent. It's not enough, Harry realized. I kill him now, and he just comes back later. Stronger, more careful, harder to find. I need to destroy the Horcruxes first. But he couldn't let the ritual happen either. If Voldemort regained his body, the war would begin in earnest. A third option presented itself. Alternative approach identified: corrupt the ritual. If Voldemort's restoration is incomplete, his new body will be flawed. This may create weaknesses exploitable later. Risk, uncertain. Harry made his decision. He bound Voldemort's homunculus form with chains of magical force, then turned to the ritual setup Pettigrew had prepared. The cauldron was bubbling, the bone already added, everything ready for the final components. Harry modified the ritual. His magical knowledge, accumulated through years of training, enhanced by the system's analytical abilities, was enough to understand the basic principles. The resurrection rite required specific components in specific proportions. Change those proportions, add foreign elements, and the result would be unpredictable. Ritual modification, in progress, adding phoenix feather, from wand core purification element, adding basilisk venom, from Fong destructive element, adding powdered moonstone, stabilization element, ritual outcome, unknown but likely detrimental to subject, Harry. Cedric's voice came from behind a tombstone. What are you doing? Making sure that even if this thing comes back, it won't be at full strength. Harry finished his modifications and stepped back. Now we wait for backup. He sent the signal, a burst of magic that would alert Dumbledore and the Order to his location. Within minutes, reinforcements would arrive. The trap had been turned against the trappers. But someone else arrived first. The graveyard filled with crack after crack of apparition. Death Eaters, dozens of them, summoned by some signal Harry hadn't detected. They formed a circle around the ritual site, wands raised, masks gleaming in the moonlight. Enemy reinforcements, 47 Death Eaters, average level, 25, leaders, Lucius Malfoy, LV, 34, Bellatrix Lestrange, LV, 41, others, combat probability, overwhelming opposition, the Potter boy, Lucius Malfoy's voice was silk over steel. How unexpected. I see you've interfered with the Master's ritual. That was the plan. A bold plan. A foolish one. Malfoy raised his wand. The Dark Lord will be displeased. But we can still salvage this evening. Your blood is the key ingredient, after all. Dead or alive, it will serve. The Death Eaters advanced. Harry raised his wand, Cedric beside him, and prepared to fight impossible odds. Combat, initiated, party size, 2, enemy size, 47, survival probability, 4.7%, note, backup incoming. Delay is the objective. The battle was chaos. Harry fought with everything he had, his wand a blur of motion, spells chaining together in combinations that the Death Eaters had never seen. Cedric covered his flank, holding his own against lower-level opponents while Harry engaged the heavyweights. Enemies defeated, 8, injuries sustained, moderate, backup ETA, 3 minutes, Bellatrix Lestrange was a nightmare in human form, cackling madly as she dueled, her curses creative and vicious and backed by decades of experience. Harry dodged an entral-expelling curse, blocked a blood-boiling hex, and countered with a chain of spells that drove her back momentarily. The little Potter plays with the adults, she shrieked. Master will be so pleased when I bring him your corpse. Your master is a squirming thing in a blanket, Harry replied. And he's going to stay that way. Her face contorted with rage. Avada Kedavra. Harry dove aside, the green light passing so close he could feel its cold malevolence. He came up firing, a reducto curse catching Bellatrix's shield and forcing her to retreat. Then the sky split open. Dumbledore arrived like an angel of destruction, his robes billowing, his wand blazing with power that made the air itself tremble. Behind him came the Order, Sirius and Remus, Mad-Eye, the real one, freed from his imprisonment, Kingsley Shacklebolt and a dozen others. Reinforcements arrived, enemy morale collapsing, combat probability shifting rapidly, the Death Eaters broke and ran. Without Voldemort to rally them, without their plan to shield them, they were just bullies facing actual resistance. Within minutes, the graveyard was littered with stunned and bound dark wizards, the survivors disapparating in panic. Harry stood in the center of the chaos, breathing hard, watching Dumbledore examine the ruined ritual site. "You modified the ceremony," the old wizard said, "not a question. I couldn't let him come back at full strength. But I couldn't prevent it entirely without killing the Horcruxes first." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "You know about the Horcruxes?" "I know there are more of them. I know destroying them is the only way to truly kill Voldemort." Harry met the headmaster's gaze. "And I know that I'm one of them." The silence that followed was deafening. "You know," Dumbledore whispered. "How long have you known?" "Long enough. Long enough to know that this war won't end until every piece of his soul is destroyed, including the one in my scar." Dumbledore aged 10 years in that moment. His face, usually so composed, crumpled with something that looked horribly like grief. "I had hoped. I thought if I could find another way. There might be another way. But if there isn't, I need to be ready." Harry's voice was steady, calm, accepting. "I've made my peace with it, Professor. Now I need you to help me prepare." Quest complete, the Dark Lord's return, result, partial success, Voldemort, not restored, ritual sabotaged, Death Eaters, captured, majority, casualties, 0, allied, EXP gained, 12,000, level up. Level up. Level up. Harry Potter, level 42, new quest unlocked, the hunt for Horcruxes, the aftermath was complicated. The Ministry didn't want to admit Voldemort had nearly returned. Fudge, in particular, seemed determined to bury the truth beneath layers of denial and obfuscation. But the captured Death Eaters, the modified ritual site, the testimony of Harry and Cedric, there was too much evidence to completely suppress. Crouch Jr. was captured at Hogwarts, his polyjuice finally wearing off at the worst possible moment. Under Veritaserum, he confessed everything, the plan to transport Harry, his year-long impersonation, his master's desperate bid for resurrection. The wizarding world teetered on the edge of panic. But Harry Potter stood at the center, bloodied but unbowed, and people remembered what they had forgotten. The boy who lived was still alive. And he was ready to fight. Year 4 complete, final status, Harry Potter, level 42, STR, 78 AGI, 95 VIT, 88, INT, 85 WIS, 79 Luck, 41, MAG, 142, Party status, expanded, core members, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Sirius, Remus, bond average, 87%, main quest, destroy Voldemort, in progress, Horcruxes destroyed. 1/7, estimated, Horcrux in Harry, integration 4.1%, stable, the Watcher's note, YOUHAVDLAYEDTHEDRKLRDSRETURN.BUT ENOTSTOPPEDITHETWLLFNDANOTHRWAYDTTLEAPPROCHS.PERIPERIYURCLF, ANDPREPRETOLRNTHETWHATYOURALLYAR. Harry read the notification, then dismissed it. The Watcher had been promising revelations for years now. Whatever truth it was hiding, Harry would face it when the time came. For now, he had Horcruxes to hunt, a Dark Lord to destroy, and a soul fragment to remove from his own scar. The war had begun in earnest. And Harry Potter was ready.